Alona did not understand death. She didn't know what it meant to make a man lose the one he loved. I just came out into the world and trembled at the unexpected discomfort. Instead of feeling the joy of communicating with others as life, she was now despairing of the fact that she could never go back to how she was before. The kingdom where the shrine was located was gone, but the shrine beneath its ruins still glowed green. The tree that Alona escaped from was also firmly rooted. Alona wanted to become a tree again, so she went into the cracks of the tree every day and crouched down. However, just as life once born cannot return to its mother, Alona could never merge with the tree. Still, Alona slept in the tree every day. This was because it was a place that could at least hide the bad smells of humans and the world. A state of completeness, safety, and freedom from greed. When Alona was a tree, she lacked nothing. But not anymore. Sometimes a terrible smell and energy that could not be hidden even by the scent of the tree seeped into the sanctuary. And each time Alona escaped the tree and roared for a long time. Eventually, Alona began to think about what she should do to find rest again. Even if you are quietly hiding in a tree, unclean and unpleasant things keep coming to you. It didn't take long to get an answer. Go out and destroy all land and life except this one. That was Alona's conclusion. She thought of the kingdom she had destroyed the day Reginald fled. Even though there was so much massacre and destruction that there was not a single survivor left, Alona did not even hear a single scream from them. This was because the kingdom on Earth disappeared simply through the magical power fired from a standing position to eliminate Reginald. Alona had the sense to estimate the size of the world even from where she was sitting. It took an hour for him to destroy the kingdom. Thinking about it in comparison, it seemed like 10 days would be enough to destroy the entire Ince. If there are people like Reginald who resist fiercely or try to run away, more time will be needed. Even calculating those variables, it didn't seem like it would last more than a month. Moreover, it felt natural, as if I had wanted it since before I was born. Alona did not know that she was a being created by the sun god's desire for destruction, but she instinctively wanted destruction. The only problem was that he had to leave the tree for a while until his goal was accomplished. It felt like a very dangerous thing to wander outside, leaving my only safe haven behind. Even though I didn't understand the resentment I personally experienced that people came here anyway. The number of days I couldn't sleep increased as I thought about what those harmful creatures might do to the trees while I was away. A few days later, Alona was able to witness her ominous premonition becoming a reality. My brother. The devil who killed Bichelin is here. It was Reginald. He led the army to the holy place with red eyes. The rough steps of the hired mercenaries and the Allies' elite Knight Corps, the Jeepal Magic Corps, were trampling all over the holy place. There were about 500 people. But there was no one Alona could feel threatened by. In the first place, even the strongest among them, Reginald, could not even make a single scratch on his body. So for those who were weaker than him, the air was even more dangerous. If Alona was a beast, most of them were not even flies. The unpleasant warmth radiating from the humans was making the sacred place seething. Alona waited until they got close to the tree. The humans surrounding the tree looked frightened, and Reginald took his place in the last row. Is this really the right tree? This is a strange space. As Sir Reginald said, I don't feel hunger or fatigue at all. Squeak dash. The moment a group of knights and mercenaries stood right in front of the tree, Alona lightly waved her hand and took their lives. And their dirty blood was evaporated by flames before it reached the shrine. The magic and flames spread out like sword energy and instantly killed the people gathered nearby. At that moment, most of the humans who visited the Holy Land had no choice but to lose their will to fight. Ugh! What is this? Reginald was not at all interested in the people who turned around and ran away, distraught. In a dry voice, he gave the order to Zippel's wizards to build a fence. Sir Reginald, what are you doing? Blocking the escape route. Reginald did not respond, but only focused his attention on Alona wielding transcendental power. From the beginning, most of the mercenaries and allies who chased Reginald were composed of people with mid to low-level military power. You start the massacre without the slightest hesitation. The size of the power is greater than that of Changxiang. Maybe even Lord Shunu can surpass him. However, the combat method is extremely clunky and lacks depth. Like an animal. The reason Reginald brought the knights and mercenaries was to use them as consumables to identify Alona. How does she usually fight? Are there any weaknesses? Or does she need recovery time after using her powers? If the insignificant lives of mercenaries and middle-low knights could reveal that fact, Reginald intended to sacrifice them again and again. Tree. I feel obsessed with that tree. Damn monster bitch. Does she really recognize the tree as her mother? Besides, I'm being careful not to splatter blood on the ground. It certainly is. It seems like that monster is extremely wary of damage to trees and this land. It's a good harvest. I'll just go back now. We will try to deploy 1,000 people tomorrow. I understand, let's go. Alona poured magic on Reginald, who was running away, but he had already fully realized that Alona's attacks were monotonous at the time of their first meeting. The magic beam she shot did not hit Reginald and his group as they left. From then on, Reginald led his army to the Holy Land every day. On few days, hundreds of people were used as bait, and on many days, close to 1,000 people were used as bait. The allies and mercenaries could not disobey Reginald's orders, even though they knew that those they had sent would not return, because disobeying him means losing your place in the world. Alona was becoming more and more troubled by this. I couldn't leave the place because of the constant bugs. Alona was strangely aware of the fact that they were gradually becoming obsessed with the tree, because Reginald realized that she cherished the tree. Recognizing her weakness, Reginald persistently got on Alona's nerves. The day when Reginald finally decided to end things with Alona was after visiting the Holy Land with some of Zippel's most elite magic corps and a knight known as the best of the time. Unlike those who had been used as expendables so far, they were the number of people who would properly attack Alona. It was a simple tactic where the magic corps bombarded the enemy, and while Alona blocked them, the knight approached the tree and attacked. Kwang Kudud. When the magic corps' bombardment continued to pour into the shrine, Alona easily blocked their attacks. However, he belatedly noticed that the knight was approaching the tree, taking advantage of the confusion, and the knight was able to leave a long and deep sword mark in the middle of the tree. Aya! At that time, Alona screamed in pain for the first time and rushed towards the tree. He lost his temper and even burst into tears, clutching a tree. At that moment, the knight died as his entire body was torn apart by the energy radiating from Alona. But it was a moment when Reginald was confident of future victory. Alona even appeared to be anxious for a while after that day. Reginald led the expedition team every day and observed her movements, and even when the distance was narrower than usual, she did not even attack. When they got very close, they waved their hands and sprayed magical energy, but they did not slaughter the troops as persistently as before. Like a person whose will has been broken, Byakuya and the tower owners summon all the knights on standby. Tomorrow we will tear that monster apart and avenge Bichilin. In this way, King In's largest army gathered at the Holy Land. The knights were desperate to become the true best of their time by successfully subduing Alona, and Reginald said with a cold smile, "Start hunting." No matter how strong Alona was, the battle could not take place as long as the enemy was so clear. To Reginald, Alona went from being an object of worship to being hunted. It was a hunt for which all preparations had been completed. The knights were able to approach the tree much more easily than the knight who cut down the tree first, and the wizards boldly poured out their magic. Alona exploded with magic and anger, and with that simple attack, many wizards were swept away to death. However, the moment the knight's swords began to ravage the tree, she had no choice but to crumble like a pile of sand. The knights learned a lesson from the previous knight's death and blocked her approach with their swords against a tree. The tree was used like a hostage. At that time, the punitive force was able to hear Alona speak for the first time. "Oh no! Stop!" Those were the words Alona heard the most since she was born into this world. By killing numerous subjugation members who were used as expendable items, Alona was imitating their words without even realizing it. I knelt down like them and rubbed my hands. Ha 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 ha. At that sight, Reginald laughed like crazy and walked closer to Ilona. It's dangerous for me. House owner. Despite his aide's dissuasion, Reginald stood in front of Ilona with his bare body and looked down at her. Ilona was shedding tears and repeatedly asking to save the tree. You killed my brother and killed so many lives like catching insects, but you don't want to see your precious things get hurt? Stop, stop. Reginald was lost in thought for a moment, looking at Ilona, who had completely surrendered. Originally, I was going to kill you right away, but I think there is a better revenge than that. Okay, my thoughts were short. I can't kill you this easily. Reginald said this with a smile on his face. Starting today, this monster is Zippel property. Uproot the tree and move it along with this monster to the first Demon Tower's laboratory. KKK. Iced coffee. Ilona screamed as she grabbed the laurel wreath above her head. Only about 10 seconds passed. But all the memories that started 2,500 years ago were stuck in her mind like nails. Episode 1559. The number of experiments Ilona has undergone at Zippel since being captured by Reginald. Reginald's original purpose was revenge. However, whenever he tried to kill Ilona during the experiment, he hesitated due to her resemblance to Bichelin. The twisted longing and anger toward his younger brother drove Reginald increasingly crazy. In the end, Reginald, in his later years, decided to make Ilona a human to replace Vizelin. He even gave the test subject the name Ilona, one of Bichelin's pseudonyms. Experiments have been going on for over 1,000 years. Even after the death of the fourth head of the family, Reginald Zippel, his successors continued his quest to make you human. As time passed, the attitude of the successors toward Ilona continued to change. Some people tried to honor Reginald and fulfill his wishes, while others neglected Ilona for fear of a runaway that occurred during the experiment. Someone else wanted to use Ilona's infinite power. All that obedience and fear and desire were combined to finally create the current Ilona Ziffel. And the information and technology obtained through experiments with her were also the basis of Jeep's current mental manipulation techniques. Do you understand now? King Xianzhou, you have been the embodiment of destruction and carnage since your birth. Our ancestors were never human. You were a divine being born to destroy the world, but in the end, you were reborn as a human-like war weapon by our Jeep. The pressure coming from Laurel was getting stronger. The more it happened, the more Ilona felt her consciousness becoming more and more blurred. All the thoughts and emotions that I had recognized as a person, until now all the affection and worries I had for Baradin, and all the understanding and meaning I had gained through Jean were being erased. However, the laurel wreath could neither be taken off nor destroyed. The laurel wreath you are wearing now was made from wood that was in the Holy Land at the time, so you can't disobey it. It can be said to be the final safety device, in case Byongi develops a presumptuous ego. No, Ark. 1,000 years ago, my incompetent ancestors lost their laurels for some reason and were unable to properly control you. But that won't happen anymore. Just be patient. It will get easier soon. The strength was leaving the two hands holding the laurel wreath. As Kiliak said, Ilona felt that the passion that seemed to burn her insides was quickly subsiding. The external stimulus tolerance of the 985 test subject increased. There was a runaway of test subjects 1417 times. This time it is assumed that the test subject failed to accept the fact that the tree was damaged. Experiment 1430 still reacts violently to the damage to the tree. Episode 1501 Finally the test subject was made aware of the fact that the shape of a tree can change. It is now believed that a powerful control device can be created using wood. Episode 1539 Song Sugwin, completed. Episode 1567 It was possible to partially control the test subject without a water pipe. Some of the test subject's power is transferred to the water pipe. What did we miss? Episode 1568 Unable to determine why the force of the test subject moved to the water pipe. It was confirmed that the test subject still possessed Changxiang's combat power even after its power was dispersed. Less than 1,570 times a large amount of information was injected into the test subject to form memories. Rejection not confirmed. If this continues, the test subject will soon become a member of the family. Experiment 1599 completed. Ilona Ziffel completed. Researcher removed. Experiment records from the 1st to the 1599th were transferred to Seongsu Hall. Records of the experiment flowed into Alona's mind through the holy water pipe. Soon Alona felt her vision darkening. The explosion from the fire of destruction and Kiliak's voice were no longer heard. Baradin's face, which I had longed to see, as well as the faces of Jean and Murakin, who had just fought together, were disappearing from my consciousness. Alona felt deep sadness and helplessness at that fact. But as Kiliak said, it only lasted for a moment. You begin to repair yourself. Estimated completion time, 30 seconds. Recipient of the Holy Water Crown, please protect me during that period. Begin your self-repair. Estimated completion time, 23 seconds. Recipient of the Holy Water Crown, please protect me during that period. Start recovering yourself. A smile appeared on Kiliak's lips. Now, if no more variables occur after about 20 seconds have passed, Alona would once again become Jeep's loyal weapon. It is impossible for Jean and Murakin to come to rescue Alona through this huge fire that could engulf the entire hell. They had already been pushed far beyond Dakma Castle to prevent the fire of destruction from spreading. It's not that I don't feel anxious at all. At these critical moments, Kiliak recalled the power of existence that created incomprehensible variables. 15, 14, 13, 12. As each second passed, Kiliak regained his senses and read the approximate locations of Jean and Murakin. That short time seemed to pass very slowly. All 30 seconds have passed. As Kiliak said this, he made eye contact with Alona Ziffel, who had completed self-recovery. Alona's milky-eyed eyes were sparkling even more than before. A deeper brilliance also flowed from the hair. Alona looked around for a moment and then unfolded a protective shield that surrounded both herself and Kiliak. He then got down on one knee toward Kiliak. You have climbed to the top of the castle and the world is helping you. But this time it is my victory, Jean Runkendal. You are the one who woke me up. My life is yours now, and I will do anything for you. Tell me your name. Alona completely lost all the thoughts, memories, and emotions she gained after waking up in the secret palace. She now had no choice but to act according to the settings entered into Seongsu-gwan, just like the demons who were brainwashed by Jito did. Kiliak Ziffel. He is the current matriarch of Jeep. He is the only fruit of his incompetent ancestors. This place is dangerous. It appears that you unleashed the fire of destruction, but there are two powerful enemies. The enemies are preventing the fire of destruction from spreading. Do you want to kill them? Yes, is it possible? Alona read the two people's energy for a moment and shook her head. It is not possible at the moment. Looking at the records left in the Seongsu-gwan, the last time this was used was 1,000 years ago. I need a bit of an adjustment period to use my abilities properly. I wouldn't know if there was only one enemy, as expected. It's unfortunate, but there's nothing we can do. I would like to advise you to escape, Kiliak Ziffel. If enemies allow the fire of destruction to spread and target you, it is inevitable that you will take damage. My adjustment is not over. Of course, this doesn't mean that your fighting skills are lacking, but it does mean that you and I are bound to get hurt. In some cases, death may occur. Kiliak nodded at Alona's evaluation. Wearing the crown of holy water, she had an incomparably calm sense compared to before. Alona has no weaknesses anymore. Wearing a crown of holy water, she was truly a perfect weapon of war. I get it. Which way can I escape? This space is not recorded in Seongsu-gwan. Please tell me the direction. Kiliak pointed his finger beyond the flames. Oh, I guess so. This is the underworld. I'd better go over there and take care of my friends. Friend? It's a demon called Regal. A useful friend. And there are people Regal is chasing. Among them, capture the red-haired woman alive. Regal. That's a name that irritates me for some reason. Okay, let's move immediately. The protective shield surrounding Alona and Kiliak began to float. The shield moved like a flying ship moving forward through the flames in an instant. It was an explosive acceleration that no dragon or ship could imitate. Kiliak adjusted the fire of destruction to open the path toward Regal. Jean and Murakin sensed at that time that there was an ominous change. Is this Lord Alona's energy? However, the familiar energy from fighting together had turned dark and was directed towards Valeria. Runt. First I'll be doing my part to stop you. So go towards the immortal. Murakin shouted under his breath. Jean had already trusted Murakin and was opening the way towards Valeria. I pushed away the persistent flames and looked for Valeria. Fortunately, Jean was able to reach there before Alona. Valeria Vale. Jean. Vale was protecting his comrades by blocking the fire of destruction and Regal's miasma. Valeria, Baradin, and Betty looked up at Jean within the golden aura of the veil. If Jean hadn't arrived now, Bale would have been fatally injured by Alona's magic that had just flown in. Chilling dash. A sharp ray of light passed through Regal and covered the veil. Just as Alona's attack was about to penetrate the shield, the black sword energy that fell in a straight line blocked the light. What did you do to Lord Alona, Kiliak? It made me realize what I am. Alona did not close the distance between herself and Jean any further and looked at Kiliak. Oh my! Kukek! Alona grabbed Regal's back. Regal's neck felt like it would be cut off by the cruel touch. Kiliak. Friendly Kek. What is this? Just take it easy. It's out of shape. Ignoring Regal, who was shaking, Alona made eye contact with her enemies. Kiliak is a failure. Capturing him alive is impossible, and fighting is dangerous. I will escape with this. Lord Alona. It was Baradin's voice. Alona's unfamiliar and hostile attitude was confusing him and Jean. Alona felt no emotion even after seeing Baradin's distorted face. I was just curious as to why he, who seemed to be a pureblood Jeep, was being protected by his enemies. Kiliak shrugged his shoulders, accepting Alona's judgment. I get it. I'll just go back to my family. Jean was unable to catch Kiliak and Alona, who were trying to retreat. The moment you start fighting with them, the lives of your comrades and the Jinma realm are all over. Lord Alona, don't forget I will visit you again, Baradin shouted. It was the only thing he could do now. Alona opened a retreat by adding her magical power to the fire of destruction that engulfed Jean and his group. Don't forget. Don't forget. Baradin's voice was being drowned in the flames. April 12, 1804. A month has passed since the end of the Jito subjugation war. The Bamul alliance was recognized by the world for the most contributions among all the forces that participated in the subjugation war. So from the perspective of the people of Huffister, it was truly a perfect victory. In Huffister, a festival was held every day to commemorate the eradication of demons. However, those who had been fighting against demons on the front lines could not laugh. Behind the victory, there remained countless sorrows unknown to the general public and the pain of those who were brainwashed and exploited. There was also the destruction of a once peaceful world. The fire of destruction left behind by Kiliak had not yet been extinguished and was still engulfing the Jinma realm more than a month after the end of the war. You're here. Mila Kingdom Tent. Jean raised his hand to the demons who had just entered. They were dressed in black robes that did not match the festival. I guess we're late. Sorry for waiting so long, Jean Runkendall. No, I just arrived too, so don't worry about it. It was Tilia's and Missile. They were able to survive the fire of destruction thanks to Murakin. At the time, Missile was not at Dakma Castle where the fire of destruction started. But the fire eventually spread throughout the Jinma world, so Missile was also a lucky survivor. It's only been 15 days. I was there almost every day when the Jinma realm was being restored. Yes, thanks to you, our demons were able to avoid extinction. Jean felt sorry for those words. This was because it was not easy to shake off the thought that the Jinma world would have experienced such a tragedy if it had not been for his own regression. That was a worry that always bothered Jean every time he changed the history of the world as a returner. But this time it was on a different level. The world's population has decreased by more than 90%. Jean always gets a bad look when he hears something like this. Don't do that. We would all be dead if it weren't for you. We must have been killed by Zetog or Kiliak. If Bassett hadn't sacrificed himself at that time, Missile probably wouldn't be here now. Bassett Biceps. Before the fire of destruction began, he visited the poisonous castle with Tilias. And just before the fire of destruction reached its peak, He unleashed all of his power of blocking and briefly dispersed the fire. It was something that could be called a miracle. Bassett was exhausted and weakened due to Riddleos. Currently, about 1.5 million demons survive in the true demon world. Although it was by no means a small number considering the original population of tens of billions, it was bound to be small. Among them, 900,000 were refugees from Biceps and the rest were survivors of the fire that Biceps was rescuing. And if it weren't for Silcia Arcia, most of those left in Biceps refuge would have died. Silcia. Yes, Lord Bassett. From now on you are the leader of Biceps. Take care of the rest. Remember that you are a being who can become a god. Bassett's last words to Silcia. Jean told the story to Tilias and Missile. Indeed, as Bassett said, Silcia was a being who could become a god. No, her ability to move between dimensions could easily be described as divine. When the fire of destruction spread, the Biceps members were able to survive entirely thanks to her portal. A portal was opened through which nearly 1 million people could travel. The portal immediately transported the Bishop's members to Bishop's final refuge at the end of the true demon realm. The moment Valeria checked the record, she couldn't believe her eyes. So all I did was wage war in the true demon realm. You don't have to feel grateful to me. It's true that you killed Zito, Jean. Okay, I killed him, but in reality, it was as if the real evil was something else. Kiliak Ziffel. Jin's eyes narrowed as he remembered his and Alona's recent actions. From that day on, they quickly took over Zippel, and now the Lutheran Federation has become a more dangerous and dark land than ever before. Furthermore, even with your nemesis right in front of you, you tried to save a hell that had nothing to do with you before. My brother's sacrifice and Silcia's ability were great, but if you hadn't helped the Jinma realm, we would still be living in the dark. Without even knowing what you are. Most of the Biceps members were not brainwashed to begin with, but not the other survivors. They were in despair because they had been brainwashed and had killed their family, friends, and lovers with their own hands. Even after the artificial sun disappeared, the Jinma realm had no choice but to become a land of darkness without a single light even after Jito was driven out. It was impossible for the survivors to find hope. Everyone thought so. Survivors who were not Biceps constantly tried to give up on life. I think it was the same for me. Because of Jito, I have already destroyed everything precious to me with my own hands. So what can I do with my life? But the light you left behind, is making them live. Riddleos predicted that when the artificial sun disappears, the true magic world will be immersed in darkness. It was the same for the Biceps members. However, I just decided that it was more important to oust Jito even if it meant losing its shine. Unlike Riddleos, Biceps thought that they could somehow live with each other even in the darkness. But there was an element they didn't expect. The strange power possessed by Jean, the power of regeneration, was blooming like flowers and swarms of fireflies throughout the Jinma realm lighting the way. The artificial sun had disappeared, but the golden light coming from the ground was lighting up the Jinma realm brighter than before. The demons who had lost the will to live due to pain and sadness felt intense hope as they faced the light. We are filled with the confidence that those who died innocently will one day return following that light. The survivors did not give up their lives when they saw that light and followed the light to find survivors. It was a phenomenon that even Jean himself could not explain. That's right. You saw it, the Jinma world is actually more beautiful than before. When all the complaints of destruction disappear, it will literally become a shining land. It shines brighter than the earth. Missile picked up the glass in front of her and held it out to Jean. Tilias also raised his glass. Jean stared at that figure and then accepted the toast. You're probably not paying attention to not revealing to people that the demons were all brainwashed, right? Don't do that, Jean. Because that's what we asked for in the first place. As Tilias said, the Bamal Alliance was not completely disclosing brainwashing to the general public at Biceps' request. Although some information has been revealed, the fact that all demons were innocent victims was clearly difficult for ordinary people to accept. Just as the demons need hope, the people of Ince also need it. In the ongoing Great War that started with the Sword Emperor Crusade and continues until now, ordinary people clearly needed their own victory. It is not entirely a joy to see festivals commemorating the subjugation of Jito being held all over Huffister. The festival was also a reflection of the fear of another war that would soon begin. The one-sided civil war of the Lutheran Federation, which began after Kiliak's return, was putting pressure on all royalties. Biceps accurately read in situation. He requested the Bamul alliance to seal the truth about the demons later. Although it was said to be due to brainwashing, it was also clear that demons had invaded Inns. Okay, Tilias. However, one day, when true peace comes to the world, the true nature of the demons will be completely revealed. As expected, I was conscious of it. When I first came to you and proposed an alliance, I never imagined that you would have such a soft side. It's a shame that we constantly assumed that we would be used and then abandoned. That's why I prayed that the artificial sun game would be played to the end. Although it has become an embarrassment now. It had to be because we didn't know each other well yet. Don't take such things to heart either. Thank you for saying that. Tilias filled the empty wine glasses. The reason they gathered at the tent today was to celebrate the liberation of the Jinma realm in a small way, even just the three of them. Sometimes, Tilias and Missile filled the remaining cups with the portions of Bassett and his dead companions and emptied them instead. Jean, you will now fight Kiliak Ziffel. Jean nodded. Kiliak had not yet made any significant moves after taking control of Ziffel. Jean was watching his movements and repairing damage to his allies and the Jinma realm. I heard that there are many other enemies. Imperial Jiakmyong, Sun Goddess Kinzalo, and Ganesto. Silkia says we must help you when you go to war with them. Silkia. Okay. And all the members, including me, agreed with that statement. Of course, we cannot provide military support because the remaining combat personnel are not that great compared to the royalties, and even we are all trying to repair the damage to the Jinma realm. But Silkia has the ability. Right now, you need to use a lot of strength to recover, but Silkia's power will definitely be of great help to you. For example, when there is an unexpected big battle, we could help by evacuating the innocent people present. In that way. Conversely, Silkia will be able to be active even when a large number of troops have to be deployed into enemy territory. Besides, Silkia has more abilities. Sir Bassett said that she herself had not yet realized her full strength. So if you need her strength after some time, please contact us anytime. Or maybe Silkia will contact you first. The liquor bottle was being emptied. Jean nodded. Certainly, with Silkia's abilities, she would be able to prevent the deaths of innocent people as much as possible in such cases. Even if he had the power of regeneration, that was still the most important issue to Jean. As the demons believe, even if the light of rebirth does indeed bring them back to life someday. As Ayula said, let's toast one last time. Now we have to gather the necessary supplies and go back. Tilias poured the remaining drink. For a bright future. For a bright future. For a bright future. The glasses clinked together. The ground of the Jinma world stained with gold trembled in the glass of wine. Tychon Palace. Our Raiden has finally opened up his face. Tiske, you poor guy. Sandra said, ruffling Baradin's hair. For the past month, as Sandra said, Baradin spent most of his days with a dark and lifeless face. Of course it was because of Alona and the biological golems. Because of the holy water pipe, Alona literally became a monster for Kiliak. The rumor that Alona disposed of the existing pro-Baradin faction members who rebelled against Kiliak in just one day was now known to the general public of Huffister. In addition, Almatia and Kuan, other biogolems who could not be rescued like Betty, also became Kiliak's war weapons. The biogolems modeled after Baradin were originally designed to be loyal only to Baradin, but Kiliak used some kind of power to make them look like Alona. Tychon was currently assuming that the reason was closely related to Seongsuguan. That's not the only thing that bothers Baradin. All the acts he committed in Jeep while his personality changed as a side effect of mental manipulation. A purge that was tantamount to massacre, mass production of biogolems that excluded civilians and even pointed a knife at his friends who did not give up on him until the end. All of those things were actually enough reasons to drive a person crazy and fall into the abyss. There are too many things that need to be corrected to remain depressed and frustrated. Okay. I've never really thought about that cause, but compared to when I was at Jeep, I'm almost like an angel here. In Jeep, there are many cases where you get involved in bad things even if you are just breathing. After coming to Tychon, you learned how to think like normal people. Like ordinary people? Sister? Where on earth are you going? Why do victims of the same mental manipulation do this to each other? If I do, then that's it, right? Well, I understand. Baradin was greatly influenced by Sandra. After the side effects of mental manipulation were over, Baradin actually became a person with the same personality as before, except for the mistakes he made when he was crazy. However, even after leaving the Zippel, Sandra was still unable to erase the traces of the biogolem experiment. In fact, she had never led a normal life before coming to Tychon, as she had been a victim of biogolem experiments since birth. But Sandra doesn't care about such things at all. Currently, Sandra is only focused on being faithful to her duties as a member of Tychon and capturing Jean. That was why I came to see the depressed Baradin every day. Sandra thought that just facing herself, the same experiment victim, would give Baradin strength. Her choice was right. Baradin, no. I guess I'll have to call you master now. Sandra alone is too much, but now do we have to take this guy with us too? Hito and Vale visited Baradin's room. Young master, you can just call me by my first name, Lord Hito. You tell me what I did well. I'm alone, so I count it as having one more child. It was a pity that Miss Sandra did not have a close sibling. Oh, you have to take care of it. Immortality. From now on, Raiden will listen well. The order priority is first or second, ours is third, and Raiden is third. Oh, of course, first and second place are just for convenience, there is no difference. You know, because of that bastard's immortality and real prohibition, I can't hit him and I can't hit you. My situation is really shabby. Even if there is no ban, if you hit the young lady, you will be finished in my hands, Vale. Naturally, Tychon members welcomed Baradin's transfer. There was no significant opposition even within Runkendal. The fact that Baradin was Jin's old friend was no longer a secret or impossible. By the way, I was actually staying here since the morning just to see Jin. I guess I guessed wrong. Hey, the immortal redhead is in Tychon now, right? There is. They said they were going to the Garden of Swords soon. Riding a red owl. I think he has something to report. That damn thing was planning to go see us without me? I can't do that. I'll have to join in and go to the Garden of Swords. Hey, you're not going to follow me, are you? I'm going on a date, why are you following me? Bale, you're playing on your own. Then I'll come back. Sandra suddenly lit up and quickly left the room. And unfortunately, less than 10 minutes after she left, Jean, Dante and Betty found Baradin's room. Seeing that, Bale held his stomach and laughed. Lord Baradin. Baradin. House owner. Every time Dante met Baradin, he had a big smile on his face. Because they were so busy with regent work and restoring the Jinma realm, this was only their third meeting after the Jito subjugation war. Jean had met Baradin a lot more times than him, but he had never seen such a bright atmosphere as today. Are you here? Betty, now stop calling me matriarch. Not only am I not the head of the family, but I have done bad things to you. Then why don't you call me brother? Words like father or creator are a bit inappropriate for your age. Surprisingly, Betty immediately agreed and even spoke informally. Yeah, it's much better. Now my brother and I have to work together to get our people back from Jeep. Sir Elona and Almatia and Kuin. Even if they have already crossed the line due to mind manipulation, they are family to us. Almatia and Kuin may not know it, but Elona has already crossed the river of no return. The first thing she did after being captured by Kiliak was to eradicate the Probaradin forces. 3 cities disappeared in the process. There was not a single survivor. Like the demons brainwashed by Jito, she had no qualms about killing innocent civilians. Even if all the facts are revealed later and Elona regains her freedom from Seongsuguan, that fact will not be forgotten. Family. Whether it's brainwashing, manipulation, or any other reason. You should be punished for killing someone. After I come back to my senses. But we are family, so I have to protect them. Even if everyone turns away and points fingers. Baradin nodded at Betty's words. Furthermore, we must save all those who are being trampled by Kiliak's tyranny, brother. Not only the general public, but also the lowest level members of the Federation who are used without knowing anything. Our atonement will only be resolved to some extent once we make the Federation habitable again. Betty, you sound like you're going to die when you're done. What are we going to do with our lives? Jin Kyung. I am a biological golem whose consciousness is partially linked to Brother Baradin. So everything I say now also means brother. There was so much wrong. It is not too late to think about heavy issues, such as the meaning of life or death after correcting your mistakes. So don't put too much pressure on yourself, Betty. But if I don't want to feel pressured, my brother's awareness is more important than mine. Okay. I won't. I'll come to my senses and be strong, Miss Betty. I was planning on doing that starting today. Good thought, Lord Baradin. Being depressed doesn't solve anything. Staying in the dark is also upsetting Jean and I, who never let you go. Even after everything is over, don't even dream of ending your life, like Betty said, Baradin. Then you will be trapped in the Runkendal dungeon, unable to live or die. Baradin got goosebumps on the back of his neck as he heard what Jean said with a smile. Oh, that's scary. Anyway, sleep. Here. Take a look, Jean. Baradin held out a thick notebook. In that note, Zippel's secrets organized by Baradin were organized. Starting with information that only the head of the family can know, there was also a lot of information about the Holy Land. The Bamul Alliance had some understanding of the relationship between the Holy Land and Alona. This was thanks to Valeria checking Kiliak and Alona's records there after the explosion caused by the Fire of Destruction subsided. Although we have not discovered the fact that Alona was a monster born from the Holy Land, we have confirmed the coercive power and material of the Holy Water Pipe. My memories of the time when I was crazy are not complete, so there are some missing parts. However, I clearly remember the location and structure of the sacred site. Information about the Holy Land will be key to rescuing Lord Alona. The problem was her combat power using the Holy Water Pipe. Alona's inaction, which she saw firsthand during the fight with Jito, was enough to shock even the founder Jean. Alona is now even stronger than that. Moreover, Jin's goal is not to kill Alona but to subdue her and free her from the Holy Water Pavilion, so he couldn't come up with a sharp move at the moment. If it's about getting rid of Lord Alona, it's still possible somehow. But I think subduing it will be impossible unless Laperosa's brothers come back. Or Sister Luna will also reach Changseong. Even if we somehow succeeded in suppressing it, removing the sacred water tube without side effects was another problem. But Kiliak isn't a fool either, so he probably expected me to pass on Zippel's inside information to you. I think we should move the Tower of Stories to a sacred place. Is that possible? With Zippel's current technology and the power of the Demon Godstone, it is possible. To begin with, it was something that was carried out in secret even when I was the head of the family. At that time, I did not know the relationship between Lord Alona and the Holy Land. But I think Kiliak probably got that information from Shenu. There is a possibility that it is not Shenu but Ganastoga or the Witch. First, I just need to review all the notes and see if there is any information that can be used right away. The moment Jean answered that, Jet's footsteps were heard. Lily, an important communication has just arrived from the Garden of Swords. Important communication? Yes, Nari. It is said that Lord Soren sent a letter to the Garden of Swords. The eyes of everyone in the room widened. That was a letter that Soren sent about a month ago. Nari says I won't know the contents until I open it myself, so should I ask you to send the letter this way? No, I will go to the Sword Garden right now. I never imagined that I would receive a letter from Soren. I heard that Soren overcame his demonic nature, but are you sure he wants to congratulate you on your ascent to Changseong? Wow, Soren, congratulations? I'm having a hard time imagining it. Dante and Baradin said. Probably not. You must have something to tell me. Get Jet Red Owl ready. That was just taken by Miss Valeria and Miss Sandra. Instead, Cirrus came to check the documents a little while ago, so you can take the MOT and go. Jean took the note Baradin gave him. I will check this letter first and look into it, Baradin. Take care of yourself. I get it. It's been a while since I've been hanging out with Dante, so come back for a drink in the evening. What kind of alcohol is this guy who hasn't fully recovered from his internal injuries yet? You have to be warm on the inside to heal well. Jean chuckled and went to find Cirrus. She had just left Casimir's office. Jean. I was already thinking of going to see your face. I didn't even know you were coming. I would have been disappointed if you had just gone. I guess so. Looking at your expression, it looks like you need to go somewhere. Yes, actually, I have to rush to the Sword Garden to receive my father's letter. Oh, I was planning on stopping by the Garden of Swords to see the first rider. The training that started during the demon invasion is still in progress. Let's get in. Bu Wong. As Jean climbed onto his back, Mort opened a white portal. Running through the otherworldly snowfields while sitting behind Cirrus was now as comfortable as walking. Anyway, it's a letter. It looks like Lord Soren has really changed. Are you sure they want to congratulate you on your creativity? No way. I hope there is at least one line about my mother in that letter. You know, Mother seems to be upset with Soren sometimes. The only people my mother could call friends were Sir Soren and Sir Ron. I know very well. I haven't heard much about it, but Luna said that my father often talks about Lord Talaris. I also heard something like that from the first rider. If there is anything Soren described about his mother, please let me know. Yes. By the way, I heard that Talaris is almost finished recovering. Yes, you have recovered a lot. Because the internal injuries left behind by Vidlush or something weren't very fatal. I'm already dating new lovers. I heard it the last time I communicated with Talaris. I'm making interesting friends these days. The identity of those interesting friends is a dragon. Young dragons about 1,000 years old. Young dragon? It's a strange thing. It's rare to find a dragon without any affiliation. As Cirrus said, it was strange that dragons were suddenly wandering around the secret palace. Most of the dragons currently active are with Zippel. However, the fact that Talaris got along well meant that they were not part of the Zippel and did not show any hostile tendencies toward the royal palace. My mother said she would have to talk to you about that soon. All right. I hope my meeting with the dragons goes in a good direction. Mort arrived at the Sword Garden. The first horseman will also need to see Soren's letter, so I will have to wait a little longer. See you later, Jean. Yes, Cirrus. And at that time Sandra, who had bothered Valeria to go to the Garden of Swords to meet Jean, was returning to Tychon. Because of this, she couldn't meet Jean even in the Garden of Swords. Are you here, Sagaju? Horsemen and elders were waiting in Luiti's office. Everyone waited for Jean to arrive. Has your great-grandson arrived? I thought I was going to die from grief. It looks like this guy here went through a lot of trouble bringing this. Ballas said, patting a knight on the shoulder. Lord Khan. Guardian Knight Khan, the strongest postal carrier of this era, who had seen Jean since Stormcastle, and had delivered Casimir's letters to the Black Sea throughout his time as a reserve rider, was kneeling on one knee. I meet Khan Sagazu, the Guardian Knight of Runkendal. Please speak lower. Khan, whom I had not seen in a long time, was overflowing with an incomparably stronger energy than before. It was natural that numerous trials during the Black Sea expedition tempered him. Whenever Khan delivered a letter, he was covered in the blood and internal organs of Black Sea monsters, but this time his clothes were clean. The monsters in the early and mid-Black Sea were no longer his opponent, and it was thanks to the blessings given by Soren that opened the way for him. Seeing you grow up in person makes me feel moved. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Khan. You've become stronger, to the point where a black helmet suits you. Jean said, looking at the black helmet Khan was holding. After Luna and the Black Knights returned to the Garden of Swords, Soren immediately appointed him as a Black Knight. Thank you. I would like to stay by Sagaju's side and give her strength, but I must return to Sagaju as soon as she checks the letter. Khan held out the wooden armor to Jean. The letter sealed inside was quite thick. Jean looked down at the letter in silence for a while. The image of Soren writing a letter on the most desolate land in the world was depicted. I understand. If the head of the family wishes, we will all leave the place. No, Chief Butler. Let's all look at it together. Jean suppressed his trembling heart and opened the seal. Surprisingly, the first sentence began with a congratulatory speech that only Jean himself could not have imagined. To my youngest son. Just as I was writing this letter, I felt that your energy had finally reached the sky. If I were in the family, I think I would have held a second banquet for you. Congratulations. At that point, Jean regretted not biting the people for a moment. I felt like crying, but I could barely hold it back. However, I couldn't help but feel my eyes getting moist. As I live, the days come when I hear praise like this from my father. Without realizing it, the Tana brothers took out handkerchiefs and stuck them on both sides of Jean to wipe his eyes. It feels a bit salty. I climbed Changxiang and these few lines were all I could think of. That's right, Luna. He's my grandson, but even if you stab him, not a single drop of blood will come out. First of all, as a senior who has reached his peak before becoming a father, I will tell you some tips for you. As you know, Changxiang is an area that can be encroached upon by demonic castle at any time. I too have lost my humanity for a long time. I will introduce you to ways to prevent that as much as possible. First, don't live like an animal. To explain it in simple terms, this means that when eating you should use appropriate utensils whenever possible. When reading a book, it is better to wear glasses even if your eyes are bright, and that you should always wear clothes that match your place and formality. At that point, everyone's eyes widened. It was a random story. Utensils? Glasses? Clothes? Is this really what your father wrote? That's right, writer one. Well, now that I think about it, my father usually wears glasses when he's in the study. I've never been conscious of it, but looking back, isn't it strange? With glasses, you can see thousands of steps away, as if you were right in front of you. It may seem like a strange story, but these everyday things become acts that protect humanity. Becoming Changxiang and ascending to the realm of demigods is actually a moment when many elements necessary for humans become unnecessary. Even if you don't have a fork or knife, you can cut food into bite-sized pieces just by raising your fingertips without using your hands. It's even easier this way, and no matter how good a book you read, your dry inner self doesn't respond easily. Even if you go to a formal gathering dressed like a beggar, everyone will be in awe of you. In this way, you gradually forget the things you need as a human being. That is the state of creativity that I have experienced. If a human who has achieved creativity does not focus every moment on the above-mentioned trivial actions, he or she will naturally have no choice but to become a beast. Therefore, when you eat food, you should always try to savor it as much as possible, and when you read, you should immerse yourself in the feeling of reading. Ah. So you said that. This is advice that only someone who has experienced demonic power can give great-grandson. Jean and his brothers were thinking about Shiren spending time in the sword garden. Looking back, when Soren came to the Garden of Swords, he always insisted on Rose's cooking and always took a strangely long time to eat. He always wore glasses in the study, and his appearance was never out of order, whether in casual clothes or formal uniform. However, I didn't have many moments where I could do that. As you know, I had a destiny given to me since I was young, so I always had to travel around the Black Sea. Of course, in the Black Sea, you can't eat a proper meal, indulge in reading, or wear appropriate clothes and meet people. The only thing in the Black Sea is the remains of monsters and witches. So I'm sorry for not being a good father to you. Those words weren't written down. However, to the children, it did not feel shameless or resentful. Rather, it should be said to be a pitiful feeling. The children of Runkendal were feeling pity for their father for the first time. It was a strange feeling. Objectively, Soren was clearly a terrible father and was always extremely cruel. However, the reason his children felt pity for him was because they were learning that it was the weight of fate. Because each of the remaining children is overcoming their own fate. To begin with, Runkendal was far from an ordinary family. The Black Sea expedition is progressing smoothly. Now only the fragments of Nergand and Morganil remain. We've been tracking Nergand's clones since yesterday, so it looks like we'll be able to get rid of him soon. However, there is one new piece of information obtained during a recent exploration of the Black Sea. It is true that Barasada, the sword of the family head, is the key to opening a hidden space in the Black Sea. And that space seemed to be the work of the family's former teenage knight Lokia Ganesto. Jean couldn't help but think of the conversation they had in Kadam's painting. The sword of the Barasada family head. That's what the fake Murakan is aiming for. Okay? Pharisee? What is the fake guy trying to use it for? In the past, Sodaret told the head of the family that Barasada is not just a sword but also a key to somewhere. Barasada is the key? I've never heard of such a thing. This is something we learned from the head deacon only recently. I don't know exactly where the key goes, but I just heard that it should never fall into the hands of a fake Murakan or a witch. A huge danger is coming to the world. A conversation between K. Tam's paintings. This was a question that arose even at the time. In fact, this is something that even Pecan himself, who forged Barasada, does not know. Leet and Vale, survivors of Runkendal 1,000 years ago, knew nothing at all. I thought the information that Barasada was the key might have been an error caused by the contamination of Keatom's drawing, but my father personally confirmed it. Lokia Ganesto. I didn't know this name would appear in the matriarch's letter. Jean and Leet said. The group read the contents of the letter. It was Soderet's voice that gave me information about that space. It was not something that appeared directly and told us, but it was a kind of record. I think it was put in place so that the person holding the Barasada could check when he or she reached a certain point in the Black Sea abyss. In any case, Soderet defined Lokia Ganesto as a traitor and said that once he reached the end of the Black Sea abyss, he would be able to know the location of that space. I had no idea why that space existed or what was inside. However, whatever it is, it will not have a positive impact on the family. Therefore, the expedition team and I are now trying to subdue the 5 kings of the Black Sea and also find clues about that space. In the meantime, secure information related to Lokia Ganesto from the royalties. If he is still alive, make him pay for his betrayal 1,000 years ago. Soderet's voice. It seems like there were records left in the Black Sea, like in Timar's tomb. Suddenly, the arrangements that Soderet left behind for royalties felt strange. He had already taken over Jean as the last contractor 1,000 years ago, and all of Timar's tombs that he had found so far seemed to be a legacy he left for Jean. Even now, records have been left in the Black Sea. If so, Soderet should have predicted all this 1,000 years ago. Not only does Jean become the last contractee, but he grows up and finds Timar's tomb 1,000 years later, and the head of the family checks the records of Lokia in the depths of the Black Sea. Amaris said that the sun god is a being that transcends time and space. If Soderet is one of the largest fragments of the sun god, then it is something that can be called a part of it beyond that. He may also possess such transcendental properties. But then was Soderet's appearance when he communicated with me in his past life. All an act. I had no idea why Soderet had left all the arrangements in such a complicated format. However, Soderet's intention was clear. He hopes that Runkendal will not fall to enemies like Ziffel or Ganesto. All of the records and arrangements that Soderet left behind were proof of that. There is nothing to think about difficultly. Even though the method is complicated and ambiguous, the intention is clear, so we just have to make good use of the legacy left behind by Soderet to protect the family. At the time of writing the letter, Chiron was thinking the same thing as Jean. I don't know why the god of swords and shadows left such a puzzling signal. In the first place, the Soderet left Runkendal and blessed Ziffel, so there must be something going on. Unless he's trying to taunt me and my family. Even though he is a god who has been with Runkendal since the time of the first head of the family, he has also left arrangements for Runkendal again. You can't blindly trust. Since you are a contractor, you must have received much more guidance than I did. Even if Soderet approaches you more clearly than now, always judge calmly. What is it for the family? Like all other families and people, Runkendal sometimes relied on God's protection, but in the end we protected our family with our swords and fighting. Don't forget that fact. Wow, you nag me all the time. Jean nodded at Luna's words. Soren's letter made not only Jean but also his children feel closer to him. I felt that many powerful people were awakening in the world. A powerful and old wizard in Zippel was awakened, and 2 beings who seemed to be related to your other brothers, the Pluto clan, also appeared. It was a land I had never been to. I also felt the dangerous energy emanating from powerful beings somewhere. As Luna may have said, this is why I sent that child and some of the Black Knights back to the family. Be calm. Kill those who will harm you, save those who will benefit you, and forge them harshly until they become a sword for your family. In your time, not one person but an entire family must stand alone in heaven. Don't wait in anticipation. P.S. I think it would be good for Luna to experience a harsh defeat at least once. Youngest, please help me. Runtia seems to have come to her senses now. When I was suffering from a demonic spirit, when I remembered your fierce eyes, I sometimes burst into laughter because of the absurdity. If I end up like that again, I will have to leave the family. Mary, suddenly I feel sorry that you didn't challenge me. When I return, you can point your sword at me at any time. Daytona and Haytona try to be even half as much like Uncle Zed. You can't even imagine how moved I was the moment Zed arrived alone in the Black Sea. Zed was less talented than you guys. Jonah doesn't have to do anything. If you are satisfied with living in obscurity, you can stay there. But no matter where you live from today onwards, you are the 13th rider of Runkendal. That's how the letter ended. The brothers looked at the letter in silence for a while. In particular, Brother Tana was shedding tears. During the desolate time, Soren was cold to almost all of his children, but the Tana brothers did not even treat him like a human being. The sisters giggled and pointed. Ugh, you little bastards. Ha? Jean also cried a little while ago. Sister Mary. Are you and Jean the same? I don't want to see you, so stop now. Yes. Soren's attitude toward them was more shocking to the brothers than the information about Lokia. I only heard from my sister that my father overcame his demonic nature, but it was surprising to experience it myself. The members of the Khan expedition must have been quite unfamiliar, right? I was like that third rider. But surprisingly, the senior Black Knights adapted quickly. It's probably because I served the matriarch before she fell into demonic form. Oh, that could happen. Anyway, I think I need to defeat my sister. That's harsh too. And you even said that it would be good if the youngest helped you with that. No matter how heartwarming the letter was, it was something that would hurt Luna's pride. Runtia smiled brightly and looked at Luna's reaction. The youngest has reached Changseong, so he is probably stronger than me. Ama Rani? Jean is definitely stronger, Uni. But I have a hard time imagining my sister losing to someone. Well, I also wanted to get along with my youngest for once. But not now. Even if the two of us fight in a fight and get seriously injured, it should be when there is absolutely no gap in our defense. That's my opinion too. I don't think my father would have wanted me and my sister to compete directly. As Luna said, the current situation is very chaotic. Then what did your father mean when he asked the youngest to help his sister? Luna shrugged her shoulders at those words. Well, I'm not sure about that. It seems like you keep coming up with riddles starting with the limit on the number of times you can use red sword techniques. Can you point out something? Unfortunately, there is not one rider one. Looking at the expression, it looks like it's there. I won't ask any more questions because I have to be strict with it. By the way, the powerful beings that my father mentioned, the strong person who is said to be related to the Netherworld is probably Luke of the Sun God Church. He put Shenu in danger and threatened Ayula. But if there are two, is the other one a warrior from the Red Mystery Tribe? The powerful people, somewhere other than the Earth mentioned by Soren, would have meant the subjugated Jito and his subordinates. Recently, due to the subjugation of the true demon realm, the enemy tribe has not been able to pay proper attention. They are waging war against the Lutheran Federation without touching our territory. Currently, Kiliak has blockaded the entire Federation, making it more difficult than ever to collect information on the enemy clan. Of course, if you put in the best effort from Yona and other unknown people, you would be able to get proper information, but Yona was still tracking and monitoring Kinzalo. That was the reason I couldn't be here with you right now. Whether he is a Jiakmyong or whatever, he is also a changer, so he must always be on guard. Yes, I felt it keenly when fighting Paelito. He was a much more difficult opponent than Zito. Jean resealed Soren's letter. I will prepare a reply right away, so take a break and wait. I think I have a lot to say in this letter too. Especially about Ganesto. My father doesn't seem to know that Joshua and other dead brothers are resurrected and active with the power of Ganesto. LLS, that really true? That's right. According to the contents of the letter, it is true that Lokia Ganesto betrayed Runkendal 1,000 years ago. And even now they are still working in secret and threatening us. I have to tell the matriarch quickly. Please let me know when your answer is complete. Afterwards, Jean filled out the letter papers for a full 5 hours. I felt like I was releasing the knots that had accumulated from my previous life. There was so much I wanted to say, not just the current status of Ganesto, the current Jito, and the family. Then I'll see you again next time, Sagaju. The Khan loaded up on dry food and mounted his horse. Those foods would be the sweetest entertainment for the expedition members. I'll be waiting in anticipation. Khan smiled and turned his horse towards the Black Sea. Jeep Draka. Kiliak was looking down at his territory, which he had regained after a long time. The entire garden was covered in corpses, blood, and flames. The corpses were all from the Jiakmyong tribe. The wizards trembled as they recalled the inaction of Kiliak and Ilona, who burned them all in an instant. Even after securing Ilona, we were having a hard time not being able to properly deal with even one of these guys, Baradin. Considering the expectations we placed on that guy, I can't help but feel deplorable, Kiliak said in a dry voice. Octavia and Ronald Satrin were standing next to him. Octavia's face still showed confusion about Kiliak's return, but not Satrin and Ronald. They were naturally assisting Kiliak as if he had been ruling Ziffel all along. Ronald, please speak, matriarch. I have read all of Baradin's actions that you recorded. There were more than one disappointing part in that part. It's because I didn't properly assist you. It's not a problem because that's not what you and Satrin's role was in the first place. Rather, Baradin failed to use you properly. Ronald and Satrin. Kiliak raised them as tools to be completely subordinate to the family. No matter who the head of Ziffel was, Ronald and Satrin always existed as loyal secret weapons. Therefore, now that Kiliak has returned, they are showing their loyalty to Kiliak, whom they called a traitor with a nonchalant expression. It didn't matter to them who the head of the family was. Even if the illegitimate child of a collateral family that had been abandoned in an orphanage a long time ago suddenly became the head of the family, the two would have behaved the same way. Only Kiliak himself knew that fact. He originally tried to live forever by taking on Baradin's body, and in the same way, he later tried to use his children to rule as the head of Ziffel forever. That's why people like Ronald and Satrin were needed. Mindless monsters who are only blindly loyal to their family and matriarch. That was also the reason why the two people took a different attitude from Octavia during the tower runaway in the past story. At that time, Octavia shouted that Baradin must be saved even if the family suffered a severe blow, and Ronald and Satrin argued that Baradin should be given up. It was okay to change the head of the family, but the family line could not be changed. By now, Baradin would have handed over to Runkendal all the secrets that only the matriarch could know. So first of all, we must first make the critical information meaningless. What can we do? The shrine will be moved. Starting today, you two will eliminate all level 2 and lower managers. Additionally, all level 1 and higher managers must be individually isolated. All right. What should we do with the living golems currently remaining in the Holy Land? They are weapons that would be unfortunate to be culled. As soon as Ilona has time, we will manipulate and recycle all of her memories. So until then, provide just enough nutrients so that she does not lose her function. I will do it. Octavia was unable to properly hide her complicated feelings that were difficult to describe. It was not easy for her to understand Ronald and Satrin's accustomed attitude of following Kiliak's orders, as well as Kiliak's bold actions upon his return. So, for a month now, Octavia has been unable to organize her thoughts. Kiliak has not yet given any special orders to Octavia. Octavia. Yes. It seems like it's still difficult for you to call me matriarch. Aren't you glad I'm back? That's not it. However, it is true that it is confusing. The matriarch has always been looking forward to that child Baradin taking his place as the successor. Right? That was until he hit me in the back. Of course, it is true that Baradin betrayed the head of the family. However, that makes it even more difficult for me to understand. It looks like Ronald and Satrin were thoroughly trained by the head of the family in the first place. But not me, right? Kiliak smiled softly. What do you want to say? It means I don't know why you don't punish me. No matter what the situation was, I have always been loyal to Baradin, who pushed out the head of the family. It's funny. In a way, Baradin was just an experiment for you. He was a precious experiment for all of us. It's like the experimenter swore allegiance to the test subject. Please tell me why you are not punished. Any family head I know would have purged me, or manipulated my mind like they did to Lord Ilona and the demon lords just now. You're overestimating yourself, Octavia. Octavia's eyes widened. Since I came back, you have never properly rebelled against me. Even when some foolish and weak people who followed Baradin attacked me, sacrificing their lives, you stood by without being able to organize your position. That's why I keep you alive. Yes. It may mean that it is not worth killing for, and it may also mean that you may still have something left to devote to your family. Or it could be a recognition of merit. In any case, you have been raising the family with me for a long time. I can't understand anything more. What on earth do you want me to do? Octavia, you were the second in command who was not revealed to the outside world until a few years ago. At the time, the deputy head was Andre, but those in the know recognized that you were the actual second in command. But have you ever thought why that is? Why did I bother to put Andre in front of me and hide you? I think it was because Andre was a more disposable hand than me. Exactly. But there is one blind spot. That doesn't mean you were worth more to me than Andre. You were a hidden second in command because you could not do things like Andre. Kiliak turned around and made eye contact with Octavia. Andre was a shallow and mediocre guy, but he was also an excellent conspirator. No matter how dirty, tried and continued my dirty experiments, there was no need to explain it to Andre, because he always understood me. Ah! On the other hand, what about you? When we were conducting all kinds of experiments, including Sandra and Baradin, you participated in all the evil deeds. However, you always showed an ambiguous attitude with an uneasy expression on your face. There was no effort to cross the line or not to cross it. I was standing in a gray area, rationalizing that it was all for the good of the family. Octavia could not help but be shocked. Kiliak wasn't wrong. What happened when Baradin betrayed me? After stopping Baradin's rampage several times, you eventually began to follow the boy's orders. It's the same now that I came back from hell. You are still standing in a gray area, confused. That's why you didn't become a patriarch like Andre. Octavia's whole body was shaking. As the head of Jeep, she has participated in more experiments and evil deeds than anyone else, but has never been treated as a reliable accomplice to Kiliak. Nevertheless, you had magical talent that far surpassed Andre's, and you were ready to throw your life away at any time for Ziffel. In other words, I would say that his military power and loyalty are great, but his determination is lacking. Then the reason the matriarch kept me alive, I guess it's because she wants me to cross the line from now on. Like Andre, who died like the head of the family. Well, you can't be that kind of person by nature, so don't overdo it. However, my position is that the family needs at least one talented person like you. The boiling sense of shame made me vomit. The inside I had believed to be hard and cold was shaking like rotten porridge. As Kiliak said, Octavia had always had a negative attitude toward the experiment. All those ugly things were covered up as being for Jeep. The truth that had been ignored for so long was strangling Octavia's throat. So from now on, you just have to do what you have been doing in the gray area. I will make all the decisions and decisions. As long as you don't betray me like Baradin. You can live as the ghost captain of Ziffel forever. Octavia couldn't choose an answer. Just as I was thinking that maybe it would be better to die, Kiliak saw clearly what was going on. Oh, if you're thinking of giving up on life, I won't stop you. Even if the performance is somewhat lower, it's okay to make it into a biological golem and use it. Kiliak walked up to Octavia and placed a hand on her shoulder. It would be nice if I could avoid doing something cruel like that to my younger brother again. My head is spinning, so I'll just go back and rest for today. If you wish, you can participate in organizing the people related to the Holy Land along with Ronald Satron. Or you could help Alona. I will take back what I said about being happy that the matriarch is back. It's not easy to face my true face, which I didn't know until I got older. I didn't know, little brother, that I would have to fall to such a low point and come back up again at an age that is often referred to as my last years. It's a shameful thing. I don't think Ronald and Satron will give me anything to do when it comes to clearing the shrine. I would rather calm down and support Lord Alona. Oh well. Among the enemy tribe, there are people who have to settle the matter with you. You can expect Alona to have almost found their base by now. Octavia bows her head and turns around. As her back disappeared beyond the door, Rhaegal came to see Kiliak. That friend of Kiliak looks a little unwell? No matter what, it's blood. Octavia even looks like me when I was young. There was a time when I was like Octavia. In the end, you will follow me. Well, that's probably true for my friend, but I'm a little anxious. Kids like that always end up in accidents. I saw a lot of kids like that in the Jinma world. Piloto was like that too. For now, just focus on injecting poison into Alona. Even if Octavia goes beyond my expectations, it won't be that difficult to control it. Uthrak, the fourth city of the Jiakmyong people. Gala, the great fighting king, was trembling as she received constant reports from her compatriots. Fortress 3 has been annihilated. Contact with Fortresses 5 and 7 has also been lost. We are in a situation where we are presumed to be annihilated. Compatriot Gala, you have to make a decision. If things continue like this, they will soon advance all the way to Usrock. The reporters' bracelets were constantly updating news screens. It was a video communication sent by those who had barely survived the invasion and were on the run. Ha ha ha! O compatriots of Uthrak, you must flee. Usrik's location would have been exposed. Unless the god of war returns, it is impossible to fight against him. Cheesy. Cracked. The screen inside the bracelet broke and the images and voices of the survivors were cut off. The last screen Gala and her staff saw was a compatriot who was communicating suddenly engulfed in flames. The fire was now reducing all the fortresses under Uthrog to ashes. The Jiakmyong tribe had found and burned all the fortresses and troops waiting in the passages to attack the imperial family. It was Alona's fire. She single-handedly goes underground and wipes out the enemy tribes. Compatriots, fellow countrymen. What the FCK is this? You mean they even made a map of the underground? Gala screamed, grabbing her head as if she was going to tear it out. Even though he had not yet engaged in direct combat, his eyes were red and bloodshot from shock. It was difficult to control my embarrassment and anger, and I didn't know what decision to make. Compatriot Simit, are you still unable to properly contact your fellow Simit and other Deatu King compatriots? The reporters nodded heavily. Communication difficulties were continuing. It is unknown what Alona has done, but she is almost completely isolating Uthrog and its fortresses. Communication with the fifth city was only intermittent, and the conditions were so poor that smooth communication was impossible. He deliberately made sure that only the fortresses connected to Usrock occasionally had perfect communication. Moreover, even that is just to show the surviving compatriots being killed while running away. They're trying to make us scared. Crack. Gala gritted her teeth and glared at the turned-off screen. The Jiakmyong people have suffered so much humiliation since they were released from the seal and reappeared on Earth. Simit and his party, who were the first to wake up, had to meet Jean and suffer humiliation. Afterwards, both King Rekiman Hog and Dreghorn suffered bitter defeats from the Bamel alliance. In particular, the biggest humiliation was that Dreghorn, who could supply a large amount of blood, died in the process. As a result, the Jiakmyong tribe lost the initiative in the alliance with the imperial family, and was forced to give up Huffister and obtain nourishment only from Rudero. Even that could not be easily obtained. A Changseong wizard was suddenly added to Zippel, blocking the enemy's path. All of this was unthinkable in ancient times. The great red Myongs are being beaten here and there by humans and Melkas who are no bigger than insects. At that time, even the true demon world had to watch out for the red and blue Ming tribes in order to survive. No. We must not make mistakes again because we are drunk with old glory and anger. Whether Alona Ziffel is belittling us and scaring us or killing us like bugs, we must judge calmly like our Simit compatriots. Soon Gala made a decision. All compatriots below level 2 Tuong prepare to retreat immediately. Compatriot of the Great Fighting King. Then do the fellow compatriots of the Great Fighting King and the compatriots of Grade 2 or higher Fighting Kings plan to fight against him. It might be better for compatriots below level 2 Tuong to stay and buy time. No, we will retreat too. But there is no point in just walking away like this. If we form a good formation, including myself, it would be right for those who can fight him to some extent to confront him directly, obtain information, and then retreat. Some losses are inevitable, but with me at least 70% of my compatriots will be able to return alive. Gala believed she had made a wise decision. I am sure that even if Simit's compatriot were here, he would have made the same decision. I understand, fellow Fighting King. In that case, our strategists will remain in front of the portal after our compatriot's retreat ends and wait for our compatriot the Great Fighting King. I get it. As soon as the order was given, the relevant personnel began to prepare for a busy retreat. Once the fleet started moving, it would take approximately 3 hours to reach the portal leading to another city. Originally, when giving up on a city and retreating, the rule was to destroy the portal at the end. Bring the best blood left in the city. Distribute it to all combatants according to their level. The remaining Jiakmyong tribe brought the blood that had been stored in the warehouse. It was originally blood reserved for use in future battles with the imperial family. Due to this incident, it was inevitable that it would be delayed for the Jiakmyong tribe to loosen the leash of the imperial family. I wish you good luck, fellow fighting king. I apologize for leaving first. As soon as the communication interruption disappears, I will immediately request support from other Dea to king compatriots. Fleets within the city began to leave. The sight of hundreds of ships floating was a spectacle in itself. If there were no people like Ilona or Jean, this was a force that could have taken over a considerable area of Ince in an instant. We will now check how on earth he found out our location, and whether he has anything to do with the completion of the Demon God Stone. When the fleet disappeared from Usrock Fortress, a communication request suddenly came through Gala's bracelet. Gala hurriedly received the communication and launched a window on her bracelet. Gala? Ozan compatriot. Ozan Kam, he was a second-class fighting king of the Jiakmyong tribe, and along with Simet was one of the first among the Jiakmyong tribe to awaken from the seal. Unlike the other compatriots he communicated with earlier, he spoke a little slowly but had a calm expression. However, his eyes were open and he seemed to be in a daze, as if he was on drugs. What happened to my compatriot? What's the situation there? Is fort number 7 safe? Gala Toon. Ozan's voice was as hard as a machine, making Gala uneasy. There was something that looked like a tree trunk wrapped around Ozan's head. Do you think you can run away? Ozan compatriot, what are you suddenly saying? There's a lot of information in Ozan's head. Thanks to this guy, it's very easy to find and eliminate you. Goosebumps appeared on the back of Gala's neck. You can't believe it, Ilona Zippel. Puff. As soon as Gala answered, Ozan's body exploded and ash flew across the screen. Immediately afterwards, Ilona's expressionless face appeared. What kind of bullshit is this star doing? Gala Tun, the great fighting king who rules the 4th city of the Red Mystery Tribe Uthrock. What happened to the fleet you just escaped? Gala's eyes widened. The fleet should have already reached the portal safely beyond Gala's sight and senses. However, Ilona, who was much further away from the fleet than she was, already knew about the retreat. Gala reflexively launched another spear on her bracelet and requested communication with the retreating Japanese fleet. There was no response at all. The fleet has already been destroyed? Ilona nodded. There are useful parts of the fleet like this bracelet, so I didn't destroy them all. However, all lower enemy troops have been removed, as they are not of high use value even as biological golems at the moment. The moment the invasion of Usrock first began, Ilona used her infinite magical power to block communication throughout the entire region. The power of blocking of the true demon biceps family is reproduced purely through magical power. And Ilona used the holy water pipe to infiltrate the minds of the enemy tribes captured by Jeep. Seongsuguan's powerful mind control ability did not only apply to Ilona herself. She could also use the holy water pipe on others. Ilona invaded the Jiakmyong tribe based on the information she obtained. We confirmed the approximate location of each city and several passages from the low-level enemy tribes that Jeep had imprisoned, and detailed information was obtained from the enemy tribes we encountered in Usrock. Now the only area left for Ilona to eliminate in this area was Usrock Fortress. You. Gala glared at Ilona, shedding red tears. And suddenly I realized. The fact that the scenery seen behind Ilona as she walks is very familiar. She was already walking inside Uthrog Fortress. All the fighting kings on the watchtower and the outer wall were annihilated. While Ilona was infiltrating all the way here, Gala was unable to read her energy at all. Kwang dash. The main door of Songju's room was broken. At that moment Gala stood up and tried to punch forward, but the light magic poured from Ilona's staff was faster than her. Wow! The magical power of light shot like a spear penetrated Gala's red light heart. The fighting kings nearby also aimed at Alona, but they all fell down in vain from the shock caused by the explosion of the spear of light in Gala's chest. Gala had originally planned to launch a fortress attack immediately upon receiving the report that Alona had arrived. But the calculation was wrong from the beginning. Even if she was fully prepared and fought after transforming into a castle painting, Gala could not be Alona's opponent. Gala Tun, you must tell me now. Information about other Jiakmyong deity kings and their strongholds. She clutched her shattered light heart and tried to get up somehow, but the newly formed spears of light were already being driven into Gala's entire body like stakes. Patlok, the third city of the Jiakmyong people. Damn it! I can't believe that Gala's compatriots and Uthrog suffered so vainly, Reikuman Hog shouted. While the fourth city, Uthrog, was attacked, the remaining cities of the enemy clan were naturally put on the highest level of emergency. Each time communication with Usrok continued, the news delivered was despairing. The voices of compatriots being slaughtered by magic and fire were heard, and even the great fighting king Gala screamed, unable to hide his embarrassment. Because of communication interference, it was impossible to clearly understand what Gala and her compatriots were saying. However, it was certain that it was full of screaming and death. And the only enemy shown on the screen above the commander-level enemy bracelets was Alona Ziffel. Simit fixed his gaze on the window on the bracelet with a miserable expression on his face. The last communication Gala sent was being repeated on the screen. I thought it was encroached upon by Siang Seguan, but it is resisting stronger than I thought. Gala Tun, this kind of meaningless behavior will only tire you out. Whoosh, whoosh. Well, you probably won't be able to understand me anyway. The blurred video, along with the audio, showed fragments of the situation at the time. Gala rushed at Alona for a while and attempted to attack her randomly. My heart was broken, and I had lost my reason. Such an attack could not have been a threat to Alona. Alona spent her time leisurely blocking Gala's attacks by deliberately not cutting off Gala's breathing until the power of the holy water pipe completely engulfed her. It's finally quieted down a bit. So originally, I was planning to use the transformation called castle painting to buy time for my subordinates to leave. And this fortress was the air fortress that destroyed the first magic tower of Lilith Autonomous Region in the past. Kahak. It looks like there wasn't enough blood to use the air fortress. It would be a good trophy. That was all the communication left on the bracelet. I'm sure there was more back and forth, but I couldn't make out the rest due to communication disruption. Alona Ziffel has the ability to disrupt communication and dimensional travel. Just like the great powers of the pre-seal era, it is highly likely that they learned it during their recent battle with the Jinma realm. And this communication was probably delivered when Alona Ziffel was unable to completely control communication interference for a while dealing with her compatriot Gala. Simit focused more on the abilities Alona showed than on Gala's end and Uthrog's destruction. Witnessing the deaths of our compatriots was incomparably painful, but if we did not respond immediately, other compatriots would do the same. Reikuman, compatriots, we must fight. Reikuman's eyes widened. Compatriot Simit, what does that mean? At the emergency meeting held after the situation broke out, it was our compatriot who insisted that reinforcements should not be sent to Usrok. Reikuman shouts, glaring at Simit as if he is going to kill him at any moment. As he said, Simit vehemently opposed the opinions of the other great fighting kings to support Usrok in the communication meeting that had just taken place. The great fighting kings were of the position that no matter how strong Alona was, it made no sense to remain silent out of fear of one person who entered the main camp alone. If the air fortresses move at the same time, it is possible not only to block Alona but also to kill her. However, Bakarun, the current supreme commander of the Jiakmyong tribe, once again gave strength to Simit's opinion. Since Simit was suddenly saying that he had to fight again, Reikuman naturally wanted to kill him. You're right. As for Alona, I still don't think we should fight. No, on the contrary, after seeing the communication left by fellow Gala, I feel more confident. I don't know what happened in the true demon world, but Alona Ziffel is currently stronger than we ever knew. Moreover, It appears that an extremely powerful level of mind controllability has been added. So what does that mean we have to fight against? It's the imperial family. In my opinion, we, the Red Ming clan, should immediately lead our entire air fortress and troops to attack the imperial family. What? What kind of bullshit are you talking about? Right now, even Gala's compatriots were so low on blood that they were beaten by Ilona before they could even activate the air fortress. If we make the compatriots of level 2 Tuong and below into the immortal army, and add the blood of the Qingmiang tribe currently remaining in Partlock, then Partlock can be put into operation immediately. You crazy bastard! We, the Jiakmiang clan, avoided doing such things as much as possible even when we were Daebong. Reikiman ended up hitting Simit in the face. However, Simit continued talking without changing his expression. Also, the first city's air fortress can be operated in that way. After activating 2 air fortresses at once, immediately occupy the main royal base and secure the buried Qingming people they had hidden. The remaining 2 airways will also be operational. The ancient Jiakmiang tribe originally had a total of 6 air fortresses. 5 fortresses ruled by the great fighting kings and a flying fortress dedicated to the fighting gods. However, among them, the whereabouts of Tushan's air fortress are currently unknown, and Gala's USU became a trophy of Jeep a while ago. Simit was convinced that if things continued like this, all remaining air fortresses would fall into the hands of Zippel or the imperial family, and the enemy clan would be destroyed. We must first use all 4 air fortresses to reverse the relationship with the imperial family. Afterwards, we will somehow find the Tushan brothers while Ziffel and Runkendal keep each other in check. I'm so shocked I can't speak. Okay, let's say you do as your compatriot says. But what on earth do you believe? What do we believe in and make such a gamble by turning our innocent compatriots into immortal soldiers and consuming all of the saved blood of the Qingming people? There is no confirmation that there are Qingming people buried in major royal strongholds. Who? Reikiman compatriot. Simit sighed and made eye contact with Reikiman. At that moment, Reikiman felt intimidated for some reason and almost took a step back. It was almost as if I was looking into the eyes of an angry warrior from the past. It's just a choice. Either die slowly and die or take a gamble that still holds out hope. Would you want to turn your compatriots into immortal soldiers? Obviously, we decided to attack the imperial family at a meeting right after Lord Baccarin woke up, and we moved right away, but our enemies are moving faster than that. The Bumul Alliance's strength was increased by Jin's rise to the castle and the returning expedition, and Ziffel even became stronger thanks to Ilona's awakening. The sudden return of Kiliak and the change of head of the family again was just bad news for the Jiakmiang clan. Kinzalo didn't have anything particularly outstanding after the subjugation of the Jinma realm, but his strength was proven simply by the fact that the above-mentioned forces did not mess with him carelessly. On the other hand, the Jiakmiang tribe lost Gala, her entire fleet, and even the air fortress USU in an attack that started out of nowhere. Even at the stage when he had decided to betray the imperial family and was preparing step by step. Did you say that there may be no Qingming blood in the imperial royal base? You're right, but at that time all you have to do is take the blood of the imperial bastards themselves. There is a future only if we somehow subdue the imperial family and find Tushan's whereabouts. If we stick together with all our might, will it be easy to defeat the imperial family, the Bumul Alliance, or Zippel Kinzalo? Only Riki could not show his anger any further. Even if we take away the illusion that he felt the dignity of surrendering himself to Simit, the opinion itself was not without truth. Maybe Ilona is already on the move. It's already been an hour since this communication arrived, so it wouldn't be surprising if Patlock Fortress was in the same situation as Usrak right now. Besides, this place is closest to Usrak. I understand, fellow Simart. First, let's contact our Baccarin compatriots. A red light spread across Reikiman's bracelet and a spear appeared. Compatriot Reikiman. Could it be that there was another call from Usrak? Compatriot Baccarin. Simit has something to say. Tell me. Simit calmly expressed his opinion to Baccarin for a while. Baccarin also seemed displeased with the part about turning his compatriots into immortal soldiers. But as soon as the story was over, he decided to accept Simit's opinion. Better do it right now. Even the time to talk about details feels dangerous. So where did you choose the initial invasion area? This is Firel and Maesel. When the imperial family provided us with Qingming blood, they mostly delivered it through Pyrol. And Maesel, according to the information I have gathered so far, is likely to be the emperor's residence. Firel and Maesel were both ancient cities of small beastmen. Among them, Pyrol was the area where Orgel came to meet the Jiakmiang tribe and dealt with Manav and his Magian people. At the time, all the demons had completed weapons based on the information left in Timar's body, but Orgel had not yet properly shared that information with Jean. I get it. Our first fortress Pibalak will go immediately to attack Maesel. It will take about an hour to operate the fortress. Stage 1 is a success as long as Alona Ziffel doesn't hit a partlock in it. Then let's start preparing here too. Reikuman was not dissatisfied with the two people making a decision without him, the owner of Partlock. The majesty I felt towards Simit was warning me that I should not do that. Except for strange and special cases such as Simit, the Jiakmiang people were a society in which subordinates always obeyed the orders of superiors. There was no one who objected to the sacrifice of becoming an immortal army to operate Partlock. The Jiakmiang people only shouted willingly, giving up their blood and lives. For the enemy's name, the red sky will return. The moment when the two air fortresses, Pivil and Partal, began to rise into the underground sky. The imperial family, who did not yet know about Alona's invasion, was moving the Qingming people buried to Pyrol just to give carrots and sticks to the Red Ming people, Patlock and Pibalak. While the two fortresses were preparing to operate their air fortresses, Alona did not attack the two fortresses. This was because time was needed to organize the information obtained from Gala. The reason why the imperial family did not expect the Jiakmiang tribe to betray at this moment was no different. First of all, the imperial family realized Alona's corruption relatively late. Among the forces that went directly to hell, only those who directly fought with Kiliak were able to immediately see that she had changed. Of course, Alona immediately followed Kiliak's orders to eliminate the Proberidan forces within Zippel and announced to the world that Luther's power structure had changed, but it was difficult for anyone to predict that he would immediately attack the enemy clan. Moreover, the fact that Alona gained the ability to mind control through the Holy Water Pipe was only assumed by the Bamul Alliance, which possesses a record wizard. The imperial family only knew that Alona sided with Kiliak and became stronger. The part and fleet above the third city were preparing to jump into space. The flying fortresses of the Jiakmiang tribe are shaped like giant tops. It had gun ports on all sides that exceeded those of a flagship-class ship, and its sharply carved lower part seemed capable of trampling any solid ground. For the enemy clan, it was a fight that could possibly be the final battle. There was not even the slightest guard force left in the city, and all of the enemy clans that had not become immortal were aboard Part 50 and his subordinate fleets. Now I can only hope that my compatriot Simit's judgment was right. Simit nodded with a determined face at Reikuman's words. The deaths of our compatriots in Gala and the 4 cities will not be in vain. We will soon be able to meet our compatriots who committed suicide. At first he objected, saying it was crazy, but once the work began, Reikuman was thrilled by his increased power through the sacrifices of his compatriots and the power source of the Partal that was activated for the first time. The Partal was trembling as if it was about to annihilate any and all enemies at any moment. Although it was limited to operating at 50% power for about 3 hours due to lack of blood, it was enough to make the enemy clans expectant. Open the portal! When Reikuman shouted, the central part of Part 50 opened like a mouth. The power source, which looked like a red sun, was clearly revealed. The moment when the power source was revealed was the moment when the air fortress became weak. Except during such large-scale dimensional movements, the power source was never revealed to the outside world. Pa! A huge beam of light poured out from the power source. The beam of light moved like a brush, drawing a square and forming a portal. Coordinates Firel. The invasion begins. Fleets led by Part 50 began to fly beyond the portal. Currently, the only forces that can use this large-scale spatial movement are the Red Myongs Kinselo and Silcia of the True Demon World. It would take much more time to hit the ground where there are no coordinates, but 10 minutes was enough to travel through the middle world. Without warning or warning, The sky of the small town of Pyrol was turning red as if blood had spread. In the past, when the ancient Ming dynasty conquered the underground, the phenomenon of the sky turning red was a symbol of destruction. This means that the enemy's flying fortress will appear. What kind of nonsense are these crazy Jiakmyong people doing? Man of Viment. He who was one of the emperor's limbs along with Vival Viment could not help but look up at the sky and open his eyes wide. He wasn't embarrassed at all when Orgel came to him out of nowhere not long ago. But this was the most shocking moment in his life, which had lasted more than 10,000 years. I knew they were preparing for betrayal, but already, the imperial family had been under the illusion that they were completely controlling the Red Ming tribe. In particular, the blood supply has been carefully controlled to ensure that they never operate an air fortress at will. You crazy people used the blood of our allies. There was no case in which it was operated at the expense of compatriots. The imperial family had thought that the decision to sacrifice their compatriots to operate an air fortress could only be made by the Jiakmyong tribe when they were on the verge of destruction. Manav hurriedly jumped out the window and looked around the city. Demons were seen busily carrying the bodies of the buried Qingming people. Some demons with egos stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the sky. Oh no! If these fall into their hands. The third city's air fortress Part 50 is getting closer to perfection. If even one of the terrible weapons that terrified all creatures living underground in ancient times was completed, it would be a difficult problem for the current imperial family to handle. Coincidentally, today was the day when the imperial family moved the largest number of buried Qingming people to Pyrol. Recently, Eltiot, a warrior from the Chongmying tribe, was regaining his cognitive abilities, so it was necessary to hide the buried people from him. Since the buried Chongmying tribe had to support the enemy tribe little by little anyway, the plan was to store them in Pyrol for a while, and then divide them into each base after today. In the end, that choice ended up being the worst move. The moment Manav's mind went blank, the enemy tribesmen were screaming in excitement. Well, the Qingming people. How much of that sweet Qingming blood is there? Simart, compatriot, look over there. It's a number you can't even count with your eyes. Reikuman raised his voice almost like a child. Simit also patted his chest and checked for the buried Qingming people. He thought he would find at most 500 buried people, but it wasn't that many. At first glance, there were more than 5,000 people buried. Moreover, there must be more people buried within the city. I heard there is something called a lottery in the human world, fellow Reikuman. With extremely low odds of great wealth, we have won the lottery. Ha 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 ha. Of course, the more buried people being transported means the more mines there are. However, the enemy tribes did not even pay attention to the demons who were just entering their battle stance. It may be a close combat, but as long as there was an air fortress, the demons were nothing. High-ranking imperial official Manav Viment has been confirmed. Reikuman compatriots command. I will definitely capture you alive. He probably knows the power of Pardal, so he won't even think about resisting. You probably want to escape somehow using the demons as a shield. Destroy his hopes immediately. Enemy name. As Reikuman said, Manav was preparing to run away. As Pyrol was one of mine's main research sites, it was well equipped with a self-destruct device. All I had to do was set the self-destruct and take the pre-installed portal. However, if it were possible to escape from the air fortress so easily, the powerful people of the ancient underworld would not have been so shocked. Ha ha ha! Manav ran toward the portal and suddenly felt out of breath. The moment they had already succeeded in making a space jump, the red mystery race spread the red brain waves throughout Pyrol through Part 50. The wavelength had a similar effect to Tessa's heavy pressure. Anyone who touches the wave becomes heavy and feels helpless. There were even two types of wavelengths. The other one had the effect of forcibly cutting off the power of the objects in question with a wave that neutralized equipment such as enemy communication devices and portals. Squeeze. Empty. Manav was frantically pressing the button that opened the walls of the fortress. The fortress and laboratory built by the imperial family in Pyrol was equipped with various devices that operated based on magical energy, but all of them failed. Fucking bastards! Since Manav knew the capabilities of the air fortress, he knew that it was actually already over. However, it was just difficult to accept being treated so vainly by people who thought they were dogs on a leash the whole time. They forcibly broke down several barriers and reached the room with the self-destruct device and portal, but they were already not functioning. It was the same even if Manav separately injected magic power. Damaged magic circuits could not be repaired in an instant. Manav couldn't see what was going on outside, but he could know. The air fortress portal and the main guns of the fleet would only deal with the demons without damaging the buried Qingming people at all. If Timar Vimant was here, it might have been possible to escape. After all, Timar is also in Maesel. No, it might be better to stay at Maesel. I don't know how they activated the air fortress to commit betrayal, but there's no way they would have attacked here and left Maesel where His Majesty was. As Manav expected, a red hell was unfolding outside the fortress. The demons were being oxidized by the tens of thousands of red rays that fell below the air fortress, and the Qingming people were being absorbed in real time. If we combine all of the Qingming people currently remaining buried in the fortress, there will be more than enough to fill party's power source. The remaining buried people will return to the other air fortresses of the Red Ming tribe in turn. Now all I can hope for is for those who hit Maesel to be punished by Her Majesty and Elthiat. After thinking that far, Manav took out a dagger from his pocket. But the hand didn't move. It was not because I was afraid of death, but because the concentration of red brain waves suddenly became explosively dense. No, Manav Vimant. The Melka people, who have been known since ancient times to be the best in terms of their persistent vitality, committed suicide. Before we knew it, Simit, who had escaped from the fortress, was approaching. The demons have already been completely eliminated. All the enemy tribes jumped off the fleet and were enjoying the blood festival. Simit, I didn't know you would hit us in the back at this point. It was even more unknown that the Melka tribe dared to treat the great Jiakmyong tribe like dogs even for a moment. Well, that would have been the greatest honor of your life. Soon Simit grabbed Manav's head. There is only one reason I saved you, Manav Vimant. What is it? Tell us the whereabouts of our fighter. I promise you on the honor of my enemy. Then I will not completely destroy your imperial family. Humph, does this mean you're going to use us like we've been using you guys? At those words, Simit smiled as if he was dumbfounded. Do you think we who have regained our strength will need help from the Melka people? It looks like you can still believe it, but unless big powers like Bamel and Lutero help you, this fight is over. What I mean is that I will leave behind at least one royal bloodline. Only one person survives living as a slave to the enemy clan. You Melka people are a people where survival itself is more important than how you live. At the time when Reikuman Part 50 successfully occupied Firel, Baccaran was also attacking Maesel in the same way. Encroachment of the battlefield through red brain waves followed by large-scale spatial leaps. In particular, Pivel was a weapon with far superior technology than Part 50, as it was an aerial fortress operated by the strongest deity king. Iran Beamant was staring at Maesel's red sky. I never thought I would see a sky like this in Maesel. The red thunder waves pouring down from Pivel were already painting the ground red. Like Firel, Maesel's communicators and portals all lost their functions. Negotiation will be impossible. There was no reason for the Jiakmyong people, who had planned and betrayed themselves from the beginning, to propose negotiations to the imperial family. Quaya! Favil and the fleet's artillery fire began to pour down. The demons, who rushed into battle stance, were unable to swing their swords even once and had no choice but to oxidize. The ancient Ming dynasty did not just conquer the underworld with the overwhelming force unique to their race. It was truly overwhelming technological power that made the Ming dynasty a symbol of fear at the time. To those Red Ming tribes, the imperial biological weapons were nothing more than crude weapons. It was neither extremely superior in combat ability nor superior intelligence. Nor was it something so special that it could not be replaced. Iran Vimant, the one who calls himself the Emperor of the Royalty Empire. You were lucky enough to have the opportunity to exploit the great enemy race, but all you did was create these crude weapons. Baccaran's voice was clearly transmitted from the bridge of the Fiville to the interior of Fort Maesel. Iran felt bitter water welling up inside him at those words. I thought I had completed a demon that could rival the forces of the great powers on Earth, but by the standards of the enemy clan in its prime, it was just a failure. I forgot about it for a moment because I defeated them so easily. What was the Jiakmyong tribe? It would not be lacking to say that the status of the Jiakmiang tribe and the Melka tribe at that time had a bigger gap than that between Changxiang and Pyongjiza. Although the Jiakmiang tribe had suffered the humiliation of being beaten by great powers ever since they were awakened from the seal, in essence, they were conquerors that would never be seen again in the world. When the Red Ming clan and the Qing Ming clan were at their peak, even all the demon gods of the true demon realm held their breath, and even the big snake Amaris tried to avoid an all-out war as much as possible. No, your majesty, it's my fault. If Manav and I had paid closer attention, they wouldn't have dared to betray us like they did now. By now, the Firal side where Manav is probably under attack as well. And today is the time when most of the Qingmiang people buried in Pyral were transported. We are even out of luck. Baival had nothing to say. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't think of a solution to overcome this situation. I will protect you. It was ridiculous to say impossible things. Baival, I guess only you and I will have to survive. Your Majesty? The other royal family members who were listening raised their heads. Aaron was thinking of abandoning them. To survive, no. It had to be done to increase the chances of survival even a little. Our grand plan failed. After today we will have to hide for a long time like before, looking for an opportunity. Until the enemy tribes that attacked us disappear and Ziffel and Runkendal are destroyed and forgotten by the world. But waiting is what we do best. Anything is possible as long as you have yourself, Baival, and Timar Vimant. It would be heartbreaking to finally throw away the opportunity to rule alone in a world that was just around the corner. But as long as I didn't die, I could dream again someday. The subjects looked embarrassed for a moment but then knelt down. Please preserve your body, your majesty. Please preserve the body. The subjects walked out of the fortress with their eyes wide open. Since they are all specially strengthened using Timar's information, they will endure a little longer than the demons and then die. Wake Elliot up and send him on a rampage. He will give us enough time to escape. Fortunately, the air fortress that hit this place seemed to be complete, but since it must have lacked blood, its operation time would definitely be limited. I think it'll be about 3 or 4 hours. Although his inaction was lower than when he was fighting before the ceiling, Elliot fundamentally possessed the power of creation. He would be able to tie down the air fortress and the fleet on his own for a few hours. I understand, your majesty. Baival walked towards Elliot's ceiling room. The emperor looked at mine Timar Vimant standing next to him. Timar Vimant, can you protect us? I will. It seems like you're not sure. It depends on how long Elliot holds out. It will be dangerous if he falls before the air fortress's firepower weakens. What if you awaken the memories left in your left arm? The real Timar Runkendal's left arm was Aaron's greatest hope. I'm not sure about that, because I don't know exactly what my original ability is. However, it is clear that it will be better than now. I see. Wow dash. Suddenly, the upper part of the fortress exploded, and a black and white thunderbolt erupted. The thunderstorm caused by Elliot's runaway instantly wiped out part of Baccaran's fleet that was weighing down the sky. Your Majesty, it is finished. Okay, let's go. Aaron and his party started running towards the back gate of the fortress. The underground passage had already been engulfed by the red brain waves and was no longer usable, so even if it was intact, it was meaningless. It is impossible to avoid detection by air fortresses. The decision was that it would be better to leave Maisel as quickly as possible through open ground while Elliot held out. If the escape is successful, it is not difficult to wait another long time. But if you get caught, you have to think about what you're going to do. The crisis will not end just because we run away from the enemy tribe now. The moment the current situation became known to the outside world, not only the Bamul alliance but also all major powers would hunt them down. Because everyone has a reason to have Timar's left arm. In that case, negotiations with the Bamul alliance will be completely impossible. And making a deal with Zippel is also dangerous. In the end, we have no choice but to rely on Kinjalo. It's funny. That's it. Red and blue lightning was constantly mixing behind the fleeing Aaron gang. As expected, as soon as Elliot left the ceiling room, he immediately caught Baccaran's attention. Even Baccaran could not help but be taken aback by the appearance of the Blue Light Clan warrior out of nowhere. Elliot. The Melka bugs even possessed the fighting spirit of Chongmying. However, he is in a bad condition. If we concentrate the firepower of Pivil and the entire fleet, we can easily suppress him. Bakarun, compatriot Aaron Viment, is on the run. Some of the fleet is chasing them. No, the biological golem, which is Aaron's bodyguard, cannot be dealt with by a regular fleet anyway. Don't worry about that at all. Just look at Elliot. If we can subdue Elliot's light heart without destroying it, then nothing can compare to that blood. Even the cool and calm Bakaloon could not hide his excitement. It was by no means impossible to recreate some of the true heyday of the Red Ming tribe if one could obtain the blood of the Qing Ming tribe's warriors. I understand, fellow countryman Bakarun. All main guns of the air fortress and fleet were aimed at Elliot. Enemy name. Enemy name. You guys. Even as Elliot lost his senses, he did not forget his hostility toward the enemy clan. Now in his eyes, Maesel Fortress looked like an old Qingming castle and the dying demons looked like Qingming brothers. If Elliot was in good condition, he would have been able to handle one air fortress by himself. However, it was too much for the current Elliot. The power emitted by Elliot was enough to turn the entire red sky into blue, but it was not sharp enough to corner Bakarun. The royal family who ran out to preserve the royal body had already been wiped out without a trace in the aftermath. Your Majesty, they are coveting Elliot. If things continue like this, we might be able to escape. If you go over just one plane, you will come across a portal that has not yet lost its function. However, Aaron and his group were overcome with a sense of discomfort. It was understandable that the Jiakmyang tribe wanted Elliot's blood, but I thought there was no reason to neglect them like this. That sense of discomfort soon became reality. Ah! Swa'aea. Suddenly, the ground on which Aaron and his gang were running collapsed like a pile of sand. Timar Viment protected Aaron by blocking the shock waves that suddenly spread from all directions, while Baival glared into space with a bewildered face. A huge red portal was opening beyond the plane. The reason the ground collapsed just now was because of the shock created when the portal opened. Pop heart. Baival let out a hoarse voice. From inside the portal, the flying fortress of the third city of the enemy tribe, Partal, was coming out. Why would your Bakarun compatriots leave you alone, Aaron? It was because we had already finished off Pyral and could come here. A huge window opened at the top of the Part 50, revealing Simit's face. Simit's face appeared in the window and looked down at Aaron and the others. Aaron and his gang had no choice but to stop in place. There was no answer even when there was only Pivil, so it was a moment when even a shred of hope disappeared. Even Part 50 was in a more stable state thanks to the blood of the Qingmyang tribe in Fyral. It seems like this guy has no intention of revealing our Tushan's whereabouts until the end, Simit said, lifting Manov's head. Manov used some of the Immortal Army's technology to remain alive even though only his head remained. Wow, your Majesty! Manov! Soon, Simit threw Manov's head somewhere and made eye contact with Aaron. Aaron Beamant, I certainly provided Manov with the opportunity for you to become our slave. But since Manov didn't open his mouth, it would be a good idea to become a slave with all four limbs intact. In any case, the whereabouts of the Tushan brothers can be found out little by little after leaving only your heads behind. As Simit grinned, Timar Viment drew his sword. Sus dash. Part 50 was spreading red brain waves. At the rear, the shock waves spread by Bakarun's fleet and Elliot continued to pour in, and everything else was blocked by Party's red brain waves. There was no escape route. Although Timar Viment's strength was at the level of a top superhuman, it was impossible to break through the two air fortresses. Even if Timar Viment fully awakened the memory of the left arm, the same would not have happened. Combat power will increase significantly once again, but Timar Beamant still cannot be a true spear. Horus gathered around Timar Beamant's sword. Reikuman looked down at Aaron and his gang and snorted. The world has become really strange. The bugs won't give up hope until the end. After today, our enemy will regain a normal world. Under the hostile sky, bugs will live as bugs. Compatriot Reikuman, it would be better not to destroy that biological weapon. Does this mean it seems worth researching? Simit compatriot. That's not it. However, the energy radiating from the left arm of that weapon is unusual. Especially Gene Runkind. I feel like it has a strange resemblance to his aura. There's a chance it has something to do with him. Reikiman did not complain about Simmet's words. Until now, listening to Simmet's words has never made things worse, and I was also bothered by the strange majesty I felt from him. Okay, I'll capture you alive. Gun barrels protruded from all over the front of the portal. As the cannons fired red arrows all at once, Timar Vimant swung his sword in excitement. The huge sword blade stretched out in a straight line, collided with the guns. At first, it seemed like the sword was devouring all the artillery fire and advancing to the portal, but it was immediately blocked by the second additional artillery fire. Your Majesty, please carry me on your back. Aaron rode on Bybal's back. Timar Vimant continued to run forward, firing sword energy wildly. Even if the escape route was completely blocked, there was no choice but to move forward. There's nothing else you can do. But the Jiakmyong people are not stupid. If the people who were supposed to be captured continued to struggle, all they had to do was destroy the road itself. Isolate them with artillery fire. Maesel is worthless as a city or a fortress anyway, so you can destroy it all. As Reikiman spoke, red brain cannons began to fall around Aaron and his group. The intention is to create a huge pit. In less than 10 seconds, the red artillery gun had formed a hole large enough for a particle to enter. Damn it! Bybal gritted his teeth as he fell down the pit. Timar Vimant tried to jump by stepping on the falling rocks, but each time the red brain cannon aimed at him precisely. If I had been alone, I would have been able to break through and come back to the ground. However, since we had to protect Aaron and Bybal, we had no choice but to fall together. The thick stone dust rising inside the pit obscured Aaron's group's vision. Meanwhile, enemy artillery fire continued to fall, so this was not a fight but more like a one-sided hunt. No matter how hard Timar Vimant and Bybal fight, there will be no way to get out of this pit. Their stamina was falling rapidly in real time, while not even a penny of the air fortress's power was being used. Ha ha ha! Bybal let out a heavy breath and looked at Timar Vimant. I could sense that Timar Vimant was agitated. It was not an emotionless doll, but its expression was contorted like a human. It was evidence that the memories in his left arm were being awakened. But Bybal also knew that it couldn't be much hope. That's why Aaron, riding on Bybal's back, was laughing. It was the empty laugh typical of someone who had completely given up. Puhu, that's it for now, Bybal. Look down on me. Your Majesty. In the beginning, I was born as the humblest being in the world and survived to witness the destruction and despair of many great people. But in the end, those who were born with the blessings of the sun at that time are floating in the sky again, and we are facing catastrophe in this dark underground. Aaron came down to the ground. Your Majesty, I can still fight. Yes, just fight fiercely and then self-destruct. They will try to capture us alive. You need to get information out of me, and I'm sure you know that your left arm is special. Timar Vimant nodded. Manav probably wanted to choose death too. The Red Mystery Tribe would have prevented it by increasing the concentration of red brain waves. Fortunately, we can choose death. If your left arm is destroyed, it will in itself be a measure of revenge on Runkindle. You won't be able to find the records of your greatest ancestors. Your Majesty. Bybal held back his tears and looked at Aaron. It's a little disappointing that I'm leaving without being able to do much damage to Jeep. I had to secure their precious things somehow. They are the ones who have blocked the growth of our empire for the longest time. Kududuk. The walls of the pit were collapsing from the red artillery fire. Sometimes a glimpse of blue lightning appeared between the red brains. This meant that Elliot was working hard, but it was only a matter of time before he collapsed. Soon, Timar Vimant was about to start self-destruct by raising his energy. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice reached the ears of Aaron and his gang. Ah, fortunately, you arrived in time, Priest Luke. Sana, a sun goddess shaman. She was just coming out of a portal that had formed in the pit. Standing next to him was Luke, the high priest of the sun god religion, an old warrior god of the Mayan dynasty. And as soon as Luke appeared, the red brain cannons that had been continuously firing into the pit suddenly stopped moving. The enemy tribe did not notice something strange and stopped firing for a moment. The brain energy released by Luke tied up the falling red brain cannon. The red brain cannons tied to the brain machine shook for a moment and then went out like candles. I am Sana, a priestess of the Sun God Church. This is how I meet you, Aaron Beement. Sana said, slightly lowering her head. Ah, are you really here to save us? To be more precise, I should say that I came to get Timar Runkendel's left arm. First of all, I'm busy right now, so I'll talk to you later. Priest Luke, we need to open the portal again. So please buy us time. I understand. When Luke stretched out his hand, a great sword as large as his body was summoned. Does this mean that one more fighting spirit has appeared? Reikuman shouted and looked towards the battlefield towards Pivil. Elthiot was still dealing with Pivil. It's another person, compatriot Reikuman. They must be those from the Sun God Church. Wow, Simmet said, as if chewing. It was completely unexpected support for him. In the first place, the imperial family was an isolated force the moment the Red Ming tribe left. It was also at odds with all royal forces, including the Bamal Alliance and the Lutheran Federation and Kinjalo. I thought that if anyone would come to help, it would be Kinjalo, but it's the Sun God Church. Why on earth would they help the imperial family now? Could it be because of the left arm of that biological weapon? And did the relationship between the Sun God Church and Zippel end after Kiliak took power? Several assumptions came to mind in an instant. How on earth did the Sun God Church find out about the imperial family's crisis? What methods did they use to get here? And who is that monster? But there was also no time to think. The moment Reikuman and Simmet turned their gaze towards the pit again, Luke's greatsword was already tearing apart Party's shield. Squeak dash. As soon as the shield split, Luke bounced his body like an arrow in the air again, instantly narrowing the distance to the main body. Red brain artillery tried to intercept him, but it was extinguished in vain like a flying insect approaching a flame. Luke, the old warrior god of the Ming dynasty, was a person who was called the strongest before the class. He overpowered him in the dimension of Shainu, the god of fire, and even Ayula said that she could only face him if she was prepared. Every time Luke swung his sword, a thunderbolt that covered Pivil spread. Pivil's outer armor was tearing and bursting like soft skin. Compatriot Simmet, do you think it would be a good idea for me to go out and stop him for a while? No, fellow Reikuman. If you leave now, you will die. Simmet answered without thinking for a moment. But if things continue like this, there will be a blow to Part 50. That is better than losing a compatriot. Reikuman, all you have to do is fix the Pivil. More than anything, he probably won't be willing to fight us properly. The purpose of the Sun God Church is to save Aaron and his crew. Even if Luke was there was no reason to engage in an all-out war with two air fortresses. As long as the power source is good, minor damage can be repaired. If you deal with it properly, it will fall off on its own. They're obviously opening a portal. Simmet then picked up the communicator and informed Baccarin of the situation. We'll continue to take charge of this, so just focus on getting Elliot's blood. Sana, what happens to us now? While Luke was playing the parts, Baival opened his mouth. It's not that complicated, Baival. The two royal family members will now have to work for the Sun God Church. It's nothing special, you just have to survive. At our temple. What do you mean? What we need is not the imperial family's technological prowess or hidden tricks. Aaron and Baival themselves have no value. As I said, we just need Timar's left arm. However, Aaron would have taken measures to prevent this left arm from being used without his authentication. So I have no choice but to save Aaron as well. As you said, it is true that Timar's left arm cannot be used without my authorization. But why do you need Sana, Timar's left arm? When Aaron asked, Sana smiled coldly as if ignoring him. Aaron, do you know that Barasada is the key to unlocking the world's long-standing secrets? This is my first time hearing it. That's why his left arm was too much for you. You might have thought that this left arm was just a collection of all kinds of information. But that's the wrong approach. The value of Timar's body lies in being able to use Barasada properly. Opening that secret door is an authority given only to Timar. At that time Jean was sitting face to face with Luna in the training hall of Tychon Palace. "Look with your mind's eye, sister." As Jean spoke in a playful voice, blood spurted out on Luna's forehead. What? It's not time to get angry, sister. Look with your mind's eye and you will find the answer. This kid is real. I didn't know that this sister would repay you in this way for the mental eye training she gave you with so much care when you were a cadet. Jean burst out laughing as if he was satisfied with Luna's reaction. The reason these two people are at the training ground right now is no different. This is the letter Khan brought. In the letter, Soren told Jean to help Luna, so that she would experience a harsh defeat. However, since we were in a situation where we didn't know when a war would break out, we couldn't really mix swords. The two were sparring through meditation. Since both are Chongsung or equivalent, it alone can achieve a similar effect to real sparring, but it cannot be helped that it is disappointing. I think I can get there if I break through just one transparent thin wall. I'll probably have to cross something like the crossroads of life and death. But no matter how much you immerse yourself in meditation, it is difficult to embody the sense of crisis of an actual battle. All Changsungs who Jean witnessed or experienced that moment directly shared the same characteristics. Both Ron and Jean overcome desperate crises and reach great heights. Sister, I think it would be better not to be too obsessed with the sense of crisis. I heard that Sir Ron and I made it through the crisis to reach Changxiang, but my father and half-brother did not. And in my opinion, you look more like them than me or Sir Ron. But your father and your Ming Dynasty brothers must have overcome such crises several times. If I think about it, I have almost never experienced such a crisis in my life. I have never felt a serious threat to my life. It was true. Luna has lived as a wild beast with no natural enemies. Most of the time those people eventually encounter a huge wall and think that the sky is wide, but that didn't even happen to Luna. Even the stronger people around me, such as Soren, vaguely felt like people I could reach someday in my life. The same thing happened when I thought about my youngest brother who was right in front of me. It can be said that he went through a period of crossing the line of duty in the Black Sea, but even during that time Soren and the former Black Knights were always by his side. It was only then that Luna was protected by others for the first time. Until I went on an expedition to the Black Sea with my father, I had never felt a crisis, and even though the situation in the Black Sea was really bad, it all felt like a crisis that could somehow be overcome. During the war against the Jinma realm not long ago, there wasn't any dangerous moment at all. Well, that's right. Do you know when the biggest crisis in my life was when I think about it? That was the day I saved you from Andre Zippel, youngest child. At that time, I was a bit overworked with cutting down the demon stone, so I ended up getting your help. Jean recalled the memories of that day for a moment. After hearing those words and looking back, I don't think it was a big deal to you. You would have survived just fine even if I hadn't helped you at the end. That's right. Of course, if it weren't for you, I would have been a little hurt. This is why Soren said Luna needed a harsh defeat. Climbing the castle without losing was only possible if you had a great godlike status like Alona. In the first place, Alona had no other name, so she was called Changxiang, but she was closer to a god who had the will of the sun god. Of course, you'll need that kind of experience to reach Changxiang. A narrow walk between life and death. However, you can't really spar just because you want to do that kind of training, and you can't put Luna in danger by deliberately pushing her into the enemy camp alone. How about first understanding the limit on the number of red energies more completely? You can practice using the red power even without a sparring partner. I'm thinking about that too. If anything, the rush of red energy could be considered a crisis. Ugh, but that doesn't mean that even this is absolutely impossible to control. Damn, it's frustrating. The moment Luna shouted that Amaris came to the training ground. You sound like you're full Luna, Mr. Amaris. Haha, that's right. Don't think too hastily. This body does not act impatient even though it has lost much of its old strength, so imitate it. I will do so, Amaris. But what brought you here? I came here because I felt like I had something to tell Jean. Luna, you too don't lose your strength and just listen. What does it say, Amaris? It appears that some powerful beings are currently fighting near the Bangma wall. Yes. Underground? Could it be that there were remnants of Jito left in the Jinma world? That can't be possible. Amaris shook her head. That's not it. The battle took place in the middle floor, not completely underground. It was a bit confusing at first, but it became clear a little while ago. Although most of the sense of the heyday that had spread throughout the surface and underground was lost, the battle that spread to the middle floor of Maesel was a battle so big that even the current Amaris could feel it. Then it must be the Jiakmyong tribe. This body thinks so too, Jean. However, I am still trying to concentrate and read the battle situation, but it seems that the energy of the enemy tribe is not the only one. I don't know if it's Jeep's powerhouse Kinzalo or something else. I'll have to go and check it out myself. What the enemy is doing. Yes, it could be a big opportunity or it could be a risk. I guess we can leave the ground to Murakan for a while, and the two of us can go back together. Jean immediately informed the leaders of the situation and headed to Red Owl. Amaris continued to focus on her senses near the Bangma wall and grasped its approximate location. Valeria found the coordinates of the location while listening to Amaris' explanation. If you set the coordinates as Amaris explained, you will find an uninhabited island in the North Sea of the Lutheran Federation. An uninhabited island in the North Sea of the Lutheran Federation. It was a space used as a hiding place by the imperial family until its collapse. Below the uninhabited island there are several underground passages used by the ancient Qingming tribe, and through them the imperial family has been hiding from the great powers of royal power. Luthero Federation is a sensitive issue. If my youngest and I go there and get involved with other people, a war could start. It's okay, sister. It is unlikely that troops will be stationed on this uninhabited island anyway. If there are any, just remove them all and that's it? That's right. If there is a military presence, it means that the uninhabited island is one of Jeep's secret agencies, so it's not that bad. Although it seems like it's just an abandoned, uninhabited island. It is too far from the central areas directly managed by Jeep. That is correct. Let's go, youngest. Jean and Luna Amaris boarded the Red Owl. In an instant, the Red Owl dropped the three people on an uninhabited island in the northern part of the Luthero Federation. When we arrived, it looked like an abandoned island, just as Jean had expected. There were no federal troops to be found. However, the three people could smell the faint scent of blood floating around the island. It was a smell that only someone with extremely developed senses could smell. This is. Following the scent of blood, a cave was revealed, and the inside of the cave was decorated in the Beeman style. This was the imperial family's hideout. Abandoned? The smell of blood comes from this room. Is this the body of an ancient Ming dynasty? When Luna opened the door on the wall, the sealed bodies of the buried Qingming people appeared. The cave was equipped with several devices and organs that Jean and Luna had never seen before. However, Amaris immediately recognized that it was an ancient item. Luna, that's the body of a Qingming tribe. Seeing these brings back some memories. Jean, these are devices that open passages used by the Qingming tribe. And as soon as I got here, the battle felt more intense. Now Jean and Luna were also feeling the violent vibrations coming from the middle basement level. This body will control the devices here. You two go ahead and go. Amaris said as she touched the stone statue in the center of the cave. The ancient letters engraved on the statue were moving back and forth following her hands. I understand, Amaris. If you stand here, the device will send you straight to where the battle occurred. Let's see. Maesel. Yes, there was a city like Maesel. It seems that the imperial family was attacked by the Red Ming tribe. The imperial family must have been using these Qingming corpses to do business with the Red Ming tribe. Soon as Jean and Luna stood on the circular ancient text drawn on the floor, the devices resonated and a spatial leap began. A blue passage opened beneath the ancient text and the two people were sucked into it as if they were falling. The two were able to reach Maesel's immediate vicinity. Originally, it should have been moved directly to the interior of Maesel Fortress rather than to the nearby plains, but the red brain waves emitted by the enemy tribe's air fortresses were impeding the spatial jump. However, even though it was quite far away, it was possible to see at a glance what the situation was like in the city of Maesel. This was because the entire sky was filled with red and blue thunderbolts. The red thunderbolts are spread by the enemy's air fortresses and ships and the blue thunderbolts. Jean shifted his gaze to find the owner of the blue thunderbolt. He was dealing with an air fortress in the back, and even though it was my first time seeing him, I knew who he was right away. Luke, an old fighting god of the Netherworld clan. The high priest of the sun god religion that Ayula told us to be wary of. It's definitely him. It's him after all. But there's another guy who uses a blue brain flag. Who is that? Elliot. He was enduring Pivil's bombardment with his entire body covered in wounds. It looked like he was going to collapse at any moment, but although Luke was much more relaxed, he didn't seem to have any intention of helping him. First of all, since the enemy tribe is trying to kill them, it is clear that they are their enemies, and seeing as Luke doesn't care at all, it seems that he is not an ally of the Sun God Church. In that case, it would be a good idea to first rescue that friend and listen to the situation. That's how I see it, sister. Let's go. Jean and Luna held their swords. At the moment when both Sigmund and Krantel's weapons were imbued with aura and magic energy, everyone on the battlefield was able to sense the energy of the two people. It was a power that anyone, even ordinary people, could feel, even if they were not as proficient as Luke. As soon as the two increased their strength, the entire battlefield was shaking as if it would collapse. This is Jean Runkendal? Could it be Jean Runkendal and Moby Dick? Why the authors? The Fighting Kings and Luke turned their heads at the same time. Jean and Luna's participation in the war was something no one expected. The ceaseless bombardment from the air fortress and the fleet stopped for a moment, and the thunder energy and sword energy emitted by Luke subsided. Everyone except one had stopped fighting and were paying attention to the strongest sibling. Ka-ah! Only Elliot was roaring without paying attention to Jean and Luna. He was panting heavily and bleeding all over his body. If the siblings hadn't appeared, Elliot would have been captured by the enemy tribe soon. Although it was essentially a spear castle, it was impossible to deal with the air fortress in its current state. Jean, and for some reason I feel a familiar energy. This is definitely Runkendal's energy, Luna said, narrowing her eyes. As soon as I felt the energy of Runkendal, my murderous intent soared. Yes, I felt it too. There is no way there is a traitor. The body of Timar held by the imperial family is an arm. 8. Yes, it is the left arm. As you may already know, the imperial family is trying to complete the magic of demonization through this. How did you know they had a left arm? Because we have done business with the imperial family. As we have seen, Timar Runkendal's body is in itself nothing more than a collection of information about magic from the golden age of the old world. Because the transaction went wrong, I didn't have a chance to analyze it properly. Jean immediately recalled a conversation he had with Margila in the past. It looks like the imperial family created a demon out of Timar's left arm. You bastards have gone way beyond the line. Still, saving that friend comes first, right? Yes. Mine is on Luke's side, so you have to push that air fortress in the first place to get to it properly. The siblings began rushing to the battlefield at the same time. At that moment, the battle began again. The fleet will continue to target Elliot. Pivel will support it and deal with Jean Runkendal and Moby Dick, Baccarin shouted. And Luke made a different decision. Anyway, even just those two will need time to break through the Pivel side's formation and get here. The shaman will open the portal inside again, so it would be best to keep focusing on the portal. First, Luna's red sword energy cut into the dizzyingly colored sky. The heart sword red moon spread across the battlefield like an unstoppable riptide, pushing away other energies and creating a path. Next, Jin's golden brain energy formed huge spheres following the trajectory of the red moon. Each and every one of the dozens of spheres of the golden cloud of the heavenly king's sword golden cloud was a thundercloud dropping lightning according to Jin's will. That's right, dash. Quad dud. As the spheres floating in all directions of the sky rotated and rained down golden thunderbolts, the protective shield of the enemy tribe's fleet was shattered in an instant. Red fragments of the shield were flying around randomly. Even before it was hit by lightning, the ship was seen crashing with sharp fragments of the shield embedded in it. But the red sword and lightning that continued before the fall was over seemed to have ended it anyway. However, the current Jiakmyang tribe is recreating its heyday. In the past, they might have been helplessly defeated by the two, but Baccaran's army, which was fully operational down to the blood scale, was called invincible in the past. We must block the approach of those who are loading the main gun at full output. Enemy name. The gun barrel protruded from the center of the pivot. As red thunderbolts gathered into the gun barrel, the space was distorted by its force, and some ships with broken shields were absorbed and melted as they could not overcome the force. You crazy people use weapons like that while killing our own soldiers? Luna took a stance to catch the gun. Sister, it would be best to approach while hitting that thing as much as possible. It was just as Jean said. Pivel's main gun resembled Ram's main gun used by the evil god in the past. Able to destroy a force with a single blow at any time and even kill a transcendent strongman. As soon as the gun exploded, the siblings felt their ears close and scattered to both sides. The expression avoid is only possible when there is space. Pivel's main gun literally covered the two men's vision completely in red. It's not at a level where you or I can't cut it if we face it head-on. But there's no reason to do that. Even in ancient times, the best opponents of air fortresses were overwhelmingly strong individuals like Jean or Luna. No matter how great the firepower is, the air fortress is ultimately slower than them. If they could close the distance by repelling the air fortress' merciless all-round attacks, someone would eventually have to come out and stop them. The siblings made a path by piercing the main cannon fire of Pivel, which was fired in succession. From time to time, golden energy and red sword energy broke through the red brain and poured out in all directions. It was the enemy fleet that took the hit each time. If it weren't for Pivel, the entire fleet would have been destroyed already. The siblings had already shortened the distance of several thousand steps by more than half. Do you continue to operate additional main guns, or do you think backwards and fight moderately? Baccaran thought for a moment and made a decision. I will personally step forward and protect Pivel. If you were a Baccaran compatriot or a Simit compatriot, you would say it is dangerous. Currently, communication is unstable, and we are unable to contact Part 50. Why don't you wait a moment until we can get in touch with your Simit compatriot? Baccaran shook his head at the words of his compatriots. It might be so if it were Reikiman, not me but my compatriot. But not now. If we continue to use the main gun at full power, we will have to fight until one side dies and we must win. But who can be sure of victory now? The Jiakmiang people who heard Baccaran's thoughts could not help but be shocked. Even though he had recreated his prime, the strongest fighting King Baccaran was considering defeat. Although the air fortress is great, Maisel now has two Changsongs, Luna and Eltiot. That guy from the Chongmyang tribe is not fighting Partel properly. It's probably because they plan to take the Emperor with them. However, if he joins the Bamul alliance, we may lose two more air fortresses before we can rebuild the Red Sky. Us has already been taken away by Ilona. If we lost any more important power here, our hard-won opportunity for comeback would have been in vain. Even if they won, it would only end up helping Zippel and other large powers. If we somehow manage to retreat with only Eltiot in hand, the original plan of betrayal will be successfully completed, and the enemy tribe will finally be able to stand in a similar position to their enemies. Baccaran thought so. Gradually lower the output of the main gun, but keep it high enough to drop them. Yes, Baccaran compatriot. Baccaran took the axe and went out of the bridge. He planned to tie Jean up with the main gun and deal with Luna. And one of Baccaran's unique abilities as a great fighting king was called Duel. It was an ability that could tie up one enemy by creating a bloody subspace in any melee. Baccaran quickly found Luna's location among Pivel's red brain artillery that had completely encroached on the front line. As soon as Baccaran used his unique ability, Luna suddenly felt the pressure from the main gun disappear. He was caught in the subspace of blood. Luna was not embarrassed and looked at the characteristics of the space first. The floor was all splattered with blood, but there were no toxic or dangerous elements. This is my first time meeting you, Baekkyung. How on earth did you get involved in our fight? Luna burst into laughter as she saw Baccaran approaching from the other side out of nowhere. I was wondering who would pull a prank like this, and it seems like you are the king of the Red Myong clan. I heard that each fighting king has their own unique abilities. What is your name? Bakarun Jung. Don't remember. If you're still alive after the fight is over. Krantil flashed a bright red light. It was a draw that was completely unsuited to the lightspeed stabbing Krantil. But to Luna, such compatibility had no meaning. A sharp sword energy rushed into Bakarun's chest as if it had been opened with a rapier. Bakarun held onto his sword energy with a shield and narrowed the distance between him and Luna. The moment the sword, and axe collided, Luna immediately recognized Bakarun. I wonder if he is truly the strongest of the Red Mayong clan's great fighting kings. Lord Hito comes to mind. Bakarun respected Luna from the beginning. That doesn't mean that all the wild rumors I've heard about her so far are true. The fact that it was better than the rumors had just been confirmed when it withstood Pivil's main gun. Bakarun planned to prolong the fight as long as possible, until Elthiot retreats and Partil's safety is secured. Since Jean and Luna participated in the war, it was right for the Emperor to give up. However, the siblings had no intention of letting the war go as Bakarun wanted. You. Suddenly Bakarun saw the right side of the subspace of blood split. What? Jean was coming inside, unlocking Bakarun's unique ability with his spiritual sword. For Bakarun, this was the first time he had experienced it during the long years of fighting he had been doing since becoming the Great Fighting King. Until now, no one has ever broken this ability. Even Elliot before the Great Seal had never penetrated the subspace of blood. I'm pretty good at tearing these things apart. I'm trying to feel sorry for showing such embarrassment. Squeak dash. As soon as Jean came in, he cut off Bakarun's side. Although the wound was not deep, there was absolutely no chance of Bakarun winning against the two men. Bakarun had no choice but to cancel Blood's subspace, causing both himself and his siblings to fall into the Blood's main cannon. Oh, you strong and smart guy. It's definitely different from Dreg or Rocky. Jean commented on Bakarun like that and cut down the main gun, which painted the sight red again. It was foolish to chase Bakarun in that situation. Instead, the siblings were aware that the power of the main gun was weakening. So now was the time to find and secure Elliot, not Bakarun. It wasn't difficult to confirm Elliot's location. Jean sharpened his senses to find Elliot's brain energy flowing feebly amidst the bombardment. About a minute later, Jean was able to see the back of Elliot, which was enduring a barrage of artillery fire from the fleet. This strange brother? Elliot turned around and fell down as soon as he saw Jin's face. In the midst of his rampage, he mistook the golden brain energy used by Jean for the energy of the Chongmying tribe. Did you just say brothers? Jean suddenly remembered the day he first met Amaris. Although they were members of the same Ming dynasty, their goals were completely different. The Qing Ming tribe had a command system more similar to the current Ming dynasty than the Red Ming tribe, and the Red Ming tribe tried to resurrect the sun god, but the Qing Ming tribe was in a position to block it. In that sense, Elliot did not give Jean a very bad feeling at first impression. Suik dash. Sigmund spit out a golden thunderbolt. The artillery bombardment that was raining down on Elliot all disappeared as a result of the thunderbolt. Then a series of beam thrusts shot down the fleet that was weighing down Elliot from the sky. The wreckage of the ship rained down and Jean had already closed the distance from Elliot before even a single piece of debris reached the ground. Maybe he mistook me for his brother and was forced to hold out until I came. His pulse was faint and his breathing was weak. If Jean had been a little late, Elliot would have died or been captured by the enemy tribe and turned into a living blood factory. Jean examined Elliot's condition for a while, not even paying attention to the fleet that filled the sky. The bombardment continued, but not a single shot penetrated the golden thunderbolt and shield. I'm about to die, but I can feel a special magical power coming from the heart of light. I have never heard from Amaris that the Qingmiang tribe even used magic power. If so, it was clear that there was some external magic power. When I looked closely, I saw something black insect-like wriggling within the light heart. I remembered discovering the bodies of Qingmiang people buried in a hideout on the uninhabited island of the Lutero Federation a little while ago. The imperial family was playing tricks on him and taking advantage of him. Judging by its form, it is a crude but powerful curse. A handful of shining magical power appeared in Jin's palm. I couldn't break the curse right now, but I could stop it temporarily. When Jean touched the heart of light and injected magical energy into it, the black energy inside hardened like ice. Gasp! Elliot opened his eyes, spitting out blood. Are you awake? Brother Tongue. What happened to me? It's going to be hard to even talk about, so I'll just ask you one question. Please tell me your name and identity. Brother. As if you don't know what day it is? It looks like you're not awake yet. There is a guy over there who is just as powerful as our brother. But he is not our brother. At that moment, Jean burst into laughter for some reason. Luke uses brain energy more similar to the Qingming tribe or the current Ming dynasty than he does, and they are not brothers. I wonder why I am a brother and the author is not a brother. Cult of the Sun. Dreaming of the resurrection of the sun. Fools. Oh, I understand. Now then, don't worry and get some rest. Elliot closed his eyes again. Thanks to the curse stopping, I could hear more stable breathing than before. Jean placed the Sigmund he was holding next to Elliot. The intention was to protect Elliot while fighting with the sword of the king's sword, the four-sword erosion. That's right. A lightning strike zone was forming around Sigmund. In the blink of an eye, thousands of thunderstorms thundered, and the Jiakmiang tribe could no longer see Elliot. It's not teleportation, it's just a powerful shield. Elliot is still in there, so focus your firepower and kill him somehow. Pivel will support us. As an enemy tribe, they had to give up on capturing Elliot. Still, it was okay. Even if you have to kill it, just absorb its body and remaining blood. However, rather than a realistic plan modification, it was closer to a decision not to give up faint hope until the end. Elliot is being guarded by a monster that pierced Pivel's main gun and pushed back Baccarin, who was trying to protect him. Jean lifted the shield in the sky and pulled out Bradamanti. And as soon as the sword was struck, a ray of black sword energy crossed the sky horizontally. A flash of Changxiang that can never be responded to with the soul/ship maneuverability. As the black sword passed the fleet without a sound, a belated roar rang out. It was the sound of ships being destroyed. Jean was more conscious of Luke than of Pivel and the fleet. He's also fighting while protecting something. I think it's the remnants of the imperial family and the forces of the Sun God Church. I'll have to go check for myself as soon as my sister comes. Luna was still inside the red thunderbolt that Pivel's main gun exploded. This was because Baccarin's lieutenant decided to focus on Luna rather than Jean. Jean, who has already reached Changxiang, believes that even if there is nothing he can do, he can inflict a great deal of damage if he only targets Luna. I can only make this judgment because I don't yet know how strong a person you are. The moment Jean said that, one side of the tsunami-like thunderbolt thrown out by Pivel's main gun distorted and Luna appeared. Auras were swirling around her like a storm as her energy was almost stretched to its limit. The power was enough to slightly distort the trajectory of the red thunderbolt fired by Pivel. You're looking at us so funny. Lower your firepower? Are you saying that you will think about what comes next and take care of yourselves to fight, even when you have Runkendel's Sagaju and the first horseman in front of you? Luna's angry voice shook the battlefield. She fired a tremendous amount of sword energy into the air and used the momentum to approach Pivel. By that time, Bacaloon had also come out of the thunderstorm and was gathering his strength. Like Luna, he also did not receive much damage, but he clearly looked embarrassed. The fact that the dual ability was so easily destroyed was a shock, as was the fact that Luna, who had been bombarded by Pivel, was fine with only a few minor wounds. Indeed, the will of the Drek compatriot and the opinion of the Simit compatriot were right. If we had continued the war with Bamel instead of Lutero, there would not have been a name left in the world today. Tisk dash. Krantel struck down Baccarin. Bacaloon responded calmly but was anxious to return to the bridge. I was becoming convinced that if I were to be stranded with Luna like this, I would suffer a greater loss than the gain I gained through Elliot. What are you doing, Baccarin? You were so confident when you pulled me into that strange sub-space earlier, but why are you taking a step back? Why are you helping the Elliot Chongmyang tribe commit suicide? Moreover, you are not fighting with the imperial family. Is it a gang? Why does that matter now? And the imperial bastards will deal with you first and then take care of themselves, so stop talking nonsense. It wouldn't be much fun if we were to say once again that we Runkendel are in league with those things that aren't as good as those bugs. In that case, you guys take care of yourselves and leave. It seems today wasn't such a lucky day for us. You tried to kill us with that horrible weapon and now let's go our separate ways? I can't do that, Baccarin. You don't seem confident, but I'll tell the youngest. I'm going to be with you one-on-one, so don't get involved. You can use anything, whether it's an air fortress or a fleet. Bacaloon did not respond and continued to step on foot to keep close to the bridge. It was a scene that clearly broke the morale of the enemy clan. Excluding Tushin, the strongest compatriot is retreating in front of everyone. Of course, the high-ranking enemy clans who knew how to read the war situation recognized that Baccarin had made the right decision, but there was no time to immediately explain it to the subordinates. Ka! In the end, Luna lifted Crantle up and sent Baccarin flying into the air. And just as she was about to leap again and deal a good blow to Baccarin, she gritted her teeth as she saw Baccarin's bracelet shining. We'll decide the winner next time. Crantle split the air. Baccarin was teleported to the bridge using the bracelet's return ability. Elthiot gives up. I will support part 50 and step down. Baccarin, who returned to the bridge, quickly revised his orders. Even if morale drops to its lowest point, discipline does not disappear. Pivil and the fleet's pilots immediately began moving at high speed toward part 50. And Luna came down to the ground. His face was calm, as if he was not the same person who had been pushing Baccarin like a demon just now. How do you feel about them retreating? I tried following you a bit. I deliberately pretended to just leave and made the opponent hurry, and the situation became easier. From the beginning, Luna had no intention of competing with Baccarin or ending with Pivil. Elthiot had already been secured by Jean, and those who had committed unspeakable unholy acts in the flesh of the family's first head were comfortably under Luke's protection. Of course, I had to beat them up more. It felt quite realistic even when I saw it from here. If I were Baccarin, I would be scared that your face would appear in my dreams tonight. Now let's go towards that guy named Luke. By the way, it is said that this person is a warrior of the Qingming tribe. The name is Elliot. Jean pulled out Sigmund and cancelled the erosion. Then the wreckage of the ships that were broken and tied to the brain plane fluttered in the sky. It was hard to believe it was a ship. It was full of ash and particles. Luna carried Elliot on her back. The siblings ran and started moving around the battlefield, but at that time Sana, the sun god priestess, was panicking. This was because the time it took to open the portal increased because Pibble's red brain wave unexpectedly got closer. There was even a need to change the prayer because the magical power concentration suddenly began to increase in all directions along with the red brain waves. Even if it's true that Pivel came here, has his magic power suddenly increased? Could it be that Jean Runkendal noticed something? Jean still didn't know for sure that Sana was trying to open the portal. However, considering that Luke was only fighting to buy time, I expected that preparations for teleportation or a similar form of escape were being made. However, unlike Red Owl or Mort, it was clear that instantaneous movement had a time limit, and that meant there was a high possibility that it would be affected by the environment. That's why I tried to spread my magic. It would be good to make the enemies difficult by doing so, or it would be good to recover the magic power again. But there is no problem. Anyway, Priest Luke will buy you as much time as you can. And at that moment Sana looked up to see a ray of sword energy suddenly falling from above. A branch of Runkendal's decisive meteor shower broke through Luke's shield and fell into the pit. It was Luna's meteor shower that fell into the pit first. Sana had just closed her eyes as she was concentrating on prayer again, and Aaron and Bybal were unable to react. To them, it just felt like a flash of light. If Timar Beement had not fired the sword energy with the meteor shower at that moment, all of those in the pit would have been fatally injured. Kaha'ak! Timar Beement took a stance with great enthusiasm. Although the falling meteor shower hit him exactly with sword energy, the meteor shower just scattered the sword energy. The speed did not slow down, nor was the concentrated energy disturbed. Timar Beement had no choice but to grit his teeth and swing his sword again. Wow! As soon as the sword touched the meteor shower, Timar Beement felt his mind turn white. He felt like his whole body would be crushed by the intense shock he experienced for the first time since he was born. He had the appearance of a young man like Timar 1,000 years ago, but he was only a demon that had been completed less than a few years ago. Although various trainings were conducted with other demons and powerful members of the imperial family, none of them had the same destructive power as Luna. Therefore, the imperial family originally tried to train him slowly over time. The intention was to awaken Timar Runkendel's memories little by little and increase his military status by dealing with powerful enemies in order. Timar. Shoo! It's a joke. When the meteor shower exploded, Timar bounced around like a ball in the pit and vomited blood. The others heard the dull sound of cracks in the stone wall, and Timar heard the sound of bones breaking all over his body. It was also the first time I heard it. When Timar Viment barely came to his senses and opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was his legs bent diagonally and twisted. Ah! For some reason, super regeneration was not activated. It was because of the red energy mixed in with the meteor shower. The whole body of Timar Viment, who was completely injured, was pulsing with red energy as if on fire. "Is Timar okay?" shouted the Emperor. He escaped great damage thanks to Timar catching the meteor shower with his entire body. However, his eyes were wide open in surprise as he wondered if Timar Viment had disappeared without a trace. Although the imperial family has survived since ancient times without ever being destroyed, they have never directly participated in any major wars throughout the ages. During the war between the ancient underworld kings, they were in a hurry to run away, and later during the war of conquest by the underworld kings of La Perosa, they held their breath, and even during the 1,000-year war between Runkendel and Zippel, the imperial family hid behind the mask of mysticism. Like now, I have never directly clashed swords with real powerhouses who have deviated from the standards, only plotting behind my back every time. So the Emperor could not understand how Timar Viment had collapsed so much in a single blow. Because he not only had the left arm of the real Timar, but he also had the bright heart of the king of the Qingming tribe. Timar Viment reflexively tried to get up but fell backward and naturally looked up at the sky. A blinding light struck Timar Viment's blurred vision. Timar momentarily mistook the light for warm sunlight. However, the identity of the light is another meteor shower that fell later. It can be said to be even more violent than Luna's sword that just cut through the hole. Avoid blood. Now Timar Viment could not throw himself. Bybal, who was supposed to protect Eren, had already collapsed after the first attack, losing half of his body, and Sana was only screaming. If it falls into the pit, it's over. Timar Viment, the Emperor who belatedly looked up, and Sana all had the same thought. It was especially difficult for Sana to believe that such a disaster could have occurred even though she was under Luke's protection. Shaman! Boom boom! The moment Sana closed her eyes, Luke, who was in the sky, fell into the pit like thunder and blocked Jin's meteor shower. TSK. However, no matter how prodigious Luke was, Jin was also at the same level. If he were to face each other head-on, he would be able to parry countless meteor shower-level attacks without difficulty. But if he was caught in a hurry in an unstable position like he was now, Luke was bound to suffer a blow. Priest Luke. Luke narrowed his eyes and scattered the meteor shower fragments. You don't die that easily anyway, so why are you so surprised, Shaman? Cough. As soon as Luke finished speaking, Sana suddenly fell to the floor, spitting out black blood. Ha ha ha. The magical power, red energy, and Jean Runkendel's power all mixed together and interfered with the prayer. So I couldn't open the portal in time. Is your condition very bad? This is the worst since I came out on royalties. Sana wiped the corners of her mouth and looked at Timar Viment. While his whole body was crumpled like a rag, only Timar's left arm was intact without a single scratch. As the priest said, I am unlikely to die, so please mainly protect Iran. If the author dies, no one will be able to use Timar's left arm. How much time do you need? If it's as short as 15 minutes. If it's as late as 30 minutes. The reason for the delay is because magic and red energy penetrate into the pit like just now? That's right. Then I'll make sure that doesn't happen again. So be sure to finish it within 15 minutes. Luke leaped out of the pit again and waved his hand. Following that touch, a thicker protective layer than before surrounded the pit. There are 2 air fortresses in the sky, Jean and Luna on the ground. Asana said, it was the worst. Even when I was a warrior of the Ming dynasty, and even after joining the Sun God Church, I never remember facing such powerful enemies all at once. Pivel and Party's main guns fired fire towards Luke. At the same time, a blue thunderbolt swirled around Luke's great sword. King's sword fighter raising him drama 2 red brain cannons and a sword clashed. Luke did not have the option of avoiding the air fortress's main gun as much as possible like Jean or Luna did. Since he had to protect the pit, all he could do was accept it. Kaha! The blue storm continued to move forward through the red artillery. Luke's sword energy, which was continuously raised, was woven into a spiral and formed a single dot. It is a condensed point of the inaction of Changxiang's commitment. It passed through the black-red brain cannon like water and exploded continuously from within. The red artillery scattered by the explosion also affected Pivil's main gun. The trajectory of the red brain artillery fired by Partle was twisting and pushing away Pivil's artillery. "Damn you monsters!" Only Riki shouted as if he was chewing. Although it was not the maximum output, it was simultaneous bombardment by 2 air fortresses. As an enemy tribe, I couldn't help but feel amazed at the fact that they were able to stop it while protecting their allies in place. In fact, since Luke was closest to the air fortress, he was most affected by the red brain waves. Even though his body was heavy as if he was underwater, it was fast and sharp like the black light. Compatriot Simit Reikiman. Can you hear me? The unstable communication device of the Jiakmiang tribe has been restored. Yes, compatriot Bakarun. You decided to give up on Elliot and leave. That's right. Elliot fell into the hands of the Bamel coalition. I guess there's no need to keep fighting here anymore. Although the Bamul Alliance and the Sun God are hostile, the risk to take is too great to defend the battlefield in hopes of their mutual destruction. That's my opinion too. But it would be a shame to just leave it out. What should I do? I will leave, but I will only hit the Sun God Church and then withdraw. Only the Sun God religion. Yes, compatriot. The current situation is that if we don't fight until the end, either we or the Bamul Alliance can retreat whenever we want. The mobility of the air fortress and the fleet is such that humans cannot chase them, and even Jean and Luna can never be caught if they decide to run away. However, as Simit said, the Sun God Church could not do that. Even if I didn't want to, I had to fight until the portal was completed. If we only attack the Sun God Church, Jean Runkendall and Moby Dick won't bother attacking us. I don't know how they got here, but it's clear that their intention was not to negotiate with us in the first place. Also, Jean Runkendall has to take care of the Elliot he has secured, so there is no reason not to join him. Bakaran nodded. Simit's opinion was that the imperial family who treated them like dogs and the Sun God Church, which tried to save them, were the most screwed-up structures so far. Don't do that. From now on, all power used in the main gun will be converted into a shield. The entire fleet supports Jean Runkendall and Moby Dick. The red-brained artillery fire was subsiding. Luke took a breath and recovered the energy of the lightning blade that had scattered in all directions. Of course, we expected the red artillery to fall again, but it did not. When the dust and red lightning subsided, it was Jean who appeared before Luke's eyes. Jean Runkendall. Luke, priest of the Sun God Church. The person who tarnished the honor of King Myong shamelessly uses brain power. Luke didn't answer but looked at Jean and Sky alternately. The air fortresses and fleets were moving around as if to support Jean. Jean was also conscious of that fact. Is it Samart's judgment? It seems like they made a good decision this time. Jean smiled and made eye contact with Luke. I guess I get it, Luke. Looks like you guys ruined some plan of the enemy clan before we arrived. Right? I never thought they would decide to attack you and not me. Luke deliberately answered slowly, trying to take time. The portal would be completed in 12 minutes. However, there is no way Jean could have missed the fact that the Sun God religion requires time. Jean exploded the brain energy in his light heart before Luke could open his mouth. King's sword fighting god 10 swords 5 swords Myingwang Rain's sword dog before Changxiang. When the Myingwang Dominion sword was unfolded, blue lightning spread the majesty of the Myingwang everywhere. But now the golden thunderbolt violently colored the entire battlefield in an instant. The vast earth was boiling and crumbling like tofu from that energy. Even the red brain wave of the air fortress could not prevent the energy of the Emperor's rain sword from spreading in the slightest. The Jiakmiang people who were watching the scene from the sky swallowed their saliva without realizing it. If they hadn't decided to hit Luke right away, they would have had to endure that terrible force. On the other hand, you made a very wrong judgment. Before I got here, I should have left behind the body of our first head of the family and the remnants of the imperial family who would tear and kill us. A storm of brain energy began to swirl around Jean. Even though the air fortresses were positioned at a higher altitude, their protective shields were being torn apart by the energy. Since the main gun was not in operation, there was no problem in continuing to restore the shield, but everyone felt a chill in their backs. Most enemy tribes would not be able to last even a few seconds in that golden hell. Rather than swing the sword, his whole body would be engulfed in a burning sensation for a moment, and then he would die. In response, Luke also amplified the energy of the Thunder Sword and unleashed another fighting spirit. 10 swords formed from brain energy rose around Luke and pushed back the incoming golden lightning. However, those swords were not able to strike Jean, who had directly narrowed the distance. Sigmund was already falling on Luke's head. There was an earthquake and a roar as if a mountain had collided, not sword against sword. The receding ground could not withstand their strength and sank down in seconds. And each time the two Changsongs used their own energy to create ground to step on and step on it. Yes, the current Tushan's successor. I've been curious about you for a while, Jean Runkendal. I see that power firsthand today. Luke's sword is slow. Jean felt that way as soon as he joined him and started fighting. His sword is slow and dull. But there was no avoiding it. Just like the dull sword shown by Soren in the past, Luke's sword had characteristics that transcended the opponent's senses and cognition. However, Jean also discovered the mysterious sword. Moreover, the golden zone of the Emperor's Rain Sword is Jin's territory. Jean floated like a ghost in the thunderstorm, constantly slashing his sword at Luke. The pattern was always Jean attacking from the top down and Luke countering from the bottom up. Luke's dull sword seemed to cut through time. Every time he raised his sword and struck, the space divided by the trajectory became strangely distorted, and even the speed at which the brain energy of the Maingwang Rain Sword moved within the divided space changed. In that way, Luke continued to destroy the space where Jean was trying to enter, and each time Jean cut down the space again and returned the damaged part of the Emperor's Rain Sword to its original state. The fight between Changxiang and Changxiang. It was a scene that those who stayed under Changxiang could not even dare to imitate. The dizzily flying swords were threatening each other's lives at every moment. You are mistaken. Squeak. It was Jean who drew the opponent's blood first. Sigmund's pale blade grazed Luke's cheek. But at about the same time, Luke also left a scratch under Jean's eye. I intend to punish you, but I have no intention of needlessly comparing superiority or inferiority with you. Jean ducked to avoid Luke's side slash. The blow delivered in the lowered position passed Luke and went into the pit. Luke did not forget about the pit even for a moment while dealing with Jean. As if he had expected it, he quickly sent 2 swords backward and blocked Jin's sword energy heading towards the shield. However, dealing with Jean, who had the same spear skill and paying attention to the shield, could be said to be Luke's limitation. TSK. Purge. This time, the meteor shower was hitting the protective layer covering the pit. Luna. She was currently supporting Jean at the forefront of the battlefield. I put the unconscious Elthiot down next to me. If he were in Luke's position, Jean would have missed Luna for a moment at this moment. Since it was a very close battle between Changxiang, it was inevitable. This is my first time providing ultra-long distance support since I became a knight. It's not bad, right, Elliot? I like you for some reason, Elliot responded with a groan. The enemy's air fortresses and fleets were also firing concentrated bombardments at the pit. Looking at the 2 spears fighting, there was no point in providing any other support unless the main gun was fully activated. However, if the main gun was used like that, it would sweep into the camp and turn the battle into a 3-way battle, so it was best for the enemy to aim for the shield. For Luna, all she had to do was fire a meteor shower. There is nothing threatening her now. Sigmund tore the back of Luke's hand. The thought that the shield had become dangerous sent a very slight ripple within him, and Jean did not miss the opportunity. However, it could not inflict more than a light cut on the back of the hand. And Jean began to open the Maingwang Rain Sword once more. Following Gaijin's will, golden tidal waves surged everywhere. The tsunami repeatedly collapsed and rose again, hitting Luke like a swell that hovered in place. Luke did not avoid the tsunami. Every time the Thunder God's sword flashed, a tsunami dispersed, opening a path for a moment, and Luke instead dug into Jean. The 10 swords launched by Luke were launched into the cut-off tsunami. 2 of them grazed Jin's forehead and side. Suddenly I missed the Battle of Tashin's. What a pity. Not even a breath of La Perosa's wind will miss you. It's like a person who was once a fighter is now struggling after falling into a cult. Luke didn't respond and pushed Jean away with all his strength. They both knew that they couldn't kill each other today. Victory or defeat will depend on what happens to those inside the shield. Luke's shield is still unbroken. However, the protective shield did not absorb all of the shock transmitted internally. He. Aaron was on his knees, almost crumpled, spitting out blood. Bang bang. Every time the shield vibrated, my body felt like it was going to explode. Ball. Is he dead? When the Sun God Church suddenly appeared, everyone thought they would survive. But even when Baival was hit by the shock wave, he opened his eyes and did not react at all. Moreover, Timar Viment's condition was also strange. Extreme ugh. He hit his head on the ground. This was because the memories of Timar left on his left arm were confusing him. Timar Viment, come to your senses. Lou Runkendal. Why is Runkendel's sword me? Runes of unknown meaning were emerging on Timar's left arm. Luna's energy stimulated that left arm. As the runes began to glow, the red energy remaining on Timar Viment disappeared. Can Timar Viment recover? Protect me. If you hold on just a little longer, Iza will open the portal. But the next moment, Timar leapt up and plunged the broken sword into Sana's back. Timar? After obtaining Timar's left arm, there was one fact that the imperial family did not know until now. Not only some of Timar's memories remained in that left arm. Some of his will also remained. Whoops! The portal was just about to open. Even as Luke this time, he had no choice but to lose all his focus to the shield. Time was almost up, but suddenly an accident occurred in a pit where the protective barrier had not yet been breached. Most people don't die. What Sana said is definitely true. She feels pain like a normal person and has a weak body. But she could never be killed without special power. However, Timar's left arm had such power. The will of the knight who climbed the castle 1,000 years ago. Oh my! Shaman! In the end, Luke turned his back on Jean. And that means you can't be safe. Jean dug in and slashed his sword down with the intention of cutting him in two. Jean had the vivid sensation of cutting deep into his flesh and touching his bones and even exploded his brain energy before the blade passed all the sensation. A brain energy erupted from within his back, and Luke's back bent forward. If he had been a human and not a member of the Ming dynasty, he would not have escaped death. Luke continued to approach the pit, forcibly attaching his spine that was about to split using brain power. Jin's attack was by no means shallow. Luke just withstood the blow in a way that even Jean didn't expect. Jean also fired his sword again, but Luke had already erased the shield and entered the pit. Pieces of flesh and bone were rattling around on the torn back. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise, Miko. The variable of Timar's left arm played a role, but it was by no means Luke's responsibility. But Luke didn't think so. Even though he had the power to transcend fate, it was his own fault for not being able to turn the situation to his advantage. Luke then grabbed Timar Viment's head with his left hand. Themar Viment convulsed for a moment due to the cerebral energy that spread from Luke's palm and then fainted. Ugh! You didn't kill him, right? I endured it. I grabbed Aaron with my right hand. Luke's light heart could not withstand the energy spreading, and Aaron lost consciousness. 10 seconds. It's over if we can't open the portal inside. There was also a meteor shower and artillery fire falling. But those attacks were okay. It was nothing compared to Jean stepping into the pit and swinging his sword a moment later. 7 seconds. Luna and the enemy tribe stopped supporting Jean so he could enter the pit. In 6 seconds, Jean descended into the pit, leading the entire brain energy of the Emperor's rain sword. Luke didn't have the energy to swing his sword while protecting the three people. All Luke can do is explode all the remaining brain energy in his light heart to slow down Jin's approach. 4. 3. Jin didn't know exactly how much time they had left. However, it was clear that it was imminent, and I was confident that if Luke didn't give up on those three and grab the sword himself, he could kill them within seconds. So just as he was about to annihilate them by concentrating the brain power of the Myingwang Rain's sword into one point, Timar's left arm was visible. The left arm of the first head of the family with faintly glowing runes was left very defenseless. It was clear that if I wielded too much force, my arm would also be damaged. 210. Zuzuzu, that is, while I was thinking about how to avoid damaging my arm, a portal opened. Today is your victory, Jean Runkendall. Luke's last words as he disappeared into the portal. That did not mean the result of the battle but the victory as members of the same Ming dynasty. Luke was unable to keep his promise to Sana and was fatally injured. As the portal closed, Jin recalled the last sight of Timar Vimant. His broken sword was stuck in Sana's back. We are retreating now. Retreat at full speed. The portal will be opened once safety is secured. As soon as they confirmed that the fight was over, Bakalun and Simit quickly gave orders. Just imagining becoming even more involved with the Jin siblings was a terrible thing. 2 days have passed since the battle at Maesel ended. In the meantime, the Bumul alliance moved various devices and Kingmyong corpses left behind by the imperial family in a hideout on the uninhabited island of the Lutheran Federation to Taiken. In the process, Red Owl and Mort made over 20 spatial leaps, but fortunately, they were not exposed to Zippel. All facilities too large to be moved were destroyed. Since the Sun God Church had taken care of the Aaron Beement, there was a high possibility that they would use it for good if left alone. Probably if that guy named Luke hadn't been so seriously injured, it wouldn't have been easy to get the loot. That's my opinion too, Amaris. Still, it's a pity that I couldn't bring the entire Qingming mobile device. I thought it would be helpful in many ways. Although it is inferior to the Red Ming tribe, the Qingming tribe spatial leap is a technology that far surpasses the current technology. Jean had hopes that this might be a clue to bring out La Perosa's brothers. Still, I brought along some parts that are presumed to be key, so if Qual and Valeria analyze them well, they might be of some help. Jean nodded. Although it is said to be regrettable, in fact, the Bamel alliance gained more benefit than any other force in this Battle of Maesel. Even unlike the Jiakmyong tribe or the Imperial Sun God Church, it did not suffer any damage. Not only did the enemy tribe lose 4 cities and USU to Alona, but they also lost a majority of their fleet in Maesel, and 2 air fortresses were partially damaged. The Imperial family was virtually destroyed with only Aaron surviving and was absorbed into the Sun God Church, in which Luke was mortally wounded. Luke, the next time you fight him, you won't be as comfortable as this time. Luke, the old warrior god of the Ming dynasty. Jean was lost in thought, recalling his inaction. I couldn't immediately guess whether I would be able to win if I fought him one-on-one without any conditions. Whoever the winner is, he or she will also be driven to the brink of death. Jean thought of him as a stronger enemy than Paelito. Either Luke or Sir Ilona. Fighting one-on-one with spear-level beings should always be avoided as much as possible. First, I need to find out more about him and the Sun God religion. Just as I was thinking about that, Jet found Jean. I'll get better. The Chong Mying nobleman has woken up. Oh, please contact Luna. She said she would like to meet her in person. I understand, Nari. Elliot has not been conscious for the past 2 days. Jean and Amaris went straight to the medical room. Elliot was sitting on the bed, looking out the window with an empty face. Elliot, an ancient Qingming warrior. You finally woke up. You. Elliot tilted his head as if he didn't recognize Jean. You don't remember me? When he saved me, he called me brother. And who am I? Where is this? Elliot, what do you mean? You don't remember anything? Look at me, it's Amaris. The one you hated so much. Amaris? I don't remember anything. Amaris sighed and approached Elliot. Then I grabbed his face, took his pulse, and looked at him every step of the way. Your pulse is surprisingly stable, and the power felt from your light heart is magnificent. But is there a problem with your memory? Woo! Oh! The great being who once terrified the whole world has ended up in such a bitter state. Amaris had a sad expression, as if she was seeing a broken old comrade. As can be seen from the line "what you hated so much," Amaris was, in fact, an enemy to the Qingming people. Both the Red Ming tribe and the Qingming tribe sank beneath the surface of history due to the great seal she unleashed. I was just playing around with the big snake. I never thought you'd see me with that face. Suddenly, Elliot smiled. What? Isn't it funny that the person who was so heartless when he sealed us is now sad? If you're so sorry, give up your neck right now. I will offer up a memorial service with that head to pray for the soul of my brothers. They put money up their nostrils the way little prisoners do. I was so embarrassed that I was speechless for a moment. Soon, Amaris shrugged her shoulders and glared at Elliot. I forgot for a moment that you have a stupid side. Are you telling me a joke as soon as you wake up in this situation? The immortal we believed to be our friend ended up sealing the entire underground despite our pleas. And I who fell asleep without my strength became a plaything of the Melka tribe, and now I wake up in an unfamiliar land on earth without a single brother. How can you get through this without at least making a joke? Big snake. Elliot stood up and looked at Amaris. The infinitely deep and hard eyes were shining brightly. The unique dignity of someone who had ruled a world for a long time poured out. An immortal who believed to be a friend. Unlike the Red Ming tribe, the Qingming tribe held the position that the sun god's death should be maintained as is. So they and Amaris were not allies but aimed at the same goal. Humph. Okay. I'm glad you came to your senses. It was the right choice for me to seal the underworld at that time. Do you want to ask about that now? If that were the case, I would have killed the big snake when it came close to me earlier. Even though I have become weak due to long-term seals and wounds, the same goes for you. You are in as miserable a situation as me. Even if you wash your eyes, you cannot find the power that even the famous kings could not easily overcome. Elliot shifted his gaze to Jean. Jean Runkendall. Maybe that was the name? In my days, I remember your sister and your enemies calling you that. That's right. It looks like all your memories have come back. Right? Not everything. However, I can barely remember who I am and what has happened so far. You are strange in many ways. They clearly seem to be our distant descendants, but they look like perfect humans and have a heart of light. What is it? As a human, I have become a member of the Netherworld clan. As you said, my brothers seem to be distant descendants of the Qingming tribe. Are there any people left in this world who can be said to be descendants of the Jiakmiang tribe? Using the red brain flag. No. Then the winner of the solar war before Dibanjin was our Qingming tribe. Maybe one of the brothers survived the big snake's eyes. And he probably left behind descendants and created the 4 brothers we have today. It may have been difficult to understand the situation and handle the shock, but Elliot had already accepted his situation. But unlike us, the Red Myungs seem to have been properly revived, so we could say that the second round has begun. If you and your sister hadn't arrived in time, I would have become food for them. Thanks to Amaris, I was able to recognize the underground battle and visit it. Still, I can't bear to say thank you to the big snake. Now you probably have a lot of questions for me. How did this body become a slave to the lowly Melka tribe? What did I see and hear from them? How did I come to my senses now? I would appreciate it if you could explain. It's a simple story. I was sealed in our Qingming city called Nilet in the middle world. A Melka tribe named Aaron Viment found me and constantly hinted at me. He said he saved our Qingming tribe. It was a seal that lasted from an era that could be called the beginning by human standards until now. Even Elliot couldn't maintain his normal spirit the whole time. I was weakened and fell for that crude brainwashing. Since they showed the brothers each time. The brothers' bodies must be here now. Please allow me to present an offering to them later. You can't use that body anyway. Of course. Anyway, it seems like that guy named Aaron was trying to destroy me first, and then use a special device to complete the brainwashing. You mean they were making things like Siang Suguan? I don't know what the holy water pipe is, but it was an object that could absolutely control me and the demon called Timar. It would have all been in vain now because I heard it clearly with my own ears the moment the enemy tribe invaded. Our grand plan failed. He said that after today we will have to hide for a long time like before, looking for an opportunity. That Melka guy. Then the Red Ming tribe invaded, and the emperor gave up hope and fled but then received help from the Sun God Church. That's right. He was just trying to use me to buy time by making me run wild. That means that my body will be taken over by the enemy tribe, and they will become that much stronger. The imperial family failed in its attempt to control the Jiakmiang tribe. The Jiakmiang people are a bunch of trash. But the lowly Melka people paid the right price for daring to manipulate the Mayang people. Timar. Do you remember anything else about that demon who used my ancestor's body? Does not exist. But the Sun God Church secured the demon. They came to the battlefield where there were 2 air fortresses. The bodies of your ancestors must have a deep connection with the resurrection of the Sun God. Otherwise, there is no reason for the Sun God Church to take such risks. They lived in the same era as us, so they know the power of the Ming dynasty well. The relationship between Timar's body and the resurrection of the Sun God was a matter that needed to be gradually discovered. I see. What do you plan to do now, Elliot? Will you take revenge? To the enemy tribe? Fighting with them is just like everyday life. There is no need for feelings like resentment. When I punished those crazy Melka people for using me, they were already virtually finished and returned to the Sun God Church. Then it sounds like you mean to fight with us. I plan to pay for saving my life. Above all, since you are our distant descendant, wouldn't it be right for us as ancestors to help you? Jin's eyes widened. I didn't have any expectations while rescuing him, but I never expected Elthiot to become an ally so easily. But no, it would be better to talk about this later. The moment we finished talking, Luna came into the room. Oh, Elliot, it looks a lot better than I thought. Do you remember who I am? I am the person who saved you from the underground and carried you on my back all day. As soon as Luna came, Elthiot made a blank expression again. Who are you? Have a headache. Who am I? Ah? Do you really think you have amnesia? Jean and Amaris shrugged their shoulders, pretending not to notice. Then what should I do? Should Valeria help? No. Memory loss is a bit unexpected. Isn't it? You guys are so gullible. You have a taste for teasing. Aha. It's just a joke. It looks like the youngest and Amaris got hit earlier. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. My youngest and I worked hard to save you. Elthiot smiled and held Luna's outstretched hand. Okay, nice to meet you. Luna runkened. And I have something to teach you. Unlike your younger brother. What? Teach me? Elliot nodded. It was an absurd story for Luna. I know that Elthiot was a Chongmaying warrior, but he was going to teach me everything. Yes, Luna Runkendel. There was silence for a while. Should I say it was a refreshing shock, or should I say that I have seen all these rude people? Luna stared at Elthiot, unsure of exactly how she felt. You have great confidence. Yes, I said Changxiang. It looks like you don't trust me. It's not important whether you believe it or not. Is this a bit of a random story? The world has changed. I can't believe the Great Ming Dynasty and the Blue Warrior himself gave me such a lukewarm response when I said I would teach them in person. This was unthinkable in ancient times. Luna continued to be unable to hide her embarrassment. Jean didn't intervene because it was fun to see Luna like that. Do you know how many strong people asked me to learn from them back then? You don't know because you weren't even born then. I rejected all of those earnest requests. Why? Because they all fell short of my standards. Aha. Okay. So does that mean I meet your standards? You are so arrogant and so careless than a hungry chicken. Jean almost burst out laughing at that part. What? Arrogant? Starving chicken? Of course you also fall short of my standards. It is true that your martial arts are particularly strong compared to the strong ones of that time, but you do not feel it. Luna exercised patience and waited for Elliot's next words. Anyway, he is a patient who has just woken up from his hospital bed. You might be wondering what it is that you can't feel. No. You might be curious. It is the resentment and desire for revenge that only those who have been trampled upon can have. I can see that you have grown up very beautifully. Nevertheless, he has a strong and sharp will, but that is all. There is no despair in you. I would like to refute this, but Elliot has been clearly aware of Luna's recent concerns. Soren himself said that Luna needed a harsh defeat. So you're going to remind me of my miserable feelings? Exactly. And I will also improve your swordsmanship, which is somewhat lacking in fundamentals. You started with your normal breathing. Elliot was constantly spewing out foul language that Luna had never heard before in her life. Who on earth can say that the swordsmanship of Reincarnation first writer Moby Dick is fundamental? Even poetry has never expressed such a thing. There were a few people who talked about being arrogant or careless, but they all paid a price and disappeared into the back of the world. Whoa, even if you cross the line, you go too far. I understand what you mean, Elliot. Contact me as soon as you feel better. Let's spar once. I need to see for myself whether you can take responsibility for the words you said. At those words, Elliot snorted and shook his head. Why wait until then? If there is a suitable place, let's go right now. Eventually, large blood vessels sprouted on Luna's forehead and neck. The youngest heard it. I can't stand it anymore. Do you mind if I kill this friend again today? You sound like a hungry chicken again. Don't worry, Jean Reincarnation. I will make sure to look at it appropriately. Luna's entire body was already covered with a blazing aura. We can't just ignore this kind of rude provocation. Do as you wish. However, since it is a wartime period, you both need to spar neatly. It means we shouldn't get emotional and kill each other. Try that. Don't worry. So the group suddenly found themselves in an underground sparring hall. I only heard about it. Can I go and have a look? I want to go too. Baradin and Dante were in the next hospital room. These days Dante is visiting Baradin whenever he has some free time. The question was asked to Jean, but Baradin and Dante hesitated and looked at Luna. Luna walked forward as if it didn't matter. To Dante and Baradin, Luna was a more mysterious person than Jean. Both of them grew up listening to the anecdotes and majesties of Moby Dick since childhood. Of course, in terms of objective and action, Jean, who is Changxiang, is now superior, but Jean is a friend to them. Of course, it was more exciting to see Luna's sword in person than to see her friend. Luna was still strangely difficult to approach for both of them. I didn't save you expecting a great greeting, but I never thought I would hear a provocation before a greeting. Elliot chose a suitable sword from the training ground armory. By general standards, it could be called a famous sword, but it felt inadequate to use against Luna. Offering to teach you was my best way to show my gratitude. It's a shame that it was unpleasant. Before we fight Luna Reincarnation, let's make one promise. What is it? The losing side follows the other's will without saying anything. Good night. A hot and fierce wind was blowing throughout the sparring hall due to the aura and magic power Luna was emitting. Jean, who was standing in the middle of the two, stepped back. It meant to start. Tisk dash. The first striker was Luna. From the beginning she struck Crantle as if she were going to kill Elliot, but she was not in a state of excitement due to the previous provocation. Rather, he had calm and cool eyes. This was because there was no reason to get caught up in the opponent's pace. Tisk. As soon as Elliot received Luna's attack, he vomited a handful of blood. The internal injuries caused by long-term sealing and excessive drinking had just healed. However, even while spitting out blood, most of the harshly falling Crantle were being shed or avoided. It was a miracle that only those who reached the tip of the sword could show. It's rough. It's too rough. I said that, but it wasn't my intention to get on Luna's nerves. Elliot knew that Luna had turned a deaf ear as she entered the fight. Luna, who was immersed and unwavering from any stimulus, entered the fight in that state. This rough sword is suitable for a desperate person. Now your sword must be nobler. You can't tear down the wall because it's unbalanced. Jean was concentrating on Elliot's voice, speaking as if he were giving a commentary. Somehow I thought he was saying the right thing. Elliot said earlier that your breathing was wrong. I think I know what he meant after hearing that. For a martial artist, breathing can be an indicator of who the person is. Needless to say, Luna always breathed like a wild animal with no natural enemies. There is no reason to spend time crouching down in preparation for a crisis that may come at any moment, and there is no need to pause for a moment to deceive your prey. Therefore, Luna's breathing was evidence that she had always been implementing defeat from the position of the strong. Elliot was pointing out that very point. In a life without a natural enemy, Luna's sword accumulated without my knowledge. Quawaya. Luna dug into Elthiot's arms and hit Crantle. The moment Eltiot rose into the air, she had already leapt and was holding onto his back. Crantle Eltiot, who fell like a thunderbolt, managed to turn around and block Crantle with his sword. However, after falling and re-establishing his stance, Eltiot's sword was split in half. You never know. Just now was your chance to end this game. This time Luna did not respond and began to push Elthiot again. Elthiot used the broken sword in its shortened state without attaching it to the sword. However, he seemed to be flowing the Crantle more gracefully than at first. As the sword got shorter, Elthiot responded by raising his five senses even more. A sword that can destroy Mount Tai with a single blow is great, and a sword that is as fast as light and easily kills an enemy is also great. But the greatest sword resembles the wind. The moment Elthiot said that, a cool breeze suddenly blew in the middle of the training ground. It was a completely different wind from the storm of sword energy that Luna had summoned so far. The wind did not dissipate and did not leave the center of the training ground even as the aura flowed like a torrent in all directions. But it wasn't threatening. Luna tried to disperse the wind a few times but then gave up and just jumped over it, trying to close the distance with Elthiot again. Unlike before, Elthiot did not avoid Luna, which fell like a thunderbolt. Instead, just as Crantle was about to reach it, he quickly thrust the broken sword into Luna's neck in half a beat. There was a loud noise. The entire training ground floor was cracking due to the shock wave caused by Crantle. It's an accident. Wow, he must have died. Dante and Baradin were scared, and their eyes widened. To their eyes, it clearly looked like Crantle had cut Elthiot in half. Even Jean saw it that way at first. Even if Elthiot had avoided Crantle by stepping at the end, his entire body would have been torn apart like a rag due to the shock wave. The winner is Luna Runkendal. However, Elthiot remained in the same position where he stabbed his sword. Crantle also seemed to have stopped just before reaching Elthiot's left shoulder. The shock wave that destroyed the entire training ground floor occurred the moment Crantle stopped. Of course, the left side of Elliot's body was completely destroyed. Her cheeks were stained red with blood and her shoulders, chest, and even thighs were torn enough to show the muscles. However, it cannot be said to be a fatal wound. That level of injury had no effect on Elthiot's fighting ability. Luna was fine without any injuries. However, the broken sword stopped just a span in front of her face. If the sword had been intact, it would have pierced the head. Luna couldn't take her eyes off the sword in front of her for a while. Of course, he went in knowing that the sword was broken. However, it was something Luna had never planned for Elthiot to respond in this way. Even if the sword was intact, it could have been avoided. I was sure of that, but that wasn't the case after that. Instead, my posture would have been seriously broken, and if Elthiot had started a counterattack during that gap. From then on, the tide must have turned in an instant. Of course, neither Luna nor Elthiot know what will happen if they continue to fight until the end. To begin with, it was a fight where neither of them used their full strength. Considering Eltiot's condition and the purpose of the sparring, Luna did not use the decisive battle or the red sword technique, and Eltiot is not in a state where he can show his full glory. However, Luna was accepting the fact that she lost in sparring. You were the one who stopped the sword first. After that I lost. Elliot. What? Hey Dante Jean. How did Baek Kyung lose? The guy over there named Eltiot is bleeding profusely. I think I understand the basics, but it's complicated to explain. I will summarize it later. Okay, listen to Dante. Meanwhile, Eltiot shook his body like a dog to shake off the blood and approached Luna. What did you say? He said I lost. Teak dash. Suddenly Eltiot started screaming, and Luna looked at him in shock. Yes, you bastard. Is a disciple supposed to speak informally to his teacher? Hurry up and speak politely again. Luna was speechless for a while and could not speak. Student, didn't you make a promise? The loser decides to follow the opponent's will unconditionally. So you have just become a disciple of this Elliot. Of course it is very sad for me to teach you who is below the standards. But what can you do? It's unfortunate that our relationship ended up like this. Are you really saying you want to make me your disciple? LT. Teak. It was not easy for Luna to come to her senses due to the continuous yelling. Why again? Since ancient times a disciple must not even step on the shadow of his teacher. But how dare you call your teacher's name in vain? This shouldn't happen. Even if the sun god dies and chaos comes to the world, there are rules that all intelligent beings must follow. When the situation reached this point, Jean and Barrett and Dante looked like their faces were about to explode as they tried to hold back their laughter. You can't laugh, you have to hold back. But I really didn't know Elliot would beat you like this. In fact, Jean also did not assume Luna would be defeated. It was expected that the picture would end on a warm note showing Elliot, who suffered internal injuries, showing a struggle that even Luna could not help but acknowledge. Cough. Wow. I'm so shocked that all my internal injuries are gone. Did you not think to take out a handkerchief when your teacher was coughing up blood like this? Besides, at what age am I? How can I speak so casually? Luna handed me a handkerchief. While Elliot coughed for a long time and vomited blood, Luna gathered her wits and recalled what he had said. The finest sword resembles the wind. It wasn't a difficult thing to say. The wind can become a gale that collapses Mount Tai, or it can become a fierce wind that tears the opponent to pieces in an instant. A sword that resembles the wind was naturally bound to be the most flexible sword. Can be changed into any form. Elliot, the pinnacle of elegance, showed me such a sword. Runkendel's sword is merciless and destructive. There is no such thing as elegant swordplay during the decisive battle or the secret battle, but it cannot be said to be mainstream. It was also an element that Luna, who always used overwhelming power to suppress her opponents, especially lacked. Meanwhile, Elliot continued to yell, and the rest of the group was trying to stop him. Soon Luna approached Elliot and bowed her head. A promise is a promise. That's good, El. No, can I have you as my teacher from now on? Joy, you finally speak like an intelligent being. If you make one more mistake, I'm going to excommunicate you. I should have spoken informally one more time. We have already called each other once as teacher and disciple, so there is no turning back. It is truly something to lament, but what can you do? Elliot sat down and looked up at Luna. Why? Shouldn't you bow down? 1. Originally among our Qingming people, it is customary for a disciple to visit his teacher every morning and bow to him once he becomes a priest. However, now that times have changed, it has been decided to bow once more instead. I hope you are grateful for Master Li's consideration, as this is something that takes into account your situation, as you have your own position in royalties. It wasn't even absurd anymore. Luna sighed and looked at Jean. For the rider of Runkendel to bow to someone else, permission was required from the head of the family or the deputy. Elliot, why are you calling me? Sister Luna is an indescribably precious person to me. If you bow to me from then on, you will truly become your disciple. That's right. You should not treat your sister carelessly, ignore her or lower her dignity in front of others like you are doing now just because you are a teacher. And this is not a request but a warning. As the small head of Runkendel, you have so much to worry about. Even if they don't meet the standards, a disciple is a disciple. That means that this is the person who will succeed. Elliot. If I ignore my student, it's like spitting in my face, and if someone belittles my student's dignity, it's an act of damaging my dignity. Step. Like today, when there are only people nearby who are close and comfortable with my students, I will yell at them as I please. To you, she may be a precious sister, but to me there is more than one thing I need to fix. My student. Wouldn't it be easy to fix your breathing first? This is a person who has lived for a long time receiving only praise without even knowing what his problem was. Actually, I don't think you've ever taught anyone properly. This time Jean looked at Luna. Luna shrugged her shoulders as if accepting Elliot's wishes. Phew then. I will lift you up. Are you coming? Luna slowly bowed. And just as she was about to get up, Elliot's light heart began to shine and a human shape was briefly engraved in the center. It was Luna. A fool who didn't even know what it means for the Qingming tribe to engrave a person on their hearts ended up becoming my disciple. Now I have to go and perform the next ritual. Are you conscious again? That's right. Where did you put the bodies of my brothers? It was placed in the mortuary of the Royal Medical Center. Guide me, disciple. Let's go there. In the morgue there were 59 bodies of Qingming people taken from the imperial family's hiding place. Please leave me and my disciple alone for a while. Except for 2 people, the rest of the group went outside the morgue. Luna looked at Elliot's profile, which had become quiet. He looked at the coffins where his brothers were placed with calm eyes. I cry with my heart. This is a commonly used expression in royalties. However, Luna was not just expressing it but was directly seeing Elliot crying with her heart. Elliot's optical heart was constantly shining and a human image was engraved within it. It was the appearance of dead brothers. Every time an image formed, disappeared, and formed again, brain energy flowed like tears from within my optical heart. He was facing sadness in a clear way. Luna said a silent prayer. Now it is done. I guess we'll bury our brothers sometime on a good day. Of course. Next time I'll have to bring at least a pig's head. When we offered ancestral rites to the dead, we liked to place a pig's head on the table in the style of a small beast and stick money into its nostrils. They believed that if they did that, the dead would live well in the afterlife with that money. It's an interesting custom. In some areas, even in royalties, old money is placed on the body. Remember, it's a pig's head. Yes, pig head. You do have a clever side. Now let's go back to training. Wouldn't it be better to get treatment first? It would be a waste of time to tear down your wall. The Melkas have collapsed and the Jiakmyongs have risen again, so fighting spirit will soon appear among them. The sacrifice of the Jiakmyong tribe. The Bamel coalition still had no idea about his whereabouts. Did he survive the Great Seal, and if so, where is he and what is his condition? I didn't know anything. However, I only recognized that it would not be a problem right now because the Jiakmyong tribe had been on the defensive several times but had never shown any commitment. During the meeting, it was already said that since it was confirmed that the Red Myongs had regained their strength during the Maesel battle, they might show up for battle in the future. Because a lot of blood would have been saved. Master, you are absolutely sure? Yes, he is alive. How do you know? The imperial family was using him. That's what I heard when I was brainwashed. You didn't see it in person. One thing is certain. It will probably appear within a week at the shortest or within 15 days at the latest. That fast. This guy is outstanding. He is so strong that even I in my prime cannot guarantee, but what is more noteworthy is his leadership and resourcefulness. In ancient times we were slightly pushed back by the Jiakmyong tribe. That's because there was that guy. And as my disciple you have a duty to defeat him. Even if it's not master, there are too many reasons why our alliance should punish him. Then do you know where that Jiakmyong Tusan is? Sun God Religion Subspace Second Temple of the Sun Priest Luke. Sana found Luke. Luke was kneeling in front of the icon of the sun god wearing the priestly attire of the sun god church. The icon showed various manifestations of the sun god, and the human figure in the center was holding something that looked like gold. It was a piece of the sun god's broken body. Particles were flowing out of the piece and seeping into Luke little by little. Luke did not answer and continued to pray. I have prayed in front of the statue without stopping since that day, but the wound is still this deep. Sana thought as she looked at Luke's back. The white priest's robe that covered his back was stained red with blood. The blood that flowed down formed a puddle and my pants got all wet. Only after 2 hours had passed did Luke turn around and look at Sana. The bones have just barely been put together. I'm sure. When Jean Runkendal reached the Great Star, he had the will to regenerate just like the sun god. That is why recovery is so slow, because it interferes with the power of the Eucharist. Then, that's really strange. If Jean Runkendal had that much of the sun gods, well, he would no longer be normal. Even in Maesel, there was no sign that he was about to be consumed by the sun god right. I think the expression become a part is inappropriate. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to be eaten or buried? If he is eaten by the sun god, he will have no choice but to be with us from then on. Even if he and we both don't want it. That makes sense. Oh. That's definitely helpful for the revival of the sun god religion. The conversation between Luke and Sana the moment Jean ascended the castle. However, contrary to Luke's expectations, Jean did not change at all, even though he embraced a branch of the sun god's will. That's right, it didn't happen. Until the reason becomes clear, it would be best to avoid direct combat with him. It's been a long time since I felt the threat of death. Phew. So there are two things we can expect. One is that Jean Runkendal will be consumed by the sun god according to nature, or other powerful enemies will deal with him in our stead. People like Orgel Jipal Ganesto Jiakmyong tribe. Now the Red Myongs can also be looked forward to. Aaron says their commitment. I heard that Simit will awaken within a few days. Middle World. The Jiakmyong people continued to explore the Middle World after the Battle of Mysel. They began searching for the land of Tucson, leaving only minimal security forces in 4 cities, including Pibalok. Pival, Part 50, Lytle, Vessel, all 4 air fortresses except USU, which Alona had captured, were in operation. Pival and Part 50 suffered some damage from the battle but have already been repaired. If it weren't for our Simit compatriots, our Jiakmyong people would have met a miserable end. Immediately after Alona attacked Uthrog, only Simit expressed the opinion that everything should be risked to attack the imperial family. Thanks to this, the Jiakmyong people immediately regained some of their former dignity and escaped the control of the imperial family. There were variables in the process such as the Bamul Alliance and the Sun God Church, but it was truly a great success. And the Simit compatriot may be our fighting spirit. I often felt an inexplicable majesty when my Simit compatriots spoke. Through this operation, Simit had already received recognition from all of his compatriots as equal to the king of Deatu. And Bakaran and Reikiman, who were originally Simit superiors, are getting a particularly strange feeling from him. I had an intuition that I shouldn't disobey his words. Compatriot Bakaran. I just received a call from Vessel, who is exploring Nilet. It is said that the sword and seal of a compatriot who surrendered were found in a place presumed to be the imperial hideout near Nilet. The sword and seal of the enemy warrior, those 2 factors were the basis for the Jeek Ming tribe's initial belief in the imperial family's claims. I know where your commitment is. Tell them to send it right away. Enemy name. And call your Simit compatriot in paddle. All right. A disc-shaped artifact was placed in the middle of the bridge. The artifact was used to open a window for video communication or to transmit items, as it is now. A red energy rose above the artifact, and a small portal opened. As a sword and a golden belt came out from inside the portal, the enemy tribesmen who were watching fell to one knee. The Red King's sword and seal. These are truly the items of a fighting compatriot. There were quite a few Jiakmyong people shedding tears. They behaved like believers who had finally found traces of a lost god. The reason Bakaran called Simit was because he thought he might react to the sword and seal. As he predicted, Simit gave off an atmosphere different from usual as soon as he entered the ship. Middle and lower-level fighting kings and fighters were also noticing changes in Simit. So they did not stop Simit even when he walked up to the artifact and touched the sword and seal. Ah! As soon as he held the sword, forgotten memories began to flow into Simit's head like flowing water. Who he is and why he disappeared before Dibanjan and became Simit, and what to do from now on. As expected, my choice was not wrong. Simit said that and looked around. Those who had been kneeling were now bowing to Simit. Only the signal soldiers remained seated and announced to the entire fortress and fleet that Tushan had returned. The King of the Red Sky has returned. As soon as the communication was delivered, huge portals opened in all directions of Pivil. All the air fortresses and fleets were rushing to see the returned Tushan. Tushan, compatriot Tushan, I always believed that you would come back. You were so close, Bakaran said, kissing the back of Simit's hand. Next, Bakaran personally tied a sword and a belt to Simit. Unlike the Qingming tribe, for the Jiakmyong tribe, Tucson represents the sun god and is the subject of faith. To them, fighting had a meaning that went beyond just being the strongest warrior or supreme commander. Bakaran, when I was Simit, you always made the right decisions. I owe a lot to you for giving me strength. I'm just sorry I couldn't do better. compatriots who fight to fight. Only this Raki was too foolish to recognize his fellow countrymen. Rakiman made many disappointing choices while serving Simit as his subordinate. Simit let out a chuckle as he recalled the mistakes he had made. You just have to do well from now on. I won't blame you for changing my appearance and identity without even telling you in the first place. The Dayatu kings of the Jiakmyong tribe are connected to the citadel or air fortress. Using that power, they were able to perform a combat-type transformation called castle painting and use the unique abilities given to each castle by Tushan. And unlike the great fighting kings, the fighting spirit is connected to the sword. The sword Tetalon, made from a piece of the sun god's body, radiated red light. That energy was seeping into Simit and turning him back to his true self. His hair became even redder and longer, and runes symbolizing fighting spirit appeared on his body. Eyes that burn like lanterns and a heart as thick as blood. Outside the bridge, the dark sky unique to the middle world was also turning red. The entire middle world seemed to resonate with him due to the power of the fighting spirit that was revealed. I will explain in detail later why I disappeared and was with you as Simit. For now, I have to go find my land Kriddle. Kriddle, the land of Tushan, the ancient capital of the Jiakmyong tribe. Now the Red Ming clan's strongest air fortress was hidden there. The Jiakmyong people have been trying to find that place ever since they began their activities in earnest. However, unlike other sealed cities, Kriddle was buried in a completely different area. As it was a city that Tushan himself hid before disappearing, there were no clues at all. As a Jiakmyong people, they had only expected that the imperial family would know the location. Simit began entering coordinates directly onto the artifact. Compatriots who committed suicide. This is, Bakaran said while looking at the coordinates. The coordinates were pointing to the ground. Although it could be called underground by general earthly standards, it was not even a middle world by the standards of Ameri's boundary. Draka, the capital of Zippel. Kriddle was hidden underground. Yes, it is out of bounds. And below the capital of Jeep. I didn't initially decide on this location expecting something like this, but it seems like the sun god is watching over us. Since the introduction of Zippel in the history of royalties, Draka has never been their land. Also, even before the appearance of Jeep, the land where Draka was located could be said to be the greatest reward given to those who held the hegemony of that era. Kriddle lay within the crust of the land. Like most other regions, Draka has never been exposed to an impact strong enough to collapse its entire crust. That's why no one has been able to find Kriddle until now. Kriddle was literally a legacy of an ancient civilization that remained intact beneath the ground. Compatriots, Kriddle has never been sealed by a big snake. The loot we took back then still remains in Kriddle, and the powerful weapons that used to suffocate our enemies are still alive and well. The enemy's eyes widened. Until just now, they also believed that Kriddle naturally existed somewhere in the middle world or underground. Then can't we attack Jeep's heart at any time? Yes, fellow Vecchios. However, it cannot be said that Draka is the heart of Jeep. Symbolically, it is definitely the capital of the entire Lutheran Federation, but their real intention is the Tower of Story. After saying that, Simit recalled information about the Tower of Stories for a while. The power to manipulate history. They are foolish people. They believe that they can do things that are impossible even for the sun god. If such a thing is possible, why didn't the sun god revise history before he died? The air fortresses were opening portals toward the coordinates set by Simit. It is time to return to my hometown and give those arrogant people a blow. Move. Enemy name. Air fortresses and fleets began to enter the portal. After a while, the Jiakmyong tribe was able to reach the capital Kriddle. Indeed, as Simit said, Kriddle was preserved as it was in ancient times. Oh! Kriddle! For a period longer than the history of mankind, there was not even a speck of dust on Kriddle. The city was shining brightly, shrouded in a crystal-clear film. The Jiakmyong people got off the fleet and followed Simit to inspect the city in person. The compatriots preserved in the maintenance device looked like they would wake up at any moment if their blood was injected. But next to them were countless jars storing the blood of the Qingming tribe and the Demon tribe. If you use that blood, the city will be resurrected in an instant. The Jiakmyong people could not calm their pounding hearts and continued to scream. It is still too early to rejoice, compatriots. From now on I will hold a blood festival in Draka. All of our compatriots will be able to enjoy it to their heart's content. As Eltiot said, Simit was not a person who only possessed the power of Changseong. His greatest strengths were leadership, resourcefulness, and bold decisions. By now, Ilona Ziffel should be at the Story Tower analyzing the stolen us. The capital will be full of Kiliaks and scoundrels. Even if Ilona is on standby, it doesn't matter. If 4 air fortresses and Criddle attack at once, that monster will have no choice but to run away. Even though they saw Uthrog fall in an instant due to a surprise attack by one Ilona, the enemy tribes did not doubt Simit's words. If Usrik had faced Ilona fully prepared in the first place, he would not have been defeated so miserably. The current strength of the enemy tribe's fleet was greater than that of Ram in the Battle of the Beasts. Soon, Simit went to Criddle's inner room and sat down on the throne. As the disc artifact in front of the throne was energized, the entire city began to enter a battle stance. The entire earth and sky were shaking as the power source of Kree, the airborne fortress of the fighting gods, was activated. After rising to the main gun range, we will bombard them from below and reduce their city to ashes. Today, Draka will become the land of our enemies. Enemy name. As the enemy tribes began to move in unison, Simit smiled and continued talking. And my old friends Elthiot and Amaris and Jean Runkendal will know that I have returned. I wonder what their expressions will be. At that time, Kiliak was drinking tea with Rhaegal and looking over Ilona's report. These were records about USU, the aerial fortress of the Jiakmyong tribe that had been taken over. As Simit expected, she was using the power of the Song Sugwin to interrogate Gala and analyze USU. Is it because there wasn't enough blood? Even though he owns so many amazing items, he is dragged around by the imperial family. It's not easy for me to understand. That's how I see it, my friend Kiliak. Before the Bangma Wall was built, the Jiakmyong and Kingmyong tribes were truly terrible. The moment Rhaegal answered, Kiliak was shocked and raised his 5 senses. From somewhere far away, he felt a tremendous force approaching Draka. Of all the people in Draka, only Kiliak noticed the change. Wait a minute, Rhaegal. What's the matter, Kiliak friend? Something powerful is approaching Draka, but it's hard to figure out the direction. Huh? Really? Could it be a surprise attack by the Union? Didn't the spies you sent there report anything special? Kiliak stood up. Put all troops into level 1 defense posture. It's an enemy attack. Yes. Wizards nearby quickly began spreading Kiliak's orders. Kiliak then went outside and raised the seal of fire once more, indicating an enemy attack. The outer walls of the city rose even higher, forming an iron wall and creating a huge protective shield extending from the sky to the Jeep headquarters in layers. It took less than 5 minutes for this entire process to be completed. As it was the capital of the Federation and the home of Jeep, Draka's defense capabilities could be said to be the best in the world. If the enemy had attempted a normal attack, that is, an attack and infiltration from the outside, Draka would have been able to successfully minimize the damage. However, the surprise attack from underground was something that even Kiliak had never expected. Kuddud. The first to feel the tremors were the civilians in southern Draka. Is it an earthquake? Aya! The moment 2 civilians who were trying to go home screamed, the ground in the area collapsed, and a huge red pillar of light rose up. It was the main gun of the enemy fleet flagship, Raviat. Dozens of civilians nearby were caught in the fire and melted away without a trace. The ground and buildings were literally turning over like liquid. Wizards who confirmed the declaration of emergency and rushed back to their homes died without even being able to scream in the ensuing shelling. When I declared war on Jeep in the past, the Jiakmyong tribe said it would absolutely rule out civilian casualties during war. But now the Jiakmyong tribe was indiscriminately killing all humans in sight. Help me! Help me! Help me! Ah! Artillery fire was raining down non-stop from the ground and from the fleet that had just come up to the ground and taken position in the sky. People disappeared without even leaving traces of blood in front of the huge red light wave that engulfed several buildings each time it was fired. Not a single piece of flesh or bone was left behind. The same was true of the remains of the building. The well-compacted and paved land suddenly turned into a volcanic area with lava flowing, and the buildings, both low and high, were turning into fine particles and dispersing. Naturally, the citizens of Draka had never experienced this kind of hell. The Jiakmyong people had already made several surprise attacks on Draka and nearby autonomous districts, but no fatal civilian casualties occurred in each attack. Advance! There won't be a single jeep left alive on this earth today, Reikaman shouted. He was commanding the fleet at Part 1, a floating fortress that had just risen behind Raviat. This place, which quickly fell into ruins, is the southern part of Draka. The Jiakmyong people were attacking all sides of Draka at the same time. Tens of thousands of civilians and wizards had already died in the north, east, and west. Kiliak friend, it's the enemy tribe. They came up from underground. Rhaegal looked at Kiliak and shouted. Kiliak kept his cool face as usual, but this time it seemed like he had no choice. The basement. I thought there would be no surprise attack like this since Jito was cleared, but I was wrong. It actually did. Even if Kiliak fused with Shenu, gained the power of a god, and regained Zifel, he couldn't have prevented this surprise attack alone. Alona was not there, and Ronal, Satrin, Octavia, and the Biogolem were also on a mission in another place. It's a sky fortress. I confirmed that one air fortress was deployed in each of the north, south, east, and west. Hearing the wizard's report, Kiliak sighed for the first time. Even if it was just one, there was no choice but to fight at a disadvantage, but four had no answer. Even one of them had already broken the protective shield surrounding the jeep headquarters. Tisk! The wizard who was reporting to Kiliak was shaken by the shaking. Just one blow. The maximum output main gun of the first air fortress, Pivel, tore apart the protective shield of the jeep headquarters. It was a protective shield spread by 10,000 wizards using the power of all kinds of magic amplification artifacts. That protective shield shattered into pieces before I could properly respond. When the separation begins, more than 50% of the people inside the main house will die. Blockading the city and entering a defensive posture were wrong decisions. Even if Draka was abandoned and the entire army began to retreat from now on, there would be no choice but to be delayed due to the blockade that had already begun. Abandon Draka. In the end, Kiliak made a decision. Rhaegal and the wizard's eyes widened. Assemble all the dragons. We cannot save all the troops who have already left the home. Let's go. They caught me off guard. There is no time to explain further, so give the order to retreat immediately. Kiliak raised a new fiery seal in the sky, signaling a retreat. It was a seal that was nothing short of a symbol of despair for both the magicians and the citizens who were helpless in the face of fleet bombardment. Then Kiliak was gathering magical power. It was an action to withstand the bombardment until the dragons gathered together and evacuated important personnel. However, while the dragons were returning to their home one by one, Pivil's bombardment was not continuing. The same was true not only for Pivil but also for the rest of the air fortresses. Even though they had sufficiently narrowed the distance, they did not fire their main guns at the jeep headquarters. That was proof that Kiliak had once again lost the battle with the enemy tribe. Kwasik dash. Kuduk. Ugh. What is this again? The central garden of Jeep's main house suddenly began to crumble and fall like a cookie. Like a blue whale rising from the water, the flying fortress of the Jiakmyong tribe was breaking through the land and revealing itself. Kiliak and Rhaegal wizards had no choice but to break through the wall and run backward to avoid the red brain waves emitted by the air fortress Kree. The Kree is the enemy's strongest decisive battle weapon, different from the other 4 air fortresses. It was bigger than all 4 air fortresses combined, and every time the power source embedded deep inside the fortress stirred, a terrible wave of red lightning poured out. Immediately after Kree broke through the garden, more than 70% of the wizards in the home were instantly killed by its waves. It was not an attack such as artillery fire. Kree simply rose to the occasion, showing the majesty of the enemy race. Kaaf! Kiliak! The dragons could not stand the heat and melted like porridge in the sky. There were some dragons who tried to run away from the main house again, but the red brain waves spread faster than the speed at which they flew. The Kree is shaped like a top. A red window rose above Kree's flat top for all to see in the city. The window showed Simmet sitting on a throne on the Kree's bridge. You all were living so peacefully. Today this land and sky will all be dyed red and belong to our Jiakmyong people. Simmet's cold voice echoed throughout the city. He was looking straight at Kiliak, who was escaping from the red brain waves. However, behind him, the air fortress Riddle, which had risen from underground in eastern Draka, was narrowing the siege. This is my first time seeing Kiliak in person. I am a warrior of the Jiakmyong clan. Now I'm using the name Simmet. If you surrender, I will not kill any more of your men. Simmet knew that Kiliak would never respond. However, he was only creating witnesses to enhance the dignity of his enemy. As soon as the battle is over, articles announcing the resurrection of the Jiakmyong clan will pour in all over the world. Kiliak had no intention of fighting. I had to focus on escaping. If he was caught like this, Jeep was virtually done with the road. I was confident that I would survive. Kadin had already joined forces with other dragons and Kojek to break through the siege on the Riddle side. Only they will be able to survive. Simmet looked away and continued talking as if he had no intention of pursuing Kiliak persistently. Also, the general public, don't worry too much. As we declared earlier, we are conquerors, not slaughterers. As long as you don't engage in pointless rebellion, I will treat you all as second-class citizens of the Red Ming clan. You will be able to experience the superior civilization of the Red Ming tribe. More than 100,000 people have already died. Nevertheless, Simmet thought that this massacre would not be exposed to the outside world. This was because it was better for both the Jiakmyong clan and Jeepal not to accurately announce that fact to the outside world. In order for the Jiakmyong tribe to effectively rule over the general public in the future, Zippal was intended to establish a little more prestige. Compatriot Kiliak, Zippal of Tushan will soon be linking up with Kozek Kadin. Leave it alone. This guy has Changxiang level in action. If you try to force it now, Alona will join you. And if you're not careful, you'll do more harm than good. All right. Above all, the author is a person who should be useful in dealing with the Bamul coalition. So for now, we only focus on securing Draka as our new base. The bombardment was rapidly subsiding. This was because Draka's troops, who were supposed to respond to the invaders, were already in a situation that was no different from annihilation. Simmet looked down at the city burning with red waves with a satisfied face. From now on, this land was no longer owned by Jeep. It was the first time this had happened since the first head of Ziffel made Draka the capital of the Federation. On April 25, 1804, a day passed after the Jiakmyong tribe attacked Draka. The whole world already knew that Draka had fallen. The fact that Kiliak ran away without even fighting properly and the fact that the Red Mystery tribe took no damage while conquering Draka. It would be no exaggeration to say that it was the greatest shock in history. People were in greater shock than when the King of Chaos appeared in the Sword Emperor Castle, than when the evil god was born in the Garden of Swords, or even a while ago when the real demon world led by Demon King Jito invaded Ince. This is because people in the world have no choice but to think that Jeep has collapsed. Simmet described the true heart of Zippal as the Tower of Stories, but the capital of the Federation was clearly Draka. I never would have guessed that the guys who started running straight from Maesel would hit the zip line like this. And they captured Draka? Tychon, Luna said as she put down a bundle of newsletters on the conference room desk. Media around the world were constantly pouring out special reports. The Bamul Coalition was also publishing articles led by Dino Jaglon. It was not an article reporting the damage suffered by the Lutheran Federation. It was focused on various information for those who would flee from the Federation to the Union in the future and to reassure current residents. Lily, look at this. These are newsletters that just came out from Zippal's media outlets. Jet entered the conference room and held up the newsletters. It has been a newsletter for the media that has been in charge of public opinion warfare as Zippal's pen. The old ruler sets and the red sun rises. Even though there was a major battle that led to the fall of Draka, it is not easy to find people in grief anywhere in the city or nearby districts. Surprisingly, civilians were not harmed at all in this battle. The Jiakmyong tribe declared war and kept their promise to the citizens, and Ziffel left Draka with damage that was close to annihilation. Draka's evolution began immediately after the end of the war. Based on the superior technology of the Jiakmyong tribe, all buildings and institutions destroyed during the battle were instantly replaced with new ones. Long-distance communication devices previously used only by the Bamul Alliance were placed throughout the city, and a device was created to replace the mobile gateway that had become unusable after the death of the evil spirit. Wow, you dishonest bastards. How much have you received from Zippel so far, and why are you spreading the news like this? Baradin clicked his tongue and said. After Draka fell, he was feeling mixed and strange emotions. He didn't have any good memories of his time as the head of the family due to his mental abnormalities, but to him Jeep was his foundation and hometown. Of course, Baradin is now a member of the Bamul Alliance and knows Zippel's ugly and rotten internal situation better than anyone else. Does Prince Baradin still have affection for Zippel? Enya said. No, I was just joking. I too hope Jeep goes bankrupt. But I didn't expect this direction. No matter what, you have to atone for and contribute to the world and society before you perish. You know best, Baradin, that Jeep will not fail to this extent. Baradin nodded at Jin's words. But this feels really strange. A day has passed and Jeep has made no attempt to retrieve Draka again. This means that we will focus on defending the Tower of Story. I'm worried that that monster Kiliak will do something that will cross the line again in the process. It was a very possible story. For example, by linking up with Ganastoga, they become more obsessed with the Demon Godstone, or in the process the Demon Godstone is suddenly completed. Baradin was afraid of that. The moment the Demon Stone is completed, the land and troops that Jeep lost this time will no longer be a loss. The only way to cross the line is with the Demon Godstone. On the other hand, it also means that Kiliak is nothing if he cannot complete the Demon Stone. So don't worry too much, Baradin. Demon Godstone. These days Jean was thinking that the completion of the Demon Godstone might depend on Ilona. The core of the Demon Stone from 1,000 years ago, which completely manipulated the history confirmed in the tombs of Timar, was clearly Ilona. Zippel damaged reality and history the most when she directly controlled the Tower of Stories. However, from the subspaces of the tomb, Sir Ilona clearly did not use the holy water pipe like she does now. He looked like an ordinary human being, like Lord Ilona, whom I had seen for the first time. Jean never saw Ilona use the holy water tube from the recording device. It is true that she has become stronger than before after using the holy water pipe, but now she is not a person with will but a terrible weapon of war. There was something like this in Baradin's memories from when he was the head of the family. The Tower of Stories communicated with Sir Ilona. That's right. So can Lord Ilona, who has now lost her sense of self, properly communicate with the Tower of Stories? Baradin's eyes widened. It was an area I had never thought about. I probably won't be able to do it. So if my prediction is correct, Xiangsiguan will be a great strength to Kiliak, but also a significant limitation. If you can't communicate with the tower, you can't use the Demon Stone properly, but if you release the control of the Holy Water Pavilion, there's no way Sir Ilona will listen to you obediently. It could really be true. If Kiliak asks for help to solve the problem, the ones that immediately come to mind are the sun god Kinzalo and Ganesto. However, it is no different than confirming that the Sun God Church has completely severed ties with Zippel through this Battle of Maesel. Either Kinjalo or Ganestoga. The latter is more likely. They are already connected. No much information has been added about them yet. Kinjalo seemed to be on guard, and the Bamul Alliance was wary of their dream abilities. Not long ago I was tracking the world of Lokia, which was revealed through recording magic. However, there was no significant income. Now that Draka has fallen, Ganestoga will soon make a move to help Kiliak. From then on I'll have to track it more persistently. Even if it doesn't move, it's not that bad. It means their relationship isn't as good as we thought. Among the enemies, the one that the Alliance needed to be most concerned about right now was the Jiakmyong tribe. Their war capabilities revealed to date were at a level where they could attack the entire Ince region at any time. Draka was suddenly attacked from underground. But even if they invaded in a general way, I don't think it would have been able to withstand it. There are only two regions in the world that can compare in defense power to Draka: Garden of Swords and Tychon. Those two regions were able to show greater defense power than Draka in certain situations. It was when Jean Murakin and all the superhumans of the Alliance were waiting. In other words, from now on, the Alliance had to always have more superhuman or higher-level personnel on standby than before. The enemy tribe can lead an air fortress and cross the portal appearing out of nowhere anywhere in the sky above the Federation. The Jiakmyong tribe had the perfect preemptive strike against all forces except Ganastoga. We will have to further reduce the number of people going on external missions. The good news is that the cracks that opened up all over the world after Jito ended have disappeared, so unless the enemy tribe invades, civilian damage will not increase immediately. Suddenly Eltiot cleared his throat and everyone paid attention to him. Master. Luna had already gotten used to calling him teacher. Although I still don't completely trust him as a teacher, it felt like becoming someone's student wasn't such a bad thing. You don't know much about Simart. But I know him better than anyone else. What are you trying to say? He doesn't like adventure. He's a guy who always enjoys fighting when he can completely win, like the Draka fight this time. Elliot made eye contact with Jean. Therefore, when Simit strikes the Garden of Swords or Tychon, it is when you, your guardian dragon, my disciples, and most of the other adepts are absent. That's what I lost just now. Different. Disciple. Can't your best forces just stand by all the time? Let's say one day guys called Ganesto suddenly pop out and both Jean and Murakin have to escape to catch them. At that time, will the Jiakmyong people just sit back and watch fire? So you're saying that Lord Elliot has a plan for that? Jean used the honorific term out of respect for Elliot, who became Luna's teacher. Luna uses honorifics in a derogatory manner, but I feel uncomfortable speaking informally to her. Not at all. Isn't it obvious? When I looked around, I saw that your alliance also had a fairly useful ship. Did you say it was golden? It doesn't feel shabby compared to an air fortress, but you can mass-produce it. We didn't stay quiet because we didn't want to mass-produce it, Master. Oops. Did I say this without knowing it? Disciple, this teacher is not just a person of outstanding physical strength like you. Although our Qingming people were only slightly inferior to the Red Ming people, they had a civilization and technology that was incomparably brilliant compared to the current era. Jin's eyes widened. Oh, is it true that Sir Elthiot can reproduce the techniques used back then? Of course. This Eltiot was also one of the best engineers of the Qingmyong tribe before he became a warrior. However, my memory is not yet complete, so I need to prepare some things to retrieve the knowledge from that time. What do you need? Okay, supplies. I just happened to look at the newsletters that Jet brought, and it says that they have already placed enemy clan items as public facilities throughout Draka. Moreover, by now Simit would have surely taken over most of the nearby autonomous districts and the city's existing Lutheran federal strongholds. And ancient cutting-edge equipment would have been placed in those cities as well. It seems like Simit wants to pretend to be a good ruler right now. Elliot paused for a moment and smiled. Let's go and get some of them, disciple. If I take it apart and look at it one by one, I think my memories will come back. Disciple, as part of your training, you will be able to engage in moderate fighting with enemy tribesmen and gain knowledge. How sharp is this number? That evening, the Red Owl's portal opened over Chatten Meadow. Wow, this ship isn't bad. It has a long spatial jump distance, high speed, and even an invisibility function. I've never used the mounted cannon, so I'm not sure, but it would definitely be great. It was created by Amela and Dr. Quall. While Elthiot was speaking, Luna thought that he was a person with great execution skills. She had no idea that they would call for a surprise attack on the enemy tribe today. She didn't hate it. Infiltration and surprise raids had been Luna's favorite missions since she was a cadet. Above all, Luna hoped that by participating in this infiltration, she would be able to examine Elthiot's abilities, which were still somewhat limited. It is one of Jin's most prized possessions among the Alliance's assets. Okay? Then this teacher may be hated by your younger brother. What do you mean? If you don't do well, it will be impossible for you to return safely today with the Red Owl. Luna snorted at those words. You underestimate me too much, Master. This kind of treatment is refreshing. It's fair to say that you overestimate yourself. Stop talking. Also, you are underestimating the Red Ming tribe. It may be because the enemy tribes you have seen and heard about in person looked shabby. But you have to be nervous, disciple. Of course, most of them are much weaker than you, but that's only in the case of pure force. Although she was somewhat jealous, the evaluation of the Jiakmiang tribe was worth taking into consideration. They were the ones who took over Draka and the major nearby autonomous districts in one day. The city Luna and Elthiot decided to attack was Barkel Borough. It was an area about 50 kilometers from the current location. Well, seeing as the artillery hasn't arrived yet, it looks like full-scale defense equipment hasn't been deployed yet in Barkel Borough. Are you saying the attack would have already begun if it had been deployed? Even though it's 50 kilometers away? Yes, their detection ability is at a level that modern humanity cannot surpass. If you placed first-class equipment in Barkel, it would have been better to change the area. Still, second-class equipment would have been deployed, so the bombardment would begin even if it got even a little closer. All right. Well then, it's time to start our first training. Let's go. Of course, while you're at it, it's footwork training. Just running fast and excitingly is not the way to go. Disciple, you must learn how to handle your power nobly. Elliot said as he took 5 steps. He moved forward smoothly, like a water strider gliding on water. It is about running without leaving footprints until you enter enemy territory. It's not that difficult. Luna immediately followed Elliot's steps. It's not that bad. From now on, increase your speed, but your breathing should be calm. It's about running fluidly and flexibly. Luna began to move ahead of Elliot. Although it was fast enough for even most superhumans to catch up, it felt disappointing compared to Luna's maximum speed. Breathing is the biggest problem. It's not easy to concentrate on walking because you have to worry about this. Breathing. Elliot had always pointed out that Luna's biggest problem was breathing. She couldn't easily understand what it was like to breathe calmly. Isn't it just a matter of breathing evenly and quietly? Whenever Luna thought of such things, Elliot would yell like a ghost. You already have an aura stronger than Jean. Maybe even your father will surpass you. And that power is always stirring within you. You can't hear it with the human ear, but every time you exhale, a volcano explodes inside your body. Elliot said, adjusting his speed. Oh, you're finally explaining breathing in a way I can understand. I told you this because I was frustrated because I was not aware of the fact that I was about to enter actual combat. Calm down the energy that fluctuates with your breathing. That is the basis for using the sword like the wind. Of course, it is not easy to change habits that you have not been conscious of throughout your life. Still, now that she had gotten a concrete clue for the first time, Luna concentrated and formed a mental image while running. The image of the fierce auras in her body gradually disappearing like a lake. Then a mysterious feeling came over her 5 senses. Suddenly, her body seemed to get smaller, and time seemed to pass slowly. At that moment, Elliot screamed. The Jiakmiang tribe's defense equipment installed in the Baikal Autonomous District began to operate. A ray of red light had already fallen from somewhere. The beam of light fell right next to Luna, and the ground exploded, sending out a rock that hit Luna on the shoulder. Have you forgotten? This place is small. What will happen if you become so absorbed in training that you lose your mind? Luna could not recognize the stone splash as a crisis at all. Even if hit squarely, there wouldn't be even the slightest shock, so she ignored it, but Elliot thought that was Luna's problem. It may be easier for you to just hold on and keep pushing forward with your strong body even in a battlefield where artillery fire is pouring down, but trusting your body and fighting like that is the way of the underworld. You have to move like a master. Your enemy must not be able to predict you. Of course, Luna has created many situations that the enemy cannot predict. However, it was not the way Elliot wanted. She always wielded greater power than her enemies thought. What is strong and destructive will eventually break when it meets something stronger and more destructive. Can you alone be stronger than the entire Jiakmiang tribe in Baikal? No. Therefore, if you fight only with your strength, you are bound to fail today. See it, Kai! More and more red artillery pieces were flying in. Elliot completely avoided all artillery fire, even with his head turned towards Luna the entire time. Luna, on the other hand, was narrowly avoiding it due to her awkward walking and breathing and Elliot's nagging. If she wasn't careful, she could get hurt before she even reached the city. However, Luna did not try to move as easily as she normally did because she decided to follow his training. She was getting used to it little by little. Is this what it felt like to relax and move? It seems like if I make even the slightest mistake, my body will start to limp. As the two people approached, a red protective shield covered the entire Barkel. At first glance, it is a dense protective layer. I think I can break it if I use my strength properly. It was clear that if she exploded with energy, Elliot would cause chaos again. You must destroy the shield to get inside, Master. What should I do? I think you would say that smashing the sword with all your might is the way of the underworld. That's right. The best move is to use the exact same force as the brain energy that forms some point of that shield to cancel it out. It's a similar method to the deep heat that martial artists usually use. Due to the special nature of the red brain, this is something you cannot do right away. I'll take care of the shield, so just focus on your mission. It means cutting down the enemy tribes that stand in the way and taking the equipment. Luna's breathing did not stop until she touched the shield. It was her first time running this distance and getting her whole body wet with sweat. Pause, that is. Elliot floated a blue brain flag on his palm. That power briefly tangled with the red brain that formed the protective shield, turning purple, then gradually becoming transparent and disappearing. Then a crack appeared in the huge protective shield that covered the entire city, just big enough for two people to fit through. From Luna's perspective, Elliot was destroying the protective shield with less force than scooping up the ocean with a teaspoon. I will let you know about this later when you have become more refined and can handle brain energy. Brain energy? Your younger brother is also human, but doesn't he handle brain energy? Of course, you should do the same. But there are no troops waiting inside the shield. Of course, we haven't gone deep into the city yet, so there's no reason to engage in close combat. It is much more effective to sit in each control tower and click a few buttons. Just like this. The moment Elliot finished speaking, Luna suddenly felt her body becoming heavy. It felt like 1,000 pounds of iron was weighing down on her shoulders. It was because of the red brain waves. The red brain waves were entrapping Luna like deep water. It would have been enough to just explode her energy and ignore it, but Luna had to choose a different move than usual this time. Offset. Luna read the general flow of the red brain wave and felt a similar energy engulf her body. Although the level of completion is not as high as Elliot, her body was somehow lighter than before. Clap, clap. Elliot clapped with a solemn face. Of course, there are guns. I can't handle brain energy yet, but that's pretty good. Okay, let's keep going like this until they crawl out of the control tower. Although the two people couldn't hear, alarms were ringing non-stop between the control towers inside Barkel. A fleet appeared from afar. The entire fleet's main guns were aiming at Luna and Elliot. Oh, by the way. Slap. Elliot dodged a beam of light. Luna naturally expected Elliot to attack due to the direction, but had to dodge half a beat later. This master will not participate in combat if possible. I'm really grateful for that. It's better for you if I don't participate, because my participation in battle means that you may die. Just as Luna was about to respond, the fleet's bombardment began, and the enemy tribes of the fleet shouted loudly as they confirmed the identity of the two people. Moby Dick and the author. Clear. I am the hero of Chongmying who escaped from Maesel. Elliot, I will request that Criddle use first-class defense equipment. Inform the compatriot who committed suicide immediately. While the enemy tribesmen were shouting, Simmet's face appeared above the window of the bridge. Enemy name. Simmet smiled after receiving salutes from his compatriots. Okay, looks like that old man Elliot missed me for a long time. I'm going there now so I can take good care of them. Kwaduk Puang Chiang. Along with the gunfire, the sound of something being crushed or broken, as well as a sound like an object being ground, began to increase. This was because first-class defense equipment began operating. Suddenly Luna's feet disappeared. Thousands of snake-like red rays came out of it, and in the end Luna had no choice but to change her position, catching some of them with her body as usual. It's difficult to do this. First-class defense equipment was deployed here too? Master. But we've already gone too deep, so let's just keep going. Red brain wavelength concentration will soon be more than double what it was just now. As she said, Luna noticed that her movements had already become heavier. I couldn't handle just imitating Elliot's offset. From now on, fight in your usual way, but when you have time, try to do what this teacher said. TSK, I thought it was going to be an intense training, but it turned out it was all done. Elliot continued to lick his appetite and tried to dodge the waves of Red Brain's artillery fire and various traps. The appearance was not very beautiful. Sometimes I would sit with my legs wide apart and turn my head to the left or right, and sometimes I would get up with my hands on the ground and do some somersaults before collapsing on the floor. It bounces around as if it were an elastic ball. It was completely different from Luna, who bravely endured every blow like a shield that could never be broken. What is that person? Moving around like that and avoiding everything. For a moment Luna looked like Elliot was like the wind. Can change into any shape and cannot be captured or confined. Although it looks far from noble. The good news was that, after the two entered the city, first-class defense equipment was activated. If it had been operated from the beginning, access would have been problematic from the beginning. Cook dash. Crantle split the black barrier in half that appeared in front of the two. However, new walls continued to rise. It seemed that a normal attack would not be able to keep up with the speed at which the barrier was formed. Luna launched a decisive battle. A huge light wave rising from the ground like a gush of water began to tear apart the barriers. The two were able to get closer into the city through that gap. I don't have time to put my teacher's advice into practice. I have no choice but to use my discretion. But it's strange. It's almost time for the troops to step forward. Still no one has come out. Let's see, there's the flagship Laviette. It would be Reikiman and the two Wangs under his command who manage Barkel. Soon the two were able to fully enter the city. However, there were no people or even buildings to be seen on the street. It was just a vast empty plain. It was all hidden underground or lifted into the sky. The existing residents of the Lutheran Federation would have evacuated like that. The purpose of this raid is to seize some of the public facilities deployed by the Jiakmyong tribe. The streets were so empty that I couldn't take care of it. I don't know how deep it is hidden under the ground, but if I start destroying everything on the ground to find it, ordinary people will also get hurt. Can I just pierce the sky? Okay. Luna's eyes landed on the red-stained sky, and suddenly I gritted my teeth. Kaha dash. Soon Luna raised her axe sword with all her might, and in an instant a dazzlingly bright light cleared away the red brain. Currently there are no air fortresses in Barkel. The firepower of Raviat and the general fleet alone cannot completely block the vast sword energy. The ships located in the first row will be partially damaged. However, the next moment Luna narrowed her brows and glared at the sky, which was turning red again. The huge light waves pouring from Crantle were blocked by something and were dispersing without being able to reach the fleet shield. It was a whirlpool. The repulsive force generated from the huge whirlpool that whipped up the entire sky was pushing Luna's sword energy away. And from the center of the whirlpool a person was coming down like a god. Simit, the enemy warrior. As he stood in the sky, his bright heart was shining like a star. Jaifel hasn't come for revenge yet, but Runkendal is trespassing on our territory. Simit looked down at Luna. However, he did not keep his eyes on Luna for long, and immediately turned his head towards Elliot. Hey disciple! That guy came out. Luna stared at Simit without answering. Just encountering the energy flowing from him sent shivers through my entire body. It's been a while, old man. It looks like you were lucky and survived the Great Seal. Or was it really the big snake that was considerate of you? In terms of time, more than 10,000 years must have passed, but as soon as I saw you, you made a white noise, King Jiakshan. Was the big snake such a soft person back then? Looks like you used some brains. I avoided the Great Seal by hiding, by pretending to be a level 1 fighting king. I wasn't completely spared. It is true that he was sealed as a first-class Tuong Simit. But aren't you as fresh now as you were back then? Since ancient times one head has been working well and has managed to avoid destruction. If you're jealous, say you're jealous. So you old man, why don't you think about it a little more? Can you be jealous? The Sun War can be said to be a decisive victory for our Qingming people. You left no descendants, but we are left with the royal family of La Perosa. The funny jokes are still there. After researching, I found out that the underworld clan was virtually extinct and Jean Runkendal was the only successor. On the other hand, our numbers have decreased, but the rest is almost the same. I was just trapped in the Great Seal for a long time. So the first round is a decision win for our Chongmying people, and the fight from now on should be considered the second round. Your brothers are all dead and turned to dust, so do you plan to join the Bamul Alliance and fight me? Well, more accurately, from now on my disciple here can be seen as representing the entire Qingming tribe. Elthiot pointed at Luna with a confident expression. Only then did Simmet look down at Luna as if he had become interested again. The great Blue Wind Emperor is a human disciple. The world has definitely become strange. Well, it is true that Baekhyun was at an extremely outstanding level even among the strong men of his time. But you don't really think that just one person can destroy the red sky. Have you forgotten? Our Chongmying is one and everything. No one is just one. You have already proven that by surviving on your own and becoming miserable. While Elthiot was choosing an answer, he suddenly turned his head to Luna. Those unlucky people are the Jiakmyong tribe disciple. Just let it end today? Don't stop me. I didn't stop you, master. Luna actually didn't think she was in the mood to joke at all right now. Tucson has appeared and enemy air fortresses can also come for support at any time. If the enemy tribe concentrated their power on Barkel now, even Luna could not be guaranteed survival. However, Luna saw Elliot's easygoing attitude and thought that there was something she could trust in him. In the first place, Elliot is not in his prime, but he is also in his prime. I think I've roughly solved the problem of Hopo Chongpungpya. Now it's time to pay for the surprise attack on the enemy's land. Simmet raised his right hand high above his head. Then in an instant a huge red sphere like the sun formed on his finger. The dark shadow of a giant sphere was casting over the fleet and the ground. The sphere is a force that symbolizes the destruction and massacre committed by the Jiakmyong people in the past. Soon Simmet lowered his raised hand and the sphere began to fall. Elliot also amplified his optical heart. Eltiot's brain energy, which had been gentle until now, cleared away the red brain waves as fierce as a tsunami. Take charge of Simmet, disciple. Don't pay attention to me until I give you the signal. Elliot took the leap first. He jumped into the sphere and disappeared into it like falling into water. Luna didn't know what he was trying to do. It's amazing that they created a path from within by offsetting some of it. Then I said there was no need to worry. Red sword energy formed on Krantil. Heart sword red moon. Without hesitation she fired red sword energy at the sphere where Eltiot entered. Because the sphere was so large, Luna could not open the path otherwise. It would be nice to say that it was the heaviest blow I have ever received in my life. When the sword and the sphere touched, Luna felt a shock as if her bones were being twisted. Wow! However, the sphere was soon cut in half and Simmet's location was confirmed again. Simmet predicted that the sphere would be split in half and had already closed the distance to Luna. The sun's sword Tetalon was falling on Luna's head. A sharp friction sound rang out as the red-stained axe sword and the long sword wrapped in red brain clashed. Fragments of energy bounced between the swords like heavy blood. As soon as I mixed the swords once, I now understand why the Qingfeng Emperor took you as his disciple. Even though I haven't reached Changxiang yet, I feel the power to change my destiny. I thought the Jiakmyong clan always had people running away like beaten dogs. There was someone like you. The remains of the broken sphere were raining down like lightning. They all followed Simmet's will and fell only on Luna. Because of this, Luna continued to be hit by debris while mixing Simmet and the sword. It's still annoying, but her rigid body isn't infinite. If the fight goes on, it will crack at some point. I don't know what Master is trying to do, but it is quite possible to buy time. But how do you plan to escape after that? I don't know about the others, but it would be impossible to beat Simmet. Sigh. Tetalon brushed Luna's cheek. Crantle passed right in front of his collar, and at that moment Luna felt the gap between herself and Simart. It was the gap between Changxiang and those wandering near Changxiang. But not even Changxiang can overcome fate every time. You are not my opponent yet. Okay? I think I can do it. While answering, Luna saw a scene of reinforcements being added to the enemy tribe among the fleet. 2 air fortresses Pivel and Partel were coming out of a portal in the sky. Do you still think it's worth doing? Trillion. Simit smiled and Luna gritted her teeth. Those are the flying fortresses I saw in Dam Maisel. It felt completely different from when I met him at Maisel. Jean was with me at the time, so even when I saw the majesty of the air fortress in person, I was not impressed. But now Jean is not there, and the Red Heaven King Simit is pressuring her. The air fortresses looked like Simit's wings. Pivel and Part 50 would only hit Luna without a single error even while the two were engaged in close combat. Quaduk dash. Tetalon struck Luna. Luna blocked Crantle by lifting it horizontally, but the ground collapsed and her stance collapsed. However, at that moment Luna also stamped her right foot. The impact caused the ground to collapse, and Simit's body instantly rose into the air, and even if it was Changxiang, it could not attack Luna further in that state. It had to be that way originally. However, Luna was almost stabbed in the heart by a blade that came out of nowhere and closed the distance. Are you avoiding this? The blade grazed Luna's shoulder. Luna was able to figure out in the next moment how on earth Simit continued the attack. Is it a red brain wave? The red brain waves that came down from the Pivel and Part 50 air fortresses helped Simit take his stance right at that moment. Simit was standing on a red plate formed by red brain waves. Because of this, only Luna fell into the pit created by the shock wave. I have never experienced or imagined this type of combat support. Even the Simart looked very familiar. In fact, since the days of the Solar War, he preferred to fight in conjunction with air fortresses when dealing with powerful forces, so that no matter who you fight, you will never lose. It's not just simple artillery support. It's also providing a place to step on. Isn't it a foul? Is there any foul play in war? If it's a joke, I'll say that Master is not as good as he is. Yes, Master, you are fun. As Luna was about to walk left and get out of the pit, another red plate appeared right in front of her. Of course, the air fortress not only helped Simit's movement but could also block the opponent's movement. Luna was not embarrassed and split the red plate with Crantle. The plate collapsed easily, but the problem was that it kept coming back. Small movements to remove the plate created an opening, and Simit's sword flew in. When she dodged the sword, the air fortress's precision bombardment hit Luna on the back. Are you really human? I can't believe I withstood the bombardment with my bare body without any protection. Although they weren't deep, there were already more than a dozen torn and open wounds on my body. Hot blood flowed down my back. My heightened senses became clearer, and my eyes seemed to absorb everything in sight. Luna was finally aware of the crisis. Is this what it feels like to really die? A crisis deeper and more muddy than the diagonal line she crossed in the Black Sea with the Soren expedition was constricting her. Why are you so surprised? But my younger brother is stronger than me. Jean Runkendal? No, it's Runtia. Even if I knew it, it wouldn't be meaningful anyway. You are talking about the 3 horsemen of Runkendal. Why is it meaningless? Tisk dash. Luna kicked her right foot forward and broke the red plate. As he had done before, Simit took advantage of the opportunity to swing the Tetalon. But Luna held the blade with her left hand and struck Crantle over his head. Simit also held Crantle's blade in his hand. Blood flowed from Luna's hand, and Simit's hand was not cut at all. Because I decided to kill you. I risk my life. That means you don't have much time left to live. Madness. The moment Simit made eye contact with Luna, he recognized the deep dark madness within her, and the fact that this is not something Luna originally had but rather a temperament that has just blossomed like a flame. At the same time, Simit suddenly felt something sharp flying towards his side. Are you an old man? Since he was still holding on to Luna's sword, Simit naturally assumed that it was a surprise attack from Elthiot, who was hiding somewhere. I was so weak that I thought the only thing I could do was hide, But then they came in and stabbed me directly. The moment Simmet turned his head with that thought in mind, the person he faced was not Elliot. It wasn't the blue brain machine he used. A glowing red energy like the thunder energy of the Jiakmyeong clan was piercing his side like a sword. It was Luna's red power. How? It was an unexpected attack, but Simmet leisurely turned his body and struck away Luna and the red power at once. Luna bounced back due to the recoil, but the red power only lost the shape of the blade for a moment and did not completely disperse, aiming at Simmet again. The flame sword was called that in our time. It's a bit odd in shape, but I didn't know you could use something like this. Well, I just decided to kill you. It was Simmet's first moment of shock and surprise. Awakening during battle was common, but suddenly acquiring a specific skill was rare. It's not a telekinesis sword. Was it simply a murderous intent materialized through the red power? In cases like this, you would usually lose your temper, but you seem fine. Luna was barely able to hold on to her senses. It felt like if I relaxed even for a moment, I would be consumed by madness and turn into a beast. On the other hand, I was also enjoying that state. The thought of dedicating her whole heart to killing her opponent was coloring her with a simple and primal pleasure. I felt like I was Jonah when I couldn't control my spirit. Luna was rushing towards Simmet without even realizing that she was getting hurt. Die! Luna was smiling. The enemy clans looking down on the battlefield from the air fortress were shivering at the sight of Luna rushing about like crazy. Even though Simmet and the air fortress provided an infinitely safe defense, the dry sting passed. However, Simmet shrugged off Luna's attacks like a seasoned trainer handling a wild beast. Crantle became more violent than before, but that alone was not enough to pierce the defenses of Simmet and the air fortress. The power to transcend fate. In fact, unless you are Changseong, you can't even fight against a fully equipped Simmet. If Simmet had dealt with Luna without paying any attention to the city, she would have already been fatally injured. Simmet deliberately only continued close combat with Luna to prevent the city from being destroyed by large-scale technology. Still, it is only a matter of time before Luna collapses. Simmet only had a few scratches, but even those were being healed by the red brain waves. It looks like you want to destroy yourself, Moby Dick. Are you not thinking about running away? It's none of your business. Or maybe you believe your brother will come to save you. However, the fact that I came in person means that the spatial leap in this area has been blocked. It will take Jin Runkendal at least 8 hours to get here. Will you really be alive by then? Luna had no idea about Jin's support. I couldn't think of anything else because the madness of the red power made me just keep swinging the sword. Only murderous intent filled Luna. Now the murderous intent that was nothing more than a blade has taken on the shape of a human being. It is attacking Simmet in a way similar to Luna herself. There are no facial features, and the hand holding the axe sword has no fingers. Simmet felt uncomfortable seeing the red power that had turned into Luna. If this power is refined, it will be dangerous. A thought crossed Simmet's mind. Should he just cut it down now? But if it's not polished and broken then... Even while Simmet was worrying, Luna was fiercely swinging Crantle, covered in blood and ash dust. Even to anyone who knows her, she looks like an unfamiliar demon. Ha ha ha. Luna's breathing began to become heavy. The cumulative impact from the bombardment and Simmet's blade that had been pounding her entire body all along was finally breaking down her body. If things continue like this, soon all that will remain will be the materialized form of that red power. Even if Luna dies now, she will fight with the red power in her form for a while. Gah! Then, just as Luna was about to hit Crantle with all her might, a blue-colored energy suddenly surged between the two. 8. If I tell this guy to fight, is it okay if he collapses? Eltiot was entering the battle carrying a bundle full of something on his back. Eltiot released Simmet's sword and plunged his fist into Luna's forehead. Squeak dash! Luna almost counterattacked even after confirming that it was Elliot. Although Luna had clearly been losing her mind just now, she suddenly felt her mind clearing up. It was thanks to Eltiot blowing blue energy when he hit Luna's forehead. Master, let's jump out first. Yes, Luna answered without hesitation for a moment. The madness from just a moment ago had completely disappeared. Old man. What he was doing was petty theft. Simmet cut down the bundle Elthiot was carrying before he could move away. Patter. Parts of Jiakmyong public facilities fell and broke. Oh no! How did you collect this, you damn bastard? You're a bastard who doesn't even know how to respect the elderly. It's noisy. Simmet's blade grazed Elthiot's nose. Elthiot rolled back and fell into Luna's arms, and Luna jumped up to increase the distance from Simmet. Then I ran with all my might without even looking back. Now Luna has realized that if she continues to fight, the only thing waiting for her is death. Master, quickly prepare for offset. The shield will come out soon. I can't do it because I'm tired. Just destroy it with your ignorant strength. Do you really have to say that? Hurry! The air fortresses and fleets immediately began to spread out and form a siege. However, Simmet did not pursue them directly. A window appeared above Simmet's bracelet, and Reikiman's face appeared. Compatriots who commit suicide, we will build a siege and lure them to the outskirts of the city to eliminate them. Simmet shook his head at those words. No, just pretend to give chase and then let go. From the beginning, Simmet had no intention of killing Luna and Elliot today. In the meantime, I only briefly worried about Luna's murderous intent and its danger. However, in Simmet's view, the murderous intent was clearly a double-edged sword. Yes. There are still many other enemies, so there is no need to start an all-out war with the strongest enemy, the Bamul Alliance. In the first place, Chongpengpya came to me knowing that I would make that kind of judgment. You're an old man. You're getting weaker, and you're using all your brain power that you weren't using before. Reikiman did not complain about Simmet's orders. I understand, fellow fighter. Simmet ended the video communication and looked down at the parts scattered on the floor. It is a bittersweet time for the great Blue Wind Emperor to go on such adventures just to obtain such low-level parts. The moment Simart shrugged his shoulders while trampling on the remaining parts. Elthiot was smiling as he touched the key parts hidden in his coat pocket. From the days of the War of the Sun to today, it was the first time he defeated Simmet in a battle. Ha! Are these really parts of public facilities? Public facilities? Public facilities. Tychon Palace, Qual's laboratory. Qual said as he passed around the parts that Luna and Elthiot had stolen. The parts were of extremely excellent quality, even to the eyes of those unfamiliar with magical engineering. A tetrahedron the size of an apple made of silver metal, and in the middle of it was a rotating red core that was not connected to anything. Is this such a big deal? To the extent that you, Qual, make such a fuss? When Murakan asked, Qual nodded repeatedly. Of course. Inside these thin metal lines, precise and small technologies that mankind cannot even dream of are applied. Those technologies form a wave, and that wave turns into a single nucleus and rotates inside the part. It's so beautiful that it brings tears to my eyes. The final price is, oh wow, that's really crying. Z, please at least give me a handkerchief. I'm getting goosebumps. Yay, here. So if you have this item, you can mass-produce golden boxes? Qual wiped his face with his handkerchief and glared at Murakan. Anyway, this ignorant black dragon, do you know what kind of god I am? We dismantle and analyze these parts very carefully, not knowing when we will be able to obtain them again, and identify the applied technologies. Even I will need at least half a year to get to this point. Ignorance? No benefit? Just because I said this, I let it go until the very end. They appreciate Kangdagu and look after him. After analysis, applying the technology to our Tychon is another matter. That will take at least a few years, even if you set it to the bare minimum. But it's only half a year, and it takes several times more than that to apply it? It's a bit long though. Isn't that right, kid? Just as Jean was about to shrug his shoulders, a loud laugh suddenly came from outside the lab. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! My disciple. I feel like this master has already completely destroyed that Simmet. I understand, master. How many times are you talking about? Elliot and Luna had just come out of the treatment room. The two suffered significant injuries while escaping Barkel. It was only thanks to the abilities of the Holy Kingdom healers on standby at Tychon and Luna's unique rigid body that she was able to get out of the hospital bed so quickly. Luna had recovered from all visible wounds. I was swept up in madness and fell into a kind of mental state, so it was inevitable that I would be left with internal injuries. Ha ha ha, you must have seen it clearly too. Just before escaping from the Chaitan Plains, this teacher took out the parts and proudly displayed them towards their air fortress. Simit must have seen that scene. I must have fallen down holding the back of my neck. Simit just didn't seem like someone worth getting excited about. Pupil, do you know Simit better than me? He always pretends to be cool and dignified, but he fundamentally has a childlike side to him. Haha, I was fooled by a package that was shown on purpose. I guess this is how I felt every time he fooled me in ancient times, right? He's probably got a fever by now and can't sleep. Yes, that would be good. Contrary to Luna's thoughts, Simit was actually angry. It wasn't to the point where I couldn't sleep, but I was gritting my teeth every time I remembered Elliot's obnoxious face and actions at the last moment. Are you here, Lord Elliot? Sister Luna. Are you coming? But Master, did you really know from the beginning that he would let us go without killing us? I know. Then there was no need to run away like that. I think it must have been pretty ugly to see myself running around on Master's back. Disciple, the human heart is not one. Of course, as I expected, he pretended to chase us and then let us go. But he could have changed his mind at any time. Especially since he must have seen potential in you. He probably thought several times about just killing you and me on the spot. So it was right to run away quickly. Well, I was suddenly overcome with madness and tried to end things with that guy. That is different from Simit. Because Simit's choice involved only his own will and your choice was influenced by the spirit of madness. It can be said that it well represents the gap between you and Simit. It's a gap. Disciple, if you can't suppress that madness, you will be destroyed. Suddenly, Elliot erased his smile and spoke. Yes, that seems certain. You won't be the only one destroyed. This is a serious matter, so let's talk about it again later during training. Elliot said that and turned his gaze to Qual, who was looking at him with bright, wet eyes. Elliot, I don't understand. If the Red Ming clan really uses these parts for public facilities, I don't think we'll ever be able to defeat them. I meant it. I told my colleagues that it would take half a year to analyze it, but it was because the technology gap was too severe for something like this to be used in public facilities. But fortunately, Elliot opened his eyes wide and asked Qual, public facilities? Who said it was a public facility? You said so. I'm going to go and rob public facilities. Oops. When will? Of course it was Master. Disciple, you are saying that even if I did that it wasn't like that. How can a disciple so casually pick on the faults of his teacher? I feel sorry for you. Yes. So what is this part used by the enemy tribe? The eyes of his colleagues were focused on Elliot. Aerial Fortress Pivil. Ah, a flying fortress. Huh? What? It was called Pivil. And that is the core part of Pivil's function that is most closely related to spatial leaps. This time, even Jin's pupils got bigger. Did everyone think this Elliot was an idiot who risked my precious life and the life of an ordinary student just to rob a public facility? That can't be possible. I infiltrated Pivil while my student was buying time. Originally, Elliot also did not expect to obtain parts for the air fortress. However, Luna captured the attention of Simit and the air fortress more perfectly than he expected. Thanks to this, Elliot once again took the gamble of infiltrating the air fortress and succeeded. Disciple, now do you understand why I was so happy and why Simit would be unable to sleep at night? You could say it was a surprise gift I had prepared in my own way. Everyone listen carefully. This part is no different from the fire that was first discovered in this primitive world of the Bamul Confederacy. No, Master. How did you get into the air fortress? Was that a weapon that could be infiltrated so easily? It's basically impossible. And it will never be possible in the future. The reason I was able to infiltrate this time is thanks to the fact that our Chongmying tribe had taken over Pivil at the end of the Sun War. As they said, Elliot and the Chongmying tribe took Pivil right before the Great Seal began. At that time, Eliot's authentication was added to P-Bill. It was possible because King Jiakshan disappeared as a warrior and became Simit before that happened. Eliot explained this step by step for a while. Now that my authentication method has been destroyed, it can never be easily infiltrated again. Haha. Sniff sniff, what is this smell? Isn't there a fragrant smell coming from somewhere? It was the smell of Asimit regretting not killing me and my disciple. In the end, Luna couldn't help but burst into laughter at that part. I was already getting used to his trivial jokes. In that case, Eliot, can you immediately recognize the technology used in that part? Qual shouted in an excited voice. 10 days will be enough for the 90% analysis. All you have to do is look carefully and remember. However, the remaining 10% is almost an area of development, not analysis. The red guy's technological prowess was ahead of ours to begin with. That's your job, Qual. Qual showed an unusually lack of confidence in his eyes. It is a self-evident fact that I am the greatest magical engineering genius of our time. But as soon as I saw that thing, I was shocked but also devastated. I don't know if I can invent something better or similar. The ripe rice finally bows its head. Look, you're just momentarily intimidated by the overwhelming civilization. Your potential, that is your ability to apply and understand science, would have been the best even in my time. I will help you, so don't worry too much. Are you serious? Of course. This Eliot is an intellectual who always makes objective evaluations. With your talent and my knowledge, we will be able to flatten Simit's nose again. Jean made eye contact with Eliot. Then, Sir Elphiot, what kind of things do you think we can accomplish in the future by using these parts from Pivil? Let's see. First of all, our first goal was to mass-produce golden boxes. Right? Yes. Possible. Of course, since it is mass-produced, its performance will be somewhat lower, but first of all, the fleet of the Bamul Alliance will also have the ability to jump into space on a large scale, like the Jiakmyong tribe. It's huge. It's not just that. They can also develop a device that disrupts space jumps. This means that we can prevent an enemy fleet from suddenly appearing above Tychon Palace. However, the greatest reward that can be gained from this device is something else. What is it? La Perosa's royal family, descendants of our Qingming tribe and 4 brothers. Once the device analysis and development is complete, we will be able to take them out. From his hospital bed, Elphiot was fully aware of most of the research Qual was conducting, especially the plan to liberate La Perosa. So I was confident. The moment you completely master Pivil's device into the unions, you can bring them back for royalties. Of course, it was not an extremely limited summoning like the calling of black light, but it meant permanent liberation. And as their strength increases, from then on we will be able to compete properly with the red guys who have returned to their prime. Of course, in the end, it will be up to my disciple to put an end to Simit. May 6, 1804. 10 days have passed since the Bamul Alliance obtained the parts for Pivil. However, neither the Bamul Alliance nor the Jiakmyong tribe published any articles about it, so people were still talking about Jipal and the Jiakmyong tribe. Jipal has not yet begun revenge on the enemy clan. Except for the Alliance's one attack on Barkel, the Jiakmyong tribe was not attacked by any force. The Jiakmyong tribe seemed to be taking a moment to catch their breath, having already stabilized all occupied areas. The continent that was the land of the Lutheran Federation just 10 days ago is now more than 80% owned by the Jiakmyong tribe. Whoa! Pyrop sighed and put down the newsletter. Mr. Pierhops? Dad, what's wrong? Buvar and Anas, who were next to him, looked at Pierhops. The leader said the other day that these guys will definitely try to take care of us first. Are you from the Jiakmyong tribe? Us. Okay. The ultimate goals of the two forces, Jiakmyong and Kinzalo, are very similar. It is the resurrection of the sun god. However, the form of the world they were trying to complete through the resurrection of the sun god was completely different. There were such differences among the 3 forces that wanted the resurrection of the sun god, namely the Kinzalo, Jiakmyong, and cult of the sun god. We have the most information about the sun god, Kinzalo, among the existing royal forces. Moreover, as of now, our war capabilities are at their lowest. Are you saying that we are lower than Zippel? which collapsed not long ago? Bouvard, Zippel is not ruined. Even ordinary people who don't know much think that way. Wow, really? Aren't they ruined? Pierhops looked at the two people while touching his forehead. I suddenly wondered how much trouble Vishkal must have been through because of these two guys. The heart of Jeep is the Tower of Stories. We lost a lot of our fleet and troops, but as long as we have the Demon Stone and the Holy Site, we will recover quickly. Moreover, all of the key characters above superhuman level are fine. Therefore, it would be better for the enemy tribe to destroy us first rather than finish them off. Furthermore, the Zippel also serves as a means for the Red Mayongs to keep the Bamul alliance in check. Are you here, Bishkal? Is Bishkal here? Bishkal looked gaunter than usual. This was because, as vice-captain, he knew better than anyone else the desperate crisis that Kinsalo was currently facing. Kinsalo had already been trying to protect himself after the subjugation of Jito, but he never expected that the enemy tribe would suddenly rise like this. Margila? It's the same. Just when it seems stable, it shows signs of runaway and Zephyr manages to calm it down. Dozens of strands of hair appeared on Bishkal's palm as he brushed his hair. Pierhops looked at him with pitiful eyes. It's probably all due to the weight of the great task that has been placed upon her. You've been through a lot. The situation is really not good, Pierhops. The leader is trying to make contact with Ganesto, but it seems they have no intention of meeting with us yet. Even if you meet Ganestoga, the right number is not guaranteed. I'm just trying to propose a deal with the feeling of grasping at straws. Then the only remaining negotiation target is Jiffel, because the imperial family has fallen. It is wrong to use Timar Runkendal's left arm to negotiate with the Bamul alliance. But a deal with Jeep is also not very likely. The fact that they didn't reach out to us first after Drakkar was taken away means they read the situation correctly. Then we should make contact first and present an offer so attractive that they have no reason to reject it. If you join hands with us, it must be something that can definitely cause damage to the enemy clan or the Bamul alliance, or it must be something that can help complete the Demon Stone. The former is perfect for us, but the latter may become a bigger problem when the temporary cooperation with Zippel ends. The latter is a possibility just by putting Bouvard here. Surprisingly, but as you said, that method is just a stopgap measure. It's a way to hurt both the Jiakmyong tribe and the Bamul alliance. It was a dreamlike story. The Bamul alliance and the Jiakmyong tribe naturally had no intention of attacking each other right away. That is why Simit sent Luna and Elliot away without killing them, and Jean did not start an all-out war even though Luna came back injured. The leader said that the enemy tribe is definitely the strongest right now. He was confident that if the Bamul alliance and the Jiakmyong tribe entered into an all-out war right away, the Jiakmyong tribe would definitely win. Is this true even though the power of the Bamul alliance has increased so much recently? Yes, they said it wouldn't even be a very close victory. Even if there is a big difference in fleet power including air fortresses, it is too big. I regret more than anything that I don't have time. If only Margila could control that power, I wouldn't be so upset. While talking about Margila, Pyrops carefully observed Vishkal's thoughts. Vishkal did not show any sign of displeasure, but it was not a good thing to say. Soon, the two people continued to sigh. Dad, how about I use my dream ability to properly read the Red Mystery's thoughts? There is no reason to take risks and look out for the enemy tribe now, because it's obvious how they will turn out. Then what about reading the dream of the Bamul Union? That is also a dangerous thing. They clearly understand our dream abilities. If you're not careful, you could get hit by the Bamul alliance instead of only the enemy clan. If that happens, that day is truly the end for us. Even the escape routes will be blocked. Wow, we're completely done with neighborhood drums. So why not just run away? It is possible, but it is not possible because of the cause. If we give up everything and hide, the Red Ming will definitely resurrect the sun god before us. It would be better to try something and perish than that. The moment I said that, Bouvard suddenly remembered something and, as if startled, swung the Gogumark rocket like a sword. Crumbs flew into the air and splashed into the faces of Vishkal and Pierhops, who almost exploded his head. Hey Pierhops! And Lord Vishkal! A good idea occurred to me. I'm not expecting much, but say it once. It's a mouth that says that. Captain, you said a while ago that Jean Runkendal wants to take out the royal family in a place called La Perosa in exchange for royalties. Right? That's right. So we found out what is believed to be the entrance to La Perosa. Kelkal. The great desert of Mitra? Bishkal said with murderous intent. Yes, great desert of Mitra. Why not try using that place? So Buvar, are you saying that we should leak that information to the enemy clan? Jean Runkendal will take the underworld out of the great desert of Mitra? So naturally, the enemy tribe will check the Bammer Alliance's strength first. Not us, right? Bouvard frowned in disappointment at Bishkal's answer. I think Lord Vishkal was an intelligent person, but what happened? Bishkal looked like he was going to faint from the anger that rose to the top of his head. But he exercised patience and waited for his next words. If you do that, there's no way the Jiakmiang tribe will bite the cake right away, right? Will they believe us so easily? That's right. Bishkal looked really stupid just now. Then what do you want to do, Buvar? We are showing our obsession by pretending that there is something great about the great desert of Mitra. What? Actually, that's half true. In the past, Ranka tried to summon the old princes of the demon world there. But he was beaten by Jean Runkendal and ended in failure. Anyway, if we do that, the enemy tribe will wonder what on earth we are doing in that desert dump, and the Bamul Alliance will be annoyed with us just like the Bamul Alliance. Oh, Bouvard. It sounds like it would be a perfect move for two forces to attack and kill us at the same time. The moment Pirhops answered like that, Vishkal shook his head with a surprisingly shocked expression on his face. No, Mr. Pirhops. It's frustrating, but it doesn't make any sense. Are you serious, Bishkal? Yes. If we follow Buvar's words, we will naturally be able to gather the Red Mystery and Bamul Alliance to the Great Desert of Mitra. Then tension will naturally arise between the two and may lead to a fight. More than anything, if La Perosa is clearly hidden in the Great Desert of Mitra, Jean Runkendal cannot easily pass over it. You can't help but feel that the enemy tribe, not us, must have noticed something about La Perosa in the first place. Vishkal is smart again. Let's just say it's all thanks to Buvar leading Bishkal well. Even as Ainas and Bouvard laughed and clapped their hands, Bishkal did not get any more angry. It felt like an unexpected solution had appeared. In the process, the enemy tribe will definitely find out that Jean Runkendal is obsessed with the great desert of Mitra. Therefore, the Jiakmiang tribe has no choice but to invest the same amount of troops. If we are lucky, the Jiakmiang tribe and Bamul Alliance may end up in an all-out war in the great desert of Mitra. Yes, Pirhops. Of course, it is an extremely high-risk adventure. But if we succeed, we'll be able to buy what we need most, time. Moreover, we can expect that the Bamul Alliance and the Red Mystery will be weakened at the same time. Pirhops was lost in thought for a while. First of all, I don't think it's a matter that you and I can decide. When the leader returns tonight, it would be a good idea to ask him what he means. You will do so, Pirhops. Orgel, who returned to the new headquarters at night, nodded as soon as he heard Buvar's plan, with a refreshing expression as if the old congestion had gone away. Don't do that. It is clear that it is a risky gamble, but there is no other solution anyway. Besides, from what I hear, it's a method that is almost guaranteed to succeed. Jean Runkendal is obsessed with La Perosa's brothers, and the enemy tribe is most wary of him. I couldn't understand why I had missed this number until now. When will it be okay to start implementing a move that even a disgusting idiot like Bouvard came up with? It's too late after the enemy tribe moves to attack us. You have to start right now. Kingelo's members looked at Bouvard with strange eyes for the first time in a long time. Bouvard couldn't see those faces because he was playing rock-paper-scissors with Ainas in the corner of the conference room. That night Ranka Shagal Bianca and Barakt Bardray visited the Great Desert of Mitra. The Great Desert was still in a state of disarray due to the soul energy left behind by Gleek's disappearance and the chaotic waste thrown away by each of its forces during the Battle of the Demon Gods. The area where Kingelo's old headquarters was located and the contaminated land of the Beastmen were destroyed without a trace the day Jean came out of La Perosa. Mithras literally looked like an abandoned land. The remnants of the wedding ceremony obscured the sky, preventing the sun from shining properly even in broad daylight, and occasionally something that looked like a lump of flesh crawled across the blackened sand. Che, if my grand plan had been successful, the legendary princes of the demon world would have been supporting me reassuringly by now. Ranka said. Lord Ranka still believes that his absurd plan would have succeeded without Jean Runkendall? Hyomuminglang? Be quiet, Chagall. Are you treating me like this because I trust you, Pirhops? I was simply stating the truth, Lord Ranka. It's very unfortunate to see people having regrets about something that has already failed. Chagall. Ranka. Don't make fun of me. I tried really hard. What are you covering me for? Haha, looking at things like this, the demons are only old, but their minds seem to have stopped in childhood. Isn't that right, Baract? Still, Bianca's fierceness is cute. I'm not blind. Ha ha ha. Bard Ray, you must fully understand the weight of the situation. We have come now to gamble with Kinzelo's fate. Algie Baract. So I'm doing this to help you relax. If we're here messing around and suddenly an enemy tribe comes with an air fortress or the Bammer Alliance comes out and tries to attack us, there's no answer with this number of people, right? Each of the 5 people currently visiting the Great Desert was Kinzelo's core force. If something goes wrong and they are all buried in the desert, Kinzelo's future will disappear. We are all here to prevent that from happening. And when the baiting begins, Zephyrin will be waiting nearby, so we just have to keep an eye on the enemy's movements. Regular members wearing protective clothing began taking out various equipment from Granil. These were all equipment used by Ranka in the past when attempting necromancy. In addition, there was Bouvard's invention, he named it Dwarf Light, which had no function and was more than just a signal flare emitting a loud light in all directions. Ranka skillfully installed the equipment carried by the members one by one. The rest of the executives just watched with their backs turned. So Chagall put his hand on one of the equipment to help Ranka, who was whining alone, but at that moment Ranka screamed. Don't touch that. They are all sensitive devices. No, Rankadano. What do you mean? It means that you should put down that device you so stubbornly lifted up. We just decided to pretend we were up to something big, right? Do you really think Lord Ranka wants to try necromancy again? Of course. Why on earth would you do such a meaningless thing? We will find out whether it is meaningless or not when the results come out. Anyway, you can either pretend to do something or actually do something. Isn't it enough as long as there are no problems with the operation? Ranka regarded this operation as his last opportunity to attempt necromancy. Hey Ranka, you're a guy who doesn't know how to give up, right? Fuha, it's getting bigger and bigger. Isn't that right, Baract? Joy. Anyway, we are in a situation where we have to grasp at straws. What if necromancy succeeds? This will add significant power to our Kinzelo. So everyone don't stop me by saying it's useless. Ranka's dream, big. I will support you. Ainaz cheered him on and Chagall shrugged his shoulders and looked at Ranka pitifully. Baract thought that Ranka's opinion was not without reason. It wasn't something that took extra effort, and it was okay if I succeeded and it didn't matter if I failed. Do whatever you want. However, if your obsession with necromancy causes even the slightest setback in the operation, be prepared. Ranka alone installed dozens of devices in over 2 hours. And dwarf lights were installed in between. It's over. From now on I will focus on necromancy, so you can do whatever you want, whether you turn on all of Buvar's inventions and dance around or pretend to use some ancient curse spell or something. Ugh. As Ranka activated the equipment, a heavy vibration began to spread in the middle of the desert. Ranka muttered a spell as if possessed by an evil spirit and drew a magic circle in all directions. It looked quite dangerous, so the group nodded without realizing it. Well, if it goes on like this, anyone who sees it will get a little goosebumps. If I were the Bamul Alliance or the Jiakmyong tribe, I would definitely try to figure out what they were doing. It definitely feels that way. Lord Ranka must have been hurt a lot as a child. Something exciting. With all the lights on, there was literally no evil festival held in chaos. The dwarf lantern continuously shot beams of light in all directions. Although the entire desert was foggy and hazy due to the fog, this level of light was enough to be observed even from a very long distance. Karmash, the Prince of Fire, let that cruel flame set the world on fire once again. Maslin of Sorrow, the witch's old follower. This Ranka earnestly calls you. Come quickly before me and curse my enemies. Oh. Srivi, the great devil of Mount Tekken. Ranka's haunting voice was making noise in the desolate desert. Now all Kinjalo had to do was wait for his enemies to take the bait and show up. I earnestly pray to the sun god. The first to confirm Kinjalo's strange behavior was Zippel, neither the Bamul Alliance nor the Jiakmyong tribe. May 6, 1804, 11:50 p.m. Ranka Halovice Shagal Bakma Bianca Kaligo Barakt Sidrik Badre Ramal. 5 people arrive in the central part of the Great Desert of Mitra. They have a plan to use Laparosa hidden in the Great Desert of Mitra to bring out the Bamul Alliance and the Jiakmyong tribe at the same time. Currently Kinjalo is attempting necromancy to intentionally shine a loud light everywhere and summon old demons. Tower of Stories. Alona was using the demon godstone inside the transparent round device in the center of the tower. Fortunately, the tower gave Kiliak exactly the record she wanted. This is a record that informs Kinjalo's trends. Devil Stone operation ended. Disconnect. Pop. Pushik Chwiak. As Alona spoke, the thick tubes connected to her entire back were released from inside the glass tube. Her back seemed almost melted from the heat, and boiling blood flowed from the holes where the tube had been pierced for a while. However, as Alona's body was engulfed in magic, the wounds regenerated at a rapid pace. Alona's face, wearing the clothes given to her by the biogolems waiting nearby, looked more exhausted than ever. For a while she stumbled and couldn't walk properly. "Hey, are you okay?" It was Regal. As soon as Alona saw him, she felt a surge of anger but suppressed it and nodded. It was just a little bit too much. At this stage of the Demon God Stone, it is inevitable to obtain a record of this high purity. Although it was expressed lightly as it was a bit excessive, in fact Alona could have suffered damage close to death at any time. Wearing a crown of holy water, she could certainly be said to be immortal, but that did not mean she had no limitations. It's good to see you say you got the record though. How unfair it would be if there was no harvest like last time. The attempt to claim that there was no harvest was a while ago when I tried to find records about Simit. At that time Alona activated the Demon Stone to a more dangerous level than now, but no other information could be obtained. This was partly because the Demon Godstone was not complete and also because Simit had not yet left any records on royalties. Perhaps he also has the power of a being similar to Jean Runkendal. It may be small compared to Jean Runkendal, but the power of existence. Alona thought about that strange power for a moment. Because of that power, the records of Jean and the people around him could not even be touched at all. If you apply strength to find Jin's records, the Demon Stone will refuse to function. But it's strange. No matter how strong the power of existence is, the Tower and Demon Stone refuse to function at all. That's an ability that even Timar didn't have 1,000 years ago. Is it really the power of Jean Runkendal's existence that is the only reason for the Demon Stone not working? It wasn't a problem that could be figured out right away. Alona erased that thought and looked at Regal. Is Kiliak on the top floor? Okay. It looks like walking is difficult. Why don't you take a break for a moment? No, I'll go right away. Oh, by the way, this guy is stubborn. I am not your friend. How picky. Then please help me at least. I refuse. Regal shrugged his shoulders and kept pace with Alona, who was staggering. As they reached the top floor, Kiliak turned to look at the two people. Alona is here. What happened? I checked the records. Kinjalo is luring the Bamul Alliance and the enemy clan to the Great Desert of Mitra. Kiliak's eyes deepened. Alona relayed to him the record she had just checked without a single mistake. I was wondering why the people who were selected as the #1 target for elimination by the enemy clan and were most anxious right now didn't reach out to us. Kinjalo made a pretty good move. Are you saying this is a good move, Kiliak? It seems to me that if either the Bamul Alliance or the Red Mystery show interest in the Great Desert of Mitra, Kinjal will be the only one who will be ruined. Regal, I am proud to see your intellect improving day by day. As they said, if one side doesn't pay attention to the Great Desert of Mitra, Kinjalo will become very dangerous. And there is a high possibility that it is the Jiakmyong clan. Jean Runkendal will be keeping a close eye on the Great Desert of Mitra because of La Perosa. Hee hee, it's all thanks to my friend Kiliak. What do you plan to do? Kiliak. Kiliak smiled at Alona's question. It would be good for our Jeep to lend strength to Kinzelo's pitiful efforts, so that neither the Bamul Alliance nor the Jiakmyong tribe can give up without finding the great desert of Mitra. May 8, 1804. Kinjalo was slowly becoming anxious. Slowly the major powers must have found out that we are planning something here, but there is no news yet, Barak said, looking around. The dwarf lanterns were still brightly lit, and Ranka continued to chant necromancy spells with a grim expression on his face. He hasn't slept at all for the past 2 days. I know. Damn, we risked our lives here. These bastards, surely no one is going to bite here? Barak. Bard Ray clicked his tongue and looked up at the night sky. Others might not know, but Jean Runkendal and those bastards would have definitely noticed since they were the closest. I don't know if we're really just going to withdraw at this rate. As they said, the Jean and Bamul Alliance already knew that Kinjalo was up to something in the great desert of Mitra. I just have no intention of falling for their obvious trick. Jean guessed that Kinjalo had taken an unreasonable gamble to attract the Bamul Alliance and the Red Mystery. If you're that frustrated, just meditate, Bardray. You are the one who distraught the people who were waiting by saying that there is no news yet. Just as Barak was about to sigh, Bardray suddenly pointed up to the sky. What is that? Isn't it a dragon? Everyone in Kinzelo's group except Ranka raised their heads at the same time. The party naturally assumed that the dragon was Murakan, but the dragon had a red skin that was clearly visible from afar. Fire Dragon Kadin? Kadin, the guardian dragon of Kiliak, came to the great desert of Mithras with an army of fire dragons. What I didn't know, Jeep would come running first. There is no reason for Jeep to be the first to visit the great desert of Mitra. Barak thought that perhaps they had come to propose negotiations first. But the next moment the fire dragon Kadin shouted so loudly that the whole sky rang. Kinjalo, leave the royal family of La Perosa alone. Why are you, who are not part of the Bamul Alliance, trying to get them out with royalties? At those words, Kinzelo's thoughts stopped for a moment. They couldn't help but blink and believe their ears. What? Did I hear correctly what that fire dragon said? Her. Wawa-ea. Kadin then spewed flames onto the ground. Kinzelo and his group opened their swords in unison to cut off his breath, but Kadin's flames did not seem that threatening. Just like Bouvard's dwarf, it was an attack that was flashy and had a large range but had no substance at all. At that moment Barak realized. Kiliak sent Kadin to help us. What? It's to help us summon the enemy clan and alliance more easily. For some reason the flames were really poor, and that was it. Barak then. Let's not fight? I need to match their acting. I managed to buy time by pretending to fight. Until the Jiakmyong and Bamul alliance came. And the reason they figured out our plan so accurately must have been the power of the demon stone. There is no way there was a spy, and there is no one in Jeep who can infiltrate at the same level as Jonah. Barak suddenly got goosebumps at the fact that Zippel had read Kinzelo's plan perfectly just by using the demon stone from where he was sitting. Demon stone. If we had been able to keep possession of that item, the great work would have been completed by now and a new world would have opened up. I hope that someday I will have the opportunity to seize the demon god stone. Kadin continued to scream and let out lukewarm breath. What kind of deal did you make with the Hyung Bamul alliance? Or maybe you guys are trying to use the Ming dynasty directly. Either way, Jeep cannot allow that to happen. The choice is yours. Either go out right away or turn to ashes in my fire. Criddle, formerly Drakkar, constellation of the god of fighting. Compatriots who commit suicide. It is said that following Kinzelo's miscellaneous things, Zippel's dragons have appeared in the great desert of Mitra. Reikiman said as he knelt in front of the constellation. The Jiakmyong clan had confirmed the fact immediately after Jeepel noticed it. I was leaving it alone, waiting to see what the cornered rats would do, but suddenly Jeepel appeared. Who Jeepel? It is a report that approximately 40 fire dragons, including the fire dragon Kadin, have been deployed. It's a crazy time after losing Drakka, but if you put in that many dragons, it's not like you just went out to have fun. That's right. Please take a look at this video. Jang dash. When Reikiman lightly pressed the bracelet, a window appeared above it. Inside the window, an image of Kinzelo's superhumans and Cadden fighting was playing. You're so cunning to try to take advantage of La Perosa's royal family. Did the Bamul coalition know about this? It seems like the shock of having Drakkar taken away was great. Cadden. Has Ziffel now decided to survive by becoming a dog of the Bamul Alliance? I don't know why they're suddenly selling the name of the Bamul Alliance. Shut up, haven't you guys really fallen under the control of the Bamul Alliance? So they are probably trying to liberate the underworld clan that was sealed in the Great Desert of Mitra under their orders. The voice was transmitted clearly, but the picture quality was not very good due to the sound. Therefore, even if it was Seema, it was not possible to properly confirm whether they were really fighting or pretending to fight just by looking at the video. However, the authenticity of the fight in the first place is not important at all. Simit's eyes were shining and he was concentrating on one word. La Prarasara. Unlike other powers, the Red Ming tribe had no idea of the correlation between the Great Desert of Mitra and the Ming dynasty. It is not the Qing Ming tribe but the Ming dynasty tribe, because there were no Miao clans left that used the Red Thunder flag. It's not even known. It looks like we had a conflict with my brother's ancestors in the past, but as you can see, we are the only Netherworld clan and the sun god you were trying to resurrect is still the same. So to speak, you can be said to be defeated ghosts. He's not dead yet, so he's not a ghost. So the human Qing Ming tribe. What is your hierarchy? Successor of the 13 fighting kings Tucson. Suddenly Simit remembered the conversation he had with Jean on the day he first woke up on Earth as Level 1 Fighting King Simit. Is this the land of the descendants of the Qing Ming tribe who handed over the power of the Ming dynasty to Jean Runkendal? It appears to be located in the Great Desert of Mitra. That's right. What would you like to do? A compatriot who committed suicide. I smell Reikiman. Yes. This is most likely a trap. I don't know if Kinjalo and Zippel are teaming up and playing together. If it's a trap, what kind of? The descendants of the Qingming people are not currently active in the royal family. According to what the Ministry of Information has confirmed, Jean Runkendal has so far summoned Qingming descendants in very limited circumstances and under certain circumstances. It's because there are some restrictions, and that may be a problem related to La Perosa. Then you are saying that they may be trying to provoke Jean Runkendal and us by causing harm to the Great Desert of Mitra, an area presumed to be the royal tribe's seal. That's right. Jin Runkendal will want to prevent his brother's lands from being destroyed, and from our perspective it is uncomfortable to see the power of the Bamul alliance growing stronger. Moreover, Jean Runkendal revealed himself as the king of the 13 fights and the successor to the god of fighting. The remaining Tuong and Tushan will be sealed in La Perosa. If that is true, there is one Tucson for every 12 Tuangs. Maybe even fighters can easily surpass the 10,000 mark like us. And the golden box is technologically far ahead of its time. It must also have been obtained by Jean Runkendal from the descendants of the Qingming dynasty. Already the Bamul alliance this time Elthiot got the parts for Pivil thanks to that damn old man. If the descendants of the Qing dynasty return, the alliance's technological capabilities will advance dramatically. Simit briefly remembered Eltiot's obnoxious face and narrowed his eyes. Reikiman shook his head, imagining the addition of descendants of the Qingming tribe to the Bamul alliance. So even though I know it's a trap, I have no choice but to fall for it. Is the Bamul coalition still showing no signs of anything? Yes. Either Jean Runkendal knows that this is a trap, or he is convinced that the people in the Great Desert cannot do anything about La Perosa alone. Either way, it will become clear once we step forward. Prepare the 3 air fortresses Reikiman Pivil Part 50 and Riddle right now. 3rd Air Fortress. Excluding Kree, the air fortress of the battle god that is close to 70% of the total strength of the enemy clan. No other power could ever operate its forces in that way. The moment you send out that many troops, there will be an invasion at your base. However, the Red Ming tribe is currently the only one equipped with a large-scale space jump disrupting device and at the same time possesses the most outstanding space jump ability. Therefore, even if 70% of the force vacated the main base, there was no chance of being attacked. All right. Less than 5 minutes were needed for Simit's command to be transmitted to the entire enemy tribe, and before 10 minutes had passed, the air fortress and fleet began preparing for space leap. Destination: Great Desert of Mitra. There may be some errors due to chaotic particles, but I don't think it will deviate significantly from the battlefield. Okay, sortie. Enemy name. Ching Dash. A huge portal opened in front of the fleet as if a red curtain had covered the sky. It was a portal opened by the air fortresses. First the fleet entered the portal followed by the air fortress. After a while the enemy tribes took up their positions in the middle of the sky above the battlefield of the great desert of Mitra. Below Kinzelo's gang and the dragons led by the fire dragon Kadun were in the midst of a battle. Simmet burst out laughing as if the sight was laughable. As expected they were plotting. Still I feel sorry for the writers who until recently were considered close to the losers of the world. Kinzelo and his gang stopped acting for a moment and looked up at the enemy fleet that had appeared out of nowhere. Let's occupy this area first then shoot. Soon after Simmet gave the order the enemy fleet began to fire at once. Seeing the enemies trying to retreat in a hurry Simmet continued talking like this. And then start bombarding them and analyzing the wavelength of the great desert. Let's check whether subspace really exists in this desert. Following Kinzelo Zippel and the Jiakmyong tribe appeared in La Perosa, and they brought 3 air fortresses with them. Jean narrowed his eyebrows and said, he had judged that the Jiakmyong tribe would not be caught in Kinzelo's fishing. However, I had no idea that Zippel would leak information about the Myungjok to the Red Myongs. Except for the Jiakmyong tribe, all other powers would have assumed that La Perosa was in the great desert of Mitra. I never thought they would drag us in like this. Jean has intentionally not focused on La Perosa so far. This is because they do not yet have the technological power to liberate the Ming dynasty, and other powers have not shown much interest in the great desert of Mitra. The great desert of Mitra has been used as a waste disposal site since the Black Emperor Holy War. Even if the enemy guessed the correlation between La Perosa and the Great Desert, there was nothing that could cause problems in the future. La Perosa exists in Soderet's subspace. Even if the Great Desert of Mitra was damaged, the subspace hidden within it was not destroyed. However, Eltiot said that the situation could change if the enemy tribe intervenes. The Red Ones have the ability to track subspace. Of course, the subspace called La Perosa has special entry conditions so the enemy tribe cannot ignore them, but it will be possible to influence the subspace itself in some way. In what way? Master. Closing or destroying subspace from the outside. If enough time is given, the entire subspace could be moved to another area. If that happens, the liberation of La Perosa will become impossible forever. From now on, we will secure the great desert of Mitra, Jean said in a calm voice. It's a little faster than expected, but the enemy clan will soon know La Perosa's location anyway. Our top priority has been to liberate La Perosa from the moment Sir Elthiot stole the important parts of Fiville, so we should sort things out now. More than 90% of Piville's parts analysis has already been completed. Qual worked with Elthiot, who had regained some of his memories, to develop a device to summon La Perosa. Lord Elliot, is there any equipment exposed to the outside world when they track subspace? It's not just the equipment. They are all mounted on the air fortress. Then you can get the parts by directly hitting the air fortress, right? Related to subspace tracking. Well, it's probably not impossible. If only we could overcome the attacks of Simmet and the fleet of air fortresses. If I get the parts for subspace tracking, will it also help with the La Perosa summoning device we are developing? It's a natural thing. Subspace tracking is ultimately an application of wavelength tracking, so it will be more helpful than the Fiville parts we obtained this time. Then it might actually be an opportunity. How long will it take them to track subspace? It's different for each type of subspace. However, in the case of La Perosa, it was created by an immortal as big as a large snake in its prime, so I don't think it will end anytime soon. All right, the first sortie is made up of 3 people. Myself, Sister Luna, and Lord Elthiot. Starting today, the 3 of us will go to the great desert of Mitra to engage with them, obtain information, and supplement the necessary personnel in the future. Unlike the Jiakmyong tribe, the Bamul Alliance cannot invest a large number of key personnel. Since you never know when the enemy tribe might suddenly invade the mainland, the remaining personnel needed to be on standby at all times. It was inevitable until the technological gap was narrowed or La Perosa was liberated. Nevertheless, the reason he said he would supplement more personnel in the future is because there will definitely be a moment when he has to give up the game even if he carries the risk of invasion. Confucius, are you leaving right now? Yes, Sir Casimir. Oh, and please contact Yona. Sir Elthiot and I will attract as much attention as possible, so it would be a good idea for Sister Jonah to dig up information together. Yona enters an hour after we arrive. I understand, Confucius. Please be careful. Quagwagwagwang dash. Chi. The air fortresses in the center of the Mitra Desert continuously dropped red artillery fire. Kinjalo and Zippel were splitting off in different directions to avoid the red artillery. Can't Crazy Joe and Bouvard make something like that? What are those air fortresses? How do you properly fight against something like that? If those idiots had that ability, we would have already accomplished a great job. The smaller Kinzalos withstood the bombardment with relative ease than the Jeepless. Barakt, Badray, Bianca, Chagall, Ranka. All five were at a level where they could repel any amount of artillery fire from the air fortress as long as they were not at maximum power. Wow, I thought necromancy might succeed this time. If you damn kids are going to do this, don't give me any hope. Don't feel too sorry, Lord Ranka. I'm sure it would have failed anyway. Shut up. Even the enemy clans recognized the high value of my necromancy. So you're not destroying the equipment. I guess it was just to figure out what we were doing. I will destroy it as soon as the analysis is complete. So I hope you don't get hurt further by having unnecessary regrets. Ranka, do your best. The Red Mystery Tribe was forming a red brain wave to prevent Kinzalo and Jeepel from leaving the center of the desert. If you try to break through one point, you will be bombarded with concentrated artillery fire. Because of this, Kinzalo and Zippel were just walking around in the red brain wave. Jean Runkendal is here, Simmet said as he looked around at the images of the battlefield on the Fivehill Bridge. Jean and his party were not yet visible on any of the screens that illuminated the battlefield. Simmet sensed Jin's party with his own senses, not with the senses of the air fortress and fleet. We will prepare to respond. Have you figured out the existence of subspace? Yes, the location of the wavelength is not yet clear, but it has been confirmed that subspace exists. Simmet thought for a moment and looked at the situation at the Air Fortress Part 50 and Riddle. The two air fortresses were floating in place with their subspace tracking devices open. Then hide Part 50 and Riddle's subspace tracking devices right now. The old man at the Blue Wind Festival must have given information to Jean Runkendal. Therefore, they will try to secure our device again this time. Part 50 and Riddle's subspace tracking devices have begun to be recovered. The device was shaped like a net extending from the bottom of the aerial fortress. Riddle, get out of the way immediately and hit Tychon Palace. Murakan and other skilled players will be waiting, so just safely pressure them with ultra-long-range artillery fire. The goal is not annihilation but disruption. Then, when they start sending out troops in earnest, they return to the great desert of Mitra. All right. From now on, Pivil and Part 50 will set the power of their main guns at 30% and block the approach of Moby Dick and Elthiot. Then, when I engage swords directly with Jean Runkendal, I will dynamically increase the power of the main gun and aim for the most vulnerable side between Jean Runkendal and Moby Dick Elthiot. The bridge was opened. There was no intention of foolishly stealing parts from the Bamul alliance like last time. Simmet was planning to make the upcoming battle in the Mitra Desert a long-term war. Still, he has no intention of engaging in an all-out war with the Bamul coalition. Simply preventing the alliance from being able to achieve any results in the Great Desert of Mitra would have eliminated the biggest variable in the Red Mystery Tribe's ability to achieve hegemony. Of course, from now on, we will mainly conduct subspace tracking when there are no strong players of the Bamul alliance in the Great Desert of Mitra, so destroying La Perosa will be delayed accordingly. It was a much better move than trying to rush things and having things go wrong. Soon, Simmet leapt to the outside of the bridge. He fired his sword in the direction where Jean and his group were approaching without even paying attention to Kinzalo and the group of jeepers nearby. And Jean appeared in response by unleashing a meteor shower before the sword energy came into sight. A massive red sword and a meteor shower collided in the middle of the desert. You and Sir Elthiot please focus on securing the device. I will tie up Simmet. Okay, youngest. Be careful. Simmet, supported by air fortresses, showed in action that even I could not see an answer to. That guy has no romantic feelings about being a warrior, so he's the type of guy who just wants to win. So if you think it's dangerous, get out right away. At least I'm relieved that he didn't bring Kree, an aerial fortress specifically for clairvoyance. The three people dispersed. Jean headed towards Simart alone while Elthiot and Luna walked together to find the subspace tracking device. The distance between Jean and Simmet was narrowing. Jean immediately realized that there were only 2 air fortresses left. Where did Hangi go? Because of the red brain waves, it was impossible to recognize it through communication. It is most likely that they were sent to attack our main base. Simmet personally brought a force of that size, but Kinslow and Jeep's personnel have not been properly dealt with yet, so there is no reason to send them to them now. However, since neither Tychon nor the Garden of Swords can be penetrated with one pass, is it just for the purpose of disruption? This is going to be a long-term war. Jean decided so and injected Sigmund with brain energy. Going into a long-term war would inevitably be disadvantageous to the Bamel coalition in many ways. It was as if the initiative which was already lacking was completely overlooked. First of all, I need to figure out if there are any factors that could be variables during the battle. What we can most look forward to is gathering information from Yona. Soon, Jean and Simmet clashed. Jean Runkendal has a worried face. I guess I'm afraid that my reunion with my brothers will go wrong. I was very surprised to hear that you were a fighter, Simmet. From the time he pretended to be a first-class fighting king, he seemed to have at least a few heads among the enemy tribe, but he turned out to be a pretty annoying guy. Sigmund and Tetalon collided, creating a shock wave. The two intricately intertwined energies of blue and red thunder energy pierced each other's skin. The place where they clashed was about 700 steps away from where Ranka's necromantic equipment was located, and the two people felt it at the same time as the first shock wave spread. Suddenly, demon energy began to rise from the desert over there. Ranka's necromantic equipment was absorbing the shockwaves spread by the two people like an anglerfish. Magi? Since Jito is dead, it can't be Jinma realm, but could it be because of the device Kinslow's demon used? Oh wow! The demonic energy was rapidly increasing. Magi Jean, who was at a level that even the Changsongs could not just ignore, looked at the atmosphere of Simmet. Although he didn't show it, Simmet also turned his gaze towards Magi, so it seemed like it wasn't what he wanted to do. Simmet thought the same thing as he looked at Jean. The two people mixed their swords and naturally moved towards the demonic force. They both want to confirm the identity of Magi. As Jean and Simmet approached the source of magical energy, the red brain waves in the area continued to fade. This was because, like the shock wave, it was absorbed by the necromancy equipment that Ranka left behind as he ran away. The Red Mystery Tribe was raising the concentration of the red brain waves that had been diluted again without any command from Simmet, but they could not help but be shocked. The red brain wavelength is one of the prides of the Red Ming tribe. Even the red brain waves directly spread by the two air fortresses were barely affected by Ranka's crude equipment. Gwa! Who woke us up? Suddenly a loud voice echoed throughout the battlefield. By then Jean and Simmet had reached the necromantic equipment and were able to identify the owners of the voices. What is that, a ghost? The soul of a demon? Was that demon named Ranka Halovice trying necromancy? Ghost or spirit? Those summoned from the magic circle near the necromantic device had such a whitish appearance, like Orgel before recovery. It was the moment when Ranka's necromancy was successful. It was a method that neither Ranka nor anyone else in Kinjalo expected. I understand. The demon attempted necromancy, but he lacked the power needed for the necromancy. We made up for that lack of power by using the energy of our enemy clan and Jean Runkendal. I thought they were just making a plan to bring us and the Bamol alliance together, but it looks like Kinzalo has quite a brilliant mind. Of course, Simart is misunderstanding. The success of necromancy was purely due to Kinjalo's luck. As Simmet thought necromancy lacked power, but Ranka had no idea what caused the failure. Even the ancient necromancy used by Ranka was not perfect. However, the current coincidence was formed due to an error in the technique. The error was causing the necromantic device to absorb all kinds of power present nearby. The power thus absorbed was passed on to the summoned demons. This body is Srivi, the great devil of Mount Tekken. I ask again, who woke me up? We will fight for that imaginary guy. I woke you up. Grow. Jean and Simit spoke at the same time. The two of them clicked their tongues at each other's blatant lies. Anyway, there are a lot of people who are ingrained in lies both past and present. I Srivi actually know the name of the worthy person who brought us out of the abyss. He is Ranka Halowis. However, pretending not to know and looking for the summoner was just following tradition. Hey Srivi, aren't these guys like that? Jean Runkendal, whom Ranka Halowis begged us to kill, and a fighting spirit from a race called the Red Mystery. They look very similar to those cursed by Ranka Halowis. Then what we have to do is tear you to death. The great devil Srivi rushed towards Simit. The speed was quite fierce, but its bony body, clearly visible despite its soul state, was not very threatening. Simit lightly created a sword storm to block Srivi's approach. Red sword energy spread in a circle and attacked Srivi. However, Srivi seemed to pass through Simit's sword wind as if it were an illusion. Simit was not embarrassed and swung his sword again and cut him in pieces, but this time Srivi was not hit at all. Sigh dash. Soon Srivi slammed his fist into Simit's face. Seeing that Srivi was not cut, Simit deliberately hit Srivi with his fist. Oh my! Why is it so hard? There was a dull hitting sound, but it was Srivi who was in pain. It's strange. My sword energy doesn't cut at all, as if it were an illusion, but when it attacks it becomes like a being with mass. Simit did not dodge Srivi's attack again and counterattacked exactly the moment his fist touched his body. But this time too the result was the same. Simit's sword entered Srivi's body and struck the air, and Srivi grabbed his fist. Seeing that scene reminded Jean of the day he and Mary faced Ozdok in the Black Sea. Ozdok also had the ability to ignore physical attacks. It's different from Ozdok. As Simit just confirmed, Srivi, like Ozdok, does not have any weaknesses even at the moment of attack. An entity that completely violates the laws of physics. All summoned demons possessed such characteristics. Why is this guy so strong? The guy next to me seems to be at the same level. Ranka Halowis, do you have a conscience? This is too much for the retired old people in the back room. Then other demons summoned together rushed at Jean and Simit. Jean deliberately struck back with his spirit sword, but even the spirit sword seemed to just pass by the translucent bodies of the demons. In that case, the summoned demons are literally capable of one-sided attacks. Dash. Jean Runkendal, I had a high opinion of you, but you were even greater than that. Do you think you would be so fine even after facing the witch's abyss? Suddenly Jean remembered something Zito had said in the past. Srivi said he was summoned from the abyss. As it is a being from the witch's realm, it seems to have abilities that go against the order of the world. But there will be limitations to everything. Space is limited, or combat power is insignificant as it is now. The necromantic device continued to absorb red brain waves. It has also changed into a form that can no longer be called a device. The metal and various parts that made up the device were completely melted and mixed into the magic circle. And even the magic circle became translucent, just like the demons. It is no longer possible to cancel or break the ceremony. Recover the red brain wave that has spread to my fellow countrymen of Baccaran. It was a measure to prevent the demons from taking the red brain wave. Each time the red brain waves were absorbed, the demon's energy gradually became stronger. Fuzz, that is dash. On the other hand, Jean actually boosted his brain power. You guys are fun, isn't it? Simart. I think it would be good to include these friends in our fight. Well, from your perspective, if you have these variables, dealing with me will be less burdensome. Jean Runkendal. Goo. It's killing me. The demons sucked in the brain energy and roared. Anyway, even if we retrieve the red brain waves, the demons are pulling energy from far away. Maybe it's absorbing the power of the entire great desert. Absorbing energy on such a wide scale is something that even the enemy tribe's technology cannot accomplish. Simart was displeased with this unexpected variable. For some reason I had an intuition that the demons would cause great disruption to this matter. Tisk dash. Jin's beam stab hit Simit's chest. Simmet raised Tetalon to block the beam thrust while Pybel fired supporting artillery fire. When Jean cut the bombardment in half, the red brains that splattered in all directions were absorbed into the demon's soul. Now even when Srivi hits Simmet, he does not feel pain like before. Although it is still too powerful to even scratch Simmet's body, it has become that much stronger. It feels like these demons are strangely attacking me much more than Jean Runkendal. It actually did. Jindo was aware of the fact that the demons were more friendly to him than to Simmet. Could it be because he killed Zito? At the moment of curiosity, Srivi gave Jean a frown. I don't know about you, but you and I are spherical. When the abyss opened in the true demon realm, I saw you. So I will kill you after killing this guy called Simmet. I don't know whether I should be thankful for this or find it absurd. There is nothing wrong with you, so I guess I should say thank you. However, since the other two guys are seeing you for the first time, they will do whatever they want. As he said, the two remaining demons were randomly attacking Jean and Simmet. The demons were a type of enemy that both Changsongs had encountered for the first time. It's annoying like a mosquito, but you can't kill it or stop it. While the spearmen were frantically taking steps to avoid the blue thunder energy and the red lightning energy of aura magic raining down everywhere, the demons were laughing and running openly between the explosions. They even had the ability to float. Even when the ground fell and a hole formed, it did not fall in. So he always took advantage of the singer's loopholes and irritated them. You know what, Simart? No matter how strong you are not infinite. Just as a drop of water eventually breaks through a rock, I too will break through you. Like this? Bean. Srivi's fists struck the back of Simmet's head one after another. He was riding on Simmet's back. And Simmet cannot shake off Srivi. It doesn't get caught and doesn't fall off even if you shake it. Jean thought as he watched Simmet's expression crumple in real time. I said I would never get caught. No matter how creative you are, if someone hangs on your back and keeps punching you, your senses are bound to be a little scattered. Jean began to push Simmet even harder. You're going through all sorts of strange things. Wow. Simmet gritted his teeth. Then he suddenly started running like crazy across the desert, hoping that there would be distance restrictions for the demons. Baccarun. Open a small portal at my location leading out of the great desert of Mitra. After a while, the dimension door opened. When Simmet went into it, Jean did not follow and moved to avoid the remaining demons. Then naturally I returned to the place where the first summoning circle was, and Srivi was there. The demons were set to return to their original place once they left the great desert. Hey, our weakness was revealed too easily. This is why I can't kill you? Jean Runkendal, are you going to run away now? As for the demons, as long as Simmet and Jean leave the great desert, they can't do anything. However, the Bamul Alliance and the Jiakmyong tribe are in a position where they cannot give up or leave the great desert. About 3 minutes later, when Simmet appeared on the battlefield again, Srivi smiled. What are you doing to shake me off and come back here? So that means you have something to do in this desert? Simmet did not answer. There seemed to be deep anger buried somewhere on his expressionless face. Whatever it is, you will not succeed. This Srivi and his friendly abyss friends will hinder you until the end, ha ha ha. Srivi Karmash Maslin. The demons except Maslin laughed and glared at Jean and Simmet. The body, which at first seemed like nothing but bones, had now gained quite a bit of flesh. The speed at which demons become stronger is quite fast. Both Jean and Simmet felt that way. It was fortunate that demons could not absorb power that was not released. Srivi deals with fighting skills, Karmash deals with fire, and Maslin deals with curses. It was mainly a structure where Srivi put pressure on the opponent while Karmash and Maslin supported it. Because of this, Simmet had no choice but to feel unfair. Since Srivi decided to target only Simmet first, Karmache and Maslin naturally target Jean less often. Yeah, it was quite annoying when I got caught. So I don't plan on getting caught anymore, so just enjoy yourself. Red energy sword from Simmet's optical heart. After a while, as the energy enveloped his entire body, Jean reflexively took steps. Psi dash. Without any preliminary movement, a thrust came that even Jean could not follow with his eyes. However, the moment Tetalon brushed Jin's cheek, Sigmund also glanced at his shoulder. It was Jean who had his posture compromised first. This was because the red brain cannon and red chain fired by Pivil in response to Simit's attack made Jean move once more. I planned to fight at a speed that the demons can't chase after. As Jean thought, Simit began to attack continuously and make extensive use of the battlefield. To the demons it looked like two large lumps of light randomly colliding and bouncing. Every time the two swords moved, a belated sound of destruction rang out, and after the ground disappeared, the two people were no longer there. It was a battle where the distance of about 10 steps changed by the second. The demons were unable to use their hands as easily as before due to the maximum speed that the two spears could achieve. However, Pivil accurately fired supporting artillery fire at that speed. Jean was once again impressed by the enemy's technological prowess due to the surprisingly sophisticated artillery fire. The fight against Simit cannot be won if we do not come up with a means to secure the air fortress. Jean had no choice but to make that judgment. However, the moment the Alliance's power is brought out to handle the air fortress, the main base becomes vulnerable and the enemy tribe is overwhelmingly superior in mobility. The only answer in this battle for the Great Desert is to liberate our brothers. We must achieve results within the long-term period that Simart has in mind. In that sense, the demons that appeared out of nowhere were good news. As long as they kept Srivi's words, the stronger they became, the more they could help Jean. Given the circumstances, it is highly likely that Ranka's necromancy was an unexpected success. You can see that the device melted and seeped into the magic circle, and you can see that Kinselo and his gang were not there the moment the necromancy was successful. It's probably a coincidence that a huge force suddenly formed near the equipment. Ranka's necromancy summoned demons from a dimension called Abyss. Jean thought that necromancy might be a clue to the liberation of La Perosa. When I return, I will tell Dr. Quall and Sir Elthiot in detail what I have learned about necromancy. First, I'll have to deal with Simit and keep an eye on Luna. Meanwhile, Jonah was successfully hiding in the battlefield and was looking for an opportunity. If that fish named Simit hadn't suddenly left the battlefield for a moment, he would probably have been caught. Why did that fish escape? Was he pushed aside by the youngest? I hope so, Yona was not yet aware of the existence of the summoned demons. There was no need to know. Her job is to infiltrate the air fortress while avoiding Simit's eyes. This time Yona was moving around the battlefield, showing movements that could only be described as miraculous. Even those who have reached the level of superhumans cannot properly determine Jonah's location in a battlefield where sand, dust, and artillery fire are raining down like now. But air fortresses are different. The red brain wave itself is like a sense, so objects exposed to the wave will inevitably be detected by the air fortress. It was right to move in sync with the bombardment. Hey, this red mist and artillery fire are both brain weapons. I'm so smart that my older sister and youngest sister will praise me when I go back, right? Jonah is not fully aware of the detection capabilities of the air fortress, and this is his first time seeing red brain waves. However, he instinctively knew that he should not be exposed to the red brain waves and was using a hail of artillery fire to conceal himself. The red brain waves filled the Great Desert like air, so it was a choice Jonah couldn't avoid. Anyway, it looks like the youngest has tied up the Simit meat well, so now I have to find my sister. Hi Luna, I like you. Quagwang quaduk boom. Each time a bombardment fell, Jonah moved exactly as long as there was a gap between the bombardments. The artillery fire fired by the enemy tribe to keep Luna and Eltiot in check was actually setting Yona free. It's over there. Go carefully so as not to scare your sister. Thinking like that, the moment Yona was about to approach Luna, he suddenly faced the face of Elthiot, who had jumped out in front of him. Swimming. Jonah was freshly shocked to see Elthiot trying to surprise him first. Elthiot was smiling with a mischievous face and blood was flowing from his head. Sister Master, you're bleeding. Are you here, Jonah Runkendall? He got hurt while protecting his student. Stop talking nonsense, Master. You've been hit by red brain cannons a few times because your body isn't working as well as it used to, Luna said, giving Jonah a bow. In the meantime, Jonah continued to cover himself between gunfire to avoid being detected by the air fortress. Luna couldn't understand Yona's movements even when she saw it herself. Oops. When is this guy going to cover up his teacher's faults? Anyway, it was nice to come here at the right time, Jonah. Now let's go inside the portal together. How? It's simple. The student's strike with all his might breaks through Partal's shield and causes some damage to its outer armor. In the meantime, I will create an upward current by canceling out the red artillery, and you will ride that current and enter the interior of the fortress. Offset? Updraft? Don't use difficult words. Oh, Jonah. This is not a difficult thing to say. Sister teacher, are you strong? Is it sturdy? If I squeeze out all the energy in my light heart and form a protective shield, I think it will be about half as strong as me. Good. Then she breaks the shield and throws her teacher into it. I will catch my sister and teach her the moment she is thrown and fly away. Ha! What do you mean, Jonah? Then all the bombardment will be focused on my teacher for a while, and I will go in hiding in the midst of the bombardment. I cut the outer gloves myself, hee. Jonah said quietly, taking out his favorite sword, Death. Death was enveloped in a strange gray energy, and Luna recognized it as an energy similar to her own red power. Jonah also stopped playing after overcoming chaos. I don't know how hard the gloves are, but I think I can cut them with that. It's probably better than my red moon in terms of cutting power? Wait a minute. Disciple Jonah. If I do that, this Elliot could die. Yeah, okay. Oh, Jonah. I thought you understood? These were the words of one of the assassins who had succeeded in countless infiltrations so far. Luna felt that Yona's suggestion would have a higher success rate than Elliot's method. Then Master, bow down. Like a ball. Elliot also thought Jonah's method was better. You will only endanger yourself. Anyway, we live in an age where we don't know how to respect adults. I got it. Let's do it Jonah's way. While Elliot was curling up, Luna concentrated her mind and raised her red power. As it was not an urgent situation like last time, there were no signs of a runaway. Soon Luna roared and swung Crantle, and a huge sword energy surged out as if it could split the entire desert. The sword energy hanging down from Crantle's sword body was so vast that it almost looked like it was slashing down from the ground rather than upward. As Partal's shield and sword energy rubbed together, a sharp metallic sound spread, followed by an earthquake in the area. Luna took a deep breath and threw Elliot through the crack in the shield with all her might. Elliot flew like a cannonball. Even Luna didn't recognize the exact moment when Yona grabbed Elliot and flew away with him. It was just amazing that they were able to hide themselves between artillery fires. Stop it! Moby Kyung threw a blue wind chime and sent it inside the shield. Even the Jiakmyong tribe did not recognize Yona's existence at all. As Yona said, as soon as Elliot entered the protective shield, all of Party's gun barrels were aimed at him, and Yona used the red brain cannons they fired as a curtain to stick to Party's lower armor. Party's shield was restored in an instant. Elliot was trapped inside the shield and had to avoid the merciless bombardment. No, wait a minute. You damn bastards, can't you consider the situation a little out of consideration for old times? Don't you feel sorry for this Elliot who was thrown away by his student? Keck. While Elliot was struggling, Yona went through Luna's deep-cut gloves. After swinging Death a few times, Jonah was able to pierce the outer armor. However, there is no way that you can get to important facilities right away by piercing one layer of armor. The interior of the air fortress consisted of a total of 7 floors, and it was crowded with Jiakmyong tribe warriors and fighting kings. It's an intruder. Since it had penetrated through the external armor, it was inevitable that even Yona would be exposed. The enemy clans immediately surrounded Yona, and their eyes widened. When a layman pressed a button protruding from the wall, red waves spread out. Since they were already surrounded and there was a wave of red lightning, Yona had no choice but to break through head-on. But Jonah had foreseen this situation from the beginning. Red meats. Everyone better watch your step. What kind of place? Level 1 Tuong, who was trying to answer Yona, was unable to continue his conversation. Suddenly a huge sword energy, just like Luna had just shot, tore through Party's lower armor and spread blue brain energy inside. Ugh! Oops! The blue brain energy spread inside the Partal like a flame thrown among flying insects, instantly decimating most of the enemy clan. Only the fighting king-level enemy tribes seemed to be able to withstand it. It was Jin's sword technique that accurately read the situation on Luna's side while fighting Simit. However, progress also came at a price. As he was trying to shake off Simit and fired too much sword energy, he received a deep cut on his forearm from Tedalon. He my youngest, and I get along well. Jonah looked at the remaining fighting kings with his eyes shining. As soon as Tuong, who was in front, thought that those eyes were creepy, his head fell off and he met his end. Where should we go now? Deep, deep. Jonah fell down with a bright face and took the breath away from the dawdling Jiakmyong warriors. Then he took out Party's internal map that Eltiot had prepared for him last time from his pocket. My sister, my teacher, is really bad at drawing. The map was drawn by Eltiot based on the Pivil, captured by the Qingming tribe in the past. Part 50 and Pivil were aerial fortresses built around the same time, so some of their internal structures overlapped. Subspace tracking device. Elliot predicted that the device most needed by the coalition would be on the 6th or 5th floor. Although it is now in the spotlight due to its unique characteristics as La Perosa, originally subspace tracking devices were not very important among the equipment mounted on aerial fortresses. It is not often used in combat and is mainly used only when searching for enemies who are hiding or running away. In the case of Pivil, the subspace tracking device was mounted on the 6th floor. First, I have to drill through one more layer. Not 20 minutes. It would be dangerous to stay longer than 15 minutes. I'll have to find something in there that my youngest will like. Ching dash. EFF dash. An alarm was sounding, indicating an intrusion. The enemy tribes in the nearby area camped out and blocked the 7th floor. However, the initially sprayed red brain wave escaped out through the crack created by Jean and Luna, and Yona moved like a shadow, as always passing among the enemy tribes. Kayak! Ugh! Every time Yona moved, the enemy tribes let out screams of death. For a while they did not understand why their compatriots were dying. When I turned my head at the sound of evil, one of my compatriots collapsed helplessly, having been stabbed somewhere in his body. From the time of the War of the Sun until now, the enemy clan has never experienced a level of assassination similar to that of Yona. Except for now, there has never been an assassin like Jonah in any era. Compatriots narrow the ranks even further. No matter how good his stealth skills are, if there is no way to escape, oops. Currently, the entire 7th floor has been closed off to each compartment, and the enemy tribes are uniting even more. The space is cramped, dark, and full of hiding places. So Yona killing the enemy tribes now was no different from popping bugs trapped in a glass bottle one by one. What happened? 7th floor. Report. Compatriot Baccarun. That's crazy. Compatriots. Hello. You are the Captain Meat, right? Yona appeared in front of the spear floating on the bracelet of the just-dead enemy clan and made eye contact with Baccarun. He was shocked when he saw Jonah's innocent face. Even though he had killed so many of his compatriots, there was not a single drop of blood on Jonah's face or clothes. It's a bastard. Grab it. The Jiakmyong clan that shouted like that rushed towards Yonah's back and fell off its head. Jonah wasn't just an assassin who was good at assassinating people. Even in pure close combat, there are only a handful of people within the alliance who can beat Yona. He was not a person that Jiakmyong civilian warriors or mediocre fighting kings could handle. You? Are you Jonah Runkendal? Yes, you are Baccarun Meat. Nice to meet you. I want to kill you. Could you please come here? I don't know the roads well these days. The 7th floor will be your tomb. Baccarun had no intention of falling for Jonah's provocation. This was something Jonah just threw out. Soon, Baccarun terminated the communication and tried to further strengthen the area closure order. But his eyes widened when he saw Elthiot suddenly appear just before he closed the window. Jonah, wow. OMG. Don't you think it's too much for me? Isn't your teacher dead? Elthiot had just entered Partal following Jonah, his entire body stained with blood and ashes. Chong Pungpya. Hey, Baccarun. Do you want to catch us? Then there is only one way. Start the Air Fortress's spatial leap now. So if Part 50 returns to your base, won't it be difficult for even Jonah and I to escape from there? At those words, Baccarun gritted his teeth and showed his anger before ending the communication. Because of you, Baccarun Gogi stopped communicating. Oh, Jonah. Is there nothing else you want to say to me? Well, did you have a hard time? Ha, okay, that's it. Anyway, Jonah, because of what I just said, he will probably try to avoid performing the space jump as much as possible. In fact, from our perspective, that is the most dangerous, but since we told you to do it first, we feel uncomfortable and have to take other measures first. The moment Elliot said that, Party's insides suddenly began to vibrate. Heh, this time my little tricks didn't work. I never thought Baccarin would prepare to jump into space so soon. The vibration was the result of Part 50 amplifying the brain energy of the power source to open a large-scale portal. As Elliot said, the intention is to drag the two people to the base. Jonah reflexively thrust the blade at Elliot's neck. Jonah, isn't this the case? You just have to escape and wait for the next opportunity. Hey, then you can't give a gift to the youngest. I can't help it. How long will it take? Space sleep. We won't be able to use all our power to support SimArt. So 5 minutes at the earliest and 7 minutes at the latest. Then let's go to the 6th floor now. The map you gave me says there is a passage to the 6th floor if you break the front door. Elliot looked down at the blade that touched his neck and sighed. Anyway, from now on, Jonah, you two will have to learn a little about the world from me. Of course, Jonah had no intention of stabbing Elliot. However, he did not know that Elliot would twist the blade with his fingers before he could put it away. The blade, which was upright, turned diagonally. Jonah suddenly lost his center of gravity and distanced himself from Elliot, and this was his first experience. Even if it were Jean, he thought that he wouldn't be able to make him put away his blade so easily in the same situation as just now. Are you surprised? The movements I just showed you can only be done by people who can live in the most harmony with the world. Jonah, harmony with the world also includes understanding the feelings of others. Do you think he wants you to risk his life to get the parts? But I want to give you a gift. The fact that you and Jean read each other's thoughts without any communication was a gift in itself. And it is because of us that the red guys are now trying to take out the fortress in the Great Desert. So don't overdo it and let's go back. All you have to do is quickly break down one barrier door. Teak. Teak. Hi. Let's go down. Okay. So Elliot and Jonah decided to escape Part 50 without any further effort. The crack used to invade had already been repaired by the protective film formed by the red brain. Elliot touched the palm of his hand again this time and instantly cancelled out the protective shield. However, he also spit out a handful of blood. His body, weakened by the seal, was not fit to endure the series of battles. Seeing that, Jonah unconsciously took out a bandage, and Elliot smiled proudly. He thought it would be more rewarding to break down the wall between Yona and the world than to help Luna break the wall of Changseong. As expected, it's all red outside. Even if you will get hurt if you just run. It won't hurt you? Elliot didn't answer and naturally put Yona on his back. Jonah was just amazed at how Elliot kept moving beyond his own reactions. It doesn't seem very fast, but what is it? If you had a sword in your hand, you could have cut me down, right? What? How is this possible? If I were to cut you down, those hands would have murderous intent, and I can't move like this while imbued with murderous intent. You are already doing it, you just don't know yourself. If you find out, your assassination skills will be a little worse than now. Then it's bad. As a killer, it's good, but as a person, it's even better. There is no need to hold my shoulder too tightly. I'll take this Elliot down so he doesn't get hurt. Elliot and Jonah began to descend outside the portal. Outside, Luna's sword energy, Jean and Simit's brain energy, along with the red brain energy, were covering the ground and sky. Occasionally, a sharp energy coming from that huge wave of power passed by somewhere in Elliot's body. However, it did not reach Jonah, who was riding on his back at all. Jonah enjoyed the wind called Elliot as if he were having a fun dream. By the time the two reached the ground, Part 50 had formed a large-scale portal as planned. It was as if a sea of red had opened up in the sky. A huge portal opened up surrounding the air fortress and the fleet. The Jiakmyong tribe decided to retreat for now. Although the damage was not severe enough to require reorganization, the variables of the 3 demons summoned by Ranka were bothersome. That's it for today, Jean Runkendall. Simit said. striking away Jin's sword. Jin also did not try to persistently hold on to Simit. It was because of the thought that the power absorption of the three demons might also have an effect on La Perosa. Above all, the enemy's air fortress had already loaded its main guns to maximum capacity. As mobility is greatly reduced, the alliance can only continue to fight when the enemy tribe wants to. It was fortunate for the Bamul alliance that the battlefield was scheduled to be fixed in the Great Desert for the time being. Jin didn't respond and started rushing towards Luna and Yona, Eltiot. The purpose was to retreat while handling the main gun of the air fortress. Quaya! The air fortresses dropped their main guns and disappeared beyond the portal. Jin and his party spread their swords to protect Eltiot and began to escape through the red artillery. Ha! This is tremendous power. Oh, if I absorb power like this every day, I might soon become as strong as I was before. Meanwhile, Srivi and his gang burst into laughter as they absorbed the air fortress's main gun as if it were a tonic. Because of the distance, Jin and his party were unable to see it in person. However, Jin could feel a familiar force spreading from the side of Srivi and his gang amidst the red thunderbolt that was pressing down on his entire body. Is this the brain power of the brothers? Although it was weak, what Jin felt right now was clearly the brain power used by the royal family of La Perosa. Soon, that power was absorbed into the souls of Srivi and his group and disappeared, and Jin and his group safely escaped the Great Desert through the red artillery. An hour has passed since the first match between the Bamul alliance and the Jiakmyong tribe ended. As soon as the large-scale portal was opened, the Red Mystery tribe returned to their base, and Jin and his party were just escaping the red brain wavelength and preparing to make a space jump to Tychon. Kadin and the Fire Dragon Legion returned to the Tower of Story as soon as they began the battle in earnest. Now only the three summoned demons and Kinzalo and their gang remained in the Great Desert. Hehe. The great guy who pulled us out of the abyss is finally showing his face. As Srivi pointed to the other side with his finger, Karmash and Maslin turned their heads. Kinzalo and his gang, who had been barely hiding as they were getting hit here and there throughout the battle, were approaching. Wow! It's real. Ranka, this guy really summoned old demons, right? Barakt, this is so amazing. Isn't it? No one in Kinjalo thought Ranka would succeed. But the trio of demons went beyond just being summoned and even changed the flow of the battle at once. Lord Ranka, please forgive me for ignoring you so far. Even the great demon of Mount Tekken, Thribi, and the Archduke Karmash of Destruction, and Maslin of Sorrow. I can't believe the day will come when I will see these legendary beings in person. Great demons, I am Chagall of the Bakma family. When Chagall bowed with utmost respect, Bianca followed suit and nodded. Bianca, Kaligo. Looking at them, they are children from Bakmag and Kaligo. Yes. Compared to Ranka, you don't seem to have done anything special, but you still have manners. We didn't know. Ranka could have succeeded, but we still cheered. Judging by how slow this guy speaks, it seems like he inherited Kaligo's strongest blood, but I haven't learned it properly, so it hasn't reached its full potential yet. Don't worry, this Srivi will help you from now on. Of course, if Ranka wants that. If Ranka wants it, I have to listen to more. Yes. Anyway, Ranka Hallowis is the first demon to summon Maslin, Srivi, and Karmash. The endless gold lacquer work of the three demons was making Ranka feel overwhelmed. Ranka's eyes grew hot, and he burst into laughter. Great. Srivi, Bianca Kaligo is my nemesis, but please train her. Because we Kinzalo are now in a very critical and dangerous time. Also, I sincerely hope that you will tell me about the visions of the great demon Srivi. Ranka. Unfortunately, that is a bit difficult. Why? Because your qualifications are nothing compared to Bianca. But it's okay. You will never be able to become stronger than Bianca. It's harder than a camel going through the eye of a needle. But you summoned us. That's right, that's even more amazing. What if you can't fight well? Your name will now be forever recorded in the history of the demon world. The three demons looked at Ranka with strangely sad eyes. Ranka was immediately dejected, but the important thing was that Kinjalo had obtained a card that could be used immediately in this crisis. By the way, Ranka, Maslin of Sorrow locked eyes with Ranka. Please speak. Do you know that your summoning skills were extremely crude? Oh, don't get me wrong. Maslin is not trying to belittle you but is just talking about a phenomenon. I thought the sun god was looking down, and there must have been some coincidence. Yes, it's a coincidence. In fact, your summoning technique should have failed. The technique was full of loopholes, the magic power was lacking, and the control was at a level that I couldn't even look at with my eyes open. To be honest, I feel like I want to wash my eyes right now. In fact, that trashy summoning technique couldn't even dream of Maslin or Srivi, Karmash, and it shouldn't have been able to summon even a nameless demon soldier. Maslin stabbed Ranka in the chest with harsh words that were not harsh. Ranka felt like his face was about to explode with embarrassment, but he couldn't argue with Maslin. That Maslin. What are you trying to say? Nevertheless, your summoning technique was clearly successful. But it's not a complete success. That's why Maslin and Srivi, Karmash were unable to reach their full potential. This alone is a fatal error, but there is one more serious problem. At those words, everyone in Kinzelo's group paid attention to Maslin. What is the problem? The summoning technique not only affected Maslin and Srivi, Karmash. It also influenced some dangerous beings that we don't know about. Maslin's eyes narrowed. That's right. I felt it too. Me too. Are you talking about Simit and Jiakmyong? Ranka, in your eyes, Maslin appears to be a fool. They are dangerous too. But aren't they the ones that Maslin fought directly a little while ago? It's not them. Maslin's intuition is that he is more dangerous than them, and more powerful. Such beings were evident. They are the masters of the blue thunder energy that we absorbed last before the battle stopped. Ming Dynasty. Ranka's summoning technique, which succeeded by chance, was also having an effect on the Ming Dynasty's La Perosa. It also has a very direct impact. The Ming Dynasty. It's the Ming Dynasty, Barak and Bardray said. Barak trembled in shame as he recalled the humiliation he suffered from Rinpa, whom Jean had summoned by calling on the Black Light during the Sword Emperor Crusade. Are you saying that just like the demons were summoned, the underworld people can also be summoned? I'm not sure about that yet, Ranka, but in Maslin's opinion, it's not an unlikely story. The fact that the summoning technique that summons the existence of the abyss influenced the netherworld would mean that the dimension in which they currently exist is also related to the abyss. So it's not strange that they are summoned like us. The faces of Kinzelo and his gang darkened. What they wanted was for the Bamul Alliance and the Jiakmyong tribe to fight and get injured, not for a huge amount of power to be suddenly added to one side. What's more, they're from the Ming Dynasty. If the Bamul Alliance obtained the Ming Dynasty at this point, they would become a truly overwhelming force. In particular, among Kinzelo's gang, there were those who witnessed firsthand the majesty of the Ming Dynasty's fighting spirit class during the Battle of the Demon Gods. If such a person were to join the Bamul Alliance without any restrictions unlike during the Battle of the Demon Gods, trying to avoid a fox would be like encountering a tiger. Kinzelo and the gang swallowed dry saliva as they remembered half of their thoughts in one gulp. Then, assuming the Netherworld clan is summoned, wouldn't they also appear in an imperfect form like the three of you? Are they alive or dead? I'm not sure, but he's probably not dead. That's how Maslin felt. Therefore, unlike us, there is a high possibility that they will be summoned intact. There will be no need to construct a body or soul to use in royalties like we do, so summoning will inevitably become simpler. Ha ha ha, it's okay. It's okay. Anyway, we are immune to all types of attacks, so even if more such guys are summoned, we will protect you, Ranka. Of course, what would be better than that would be to prevent the mysterious kings from being summoned at all. There is no way I can think of, but the three of us will try our best. Ha ha ha. Srivi and Karmash spoke comfortably, as if they had no idea of the seriousness of the situation. Because of this, Ranka and Kinzelo had no choice but to think. It seems that the success of the summoning spell is not something to be completely happy about. It's a flying fortress or something. It's definitely annoying. It only fires guns from a very long distance, but if you try to attack it, it teleports away. Oh, it's not like you're some kind of mosquito. Tychon Palace. Murakan became indignant as he explained to Jean and his group about the air fortress that hit Tychon. While Jean and his party were fighting in the Great Desert, Murakan left the enemy tribe's ranks and took on the air fortress Rydal that attacked Tychon. It's a war weapon too good to be a mosquito. If it weren't for you, Murakan, Tychon would have struggled quite a bit. A lot of people would have been killed and injured. That's right, Mr. Amaris. If I could just control my mobility, I would be able to crush it well. Kid, so, have you had any results? For a while, Jean explained to his colleagues everything he had experienced in the Great Desert. From the battle with the enemy tribe to the unexpected invasion of the demon tribe, the colleagues listened with serious faces. But Ranka's summoning technique. I guess it had some effect on my brothers too. What does the commander mean? Qual opened his eyes and looked at Jean. The power I felt when I finally escaped from the red brain cannon. That was definitely the brothers' brain power. It is also believed to belong to the Belize brothers and the Linpa brothers. Every person's energy has its own unique characteristics. Thinking back, that weak brain energy was very similar to the energy of Belize, the king of 7 battles, and Linpa, the king of death battles. There's no way the enemy clan was crazy and tried to take them out using subspace tracking technology. So it must be the effect of the summoning spell, as the leader said. Or that the summoned demons did some trick. They said they have the ability to absorb power, so that could be the reason. Oh man, whatever it is, it's a huge achievement. Qual was very excited and raised his voice. Is this something to be so excited about? Qual. Of course. Even the wavelength tracking synchronization device I created for the union of the warriors and gods could not draw the power of the Ming dynasty into royalties without the medium of Jean. However, Jean said that the brain energy of the Pluto race has now appeared in the Great Desert without the help of any device or even through himself. This means that a small passage has already been created between La Perosa and the Great Desert of Mitra. As Qual continued talking like that, Elphiot was the first to nod. I was exhausted at the time, so I didn't feel the brain energy. But if the brain energy of a person living in La Perosa really appeared in the Great Desert, it would be just as Qual said. We didn't make any special attempts to contact La Perosa during the fight. Perhaps the summoning spell and the aftermath of the battle have blurred the distinction between dimensions. Then what we will do from now on is to widen the passage. Jean spoke, and Qual jumped up from his seat. Commander, let's go back to the Great Desert right now. I'll have to go and see the scene for myself. The feeling comes. I feel like I'll be able to catch a clue right away. Top of Jeep story. Cadden's report has ended. Kiliak smiled at the fact that the Bamal Alliance had participated in the war. The results came faster than expected. In fact, since the enemy clan entered the war right away, Jean Runkendal couldn't have stayed still. Kinsalo is not the only one who needs to buy time to prepare for the enemy tribe's invasion. Jeep also needed time to maintain the Tower of Story and move the shrine. But Kiliak, I feel bothered by those summoned demons. You mean Srivi and the 2 demons whose names I couldn't figure out? Cadden and the Fire Dragon army left as soon as the fight between Jean and Simit intensified. Fortunately, Cadden kept his distance and watched the battle a little longer, so he realized that the demons had been summoned. Cadden confirmed only Srivi's name among them. Okay, they didn't seem to take any physical damage at all. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any restrictions, and there was a situation where the energy spreading across the battlefield was absorbed. They are the ones who emerged after Kinsalo's strange summoning ritual was successful. Can such people exist in this world? If you really violate the natural order without any conditions, there is only one person who will be behind it. Which Halurim? It must be related to him. Kadun narrowed his eyes. I don't think that dark unknown entity would be good at identifying enemies. Kiliak did not answer but thought for a moment about the witch Halurim. Without the witch's power, Kiliak would not have been safe from Zito. Let's talk to Ganastoga about those demons. Anyway, from now on I'll have to focus properly on the holy site and demon stone. As long as another variable does not appear in the Great Desert. Criddle. Simit was sitting on the constellation and reviewing the battle. There was no problem until the 3 demons were suddenly summoned. As expected, Jean and Luna showed infinitely strong in action, but they alone were not able to push them out and take over the Great Desert. The same was true for the variables Jonah and Elliot. All of these were just abnormalities that did not deviate significantly from the expected range, and even if the battle had continued, there would have been no technology or parts stolen from the enemy clan. Those demons, I think they're related to Hilurim. Otherwise, they were unexplainable beings. Hilurim was active even in ancient times when the Sun War was in full swing. Not everyone knew its name as it does now, but those who were close to the sun were the exception. Even then, Hilurim showed power that was out of order. Simmet recalled the day he first saw Hilurim in person during the Sun War. Even back then, I didn't want to have anything to do with Hilurim, but now people who are presumed to have been influenced by it have appeared. Hilurim the Witch is an unknown being. An immortal who cannot tell whether he wants the resurrection of the sun god eternal death or just wants to bring chaos to the world. However, Simmet couldn't help but be concerned because his power seemed to be superior to that of Amaris in his prime, who was tasked with guarding the border. Since we have confirmed that Hilurim still exists, we must meet him at least once. And if it is judged to be harmful to the enemy, it must be eliminated. Whatever it takes. Simmet pressed the bracelet to bring up a window. Ramagas. Yes, fellow countrymen who committed suicide. Beyond the window, the enemy tribe called Limagas bowed its head. Ramagas, the one without a clan. He was a first-class fighting king and weapon manager of the Red Mayong clan, and was one of Simmet's confidants. We will lift the level 1 restrictions placed on Kree power sources. A situation may arise that activates the Light of Extinction. Get ready. The Light of Extinction. It was a weapon that could only be used once in exchange for Kree's power source and the Sun Sword Tetalon. The disappearance of the power source of the Air Fortress Kree means the disappearance of the city of Criddle, and the disappearance of Tetalon means the disappearance of the fighting spirit's mad heart. Therefore, the Light of Extinction was the last means of war that the Jiakmyong tribe had. I understand, fellow fighter. I hope I never have to use it. Don't worry too much. We are just preparing for the worst-case scenario of direct intervention by witches. When I saw the report about demons, I also thought of witches. For now, keep it quiet so other compatriots don't find out. Enemy name. As soon as Simmet closed the window, Bakarun's communication came in. What's going on, Bakarun compatriot? It is said that fellow warrior Jean Runkendal has appeared in the Great Desert again. Now only 5 hours had passed since the first game ended. There was no major damage in the first match, so it's possible they'll come back soon, but they're in such a hurry even with the variable of demons. It seems like the Great Desert is important. Is the number of people the same as before? The exact number of people has not been determined yet. The scouts directly confirmed that there were 2 people, Jean Runkendal and Moby Dick. In that case, the Chongpungpya will come separately. They probably brought in a subspace engineer. We need to increase the scouting team and find them. All right. What about Kinjalo and Zippel? Jiffel seems to have completely disappeared so far, and Kinzalo is wandering around the Great Desert with summoned demons. It is reported that the demons seem to be absorbing the remnants of the red brain left in the Great Desert. They are thrifty guys. We will go back to the Great Desert in 15 minutes. Yes, I will prepare. Oh, my compatriot, we just received another new report. Connect the reporter to me. Yes. Tearing. Another video communication window appeared in front of Simart. I could see the urgent face of the second-class Tuong who had been assigned to the reconnaissance team. Meet my fellow fighters. Compatriots of the battle god, an abnormal phenomenon has just been detected in the central part of the Great Desert. Anomaly? Suddenly blue lightning is rising from the estimated location of La Perosa in the central area. We are currently approaching for observation, but it seems difficult for a scout ship to get closer than 2,000 steps. The size of the brain machine is similar to that of the 50% output main guns of our air fortress. Simmet's eyes widened. Could it be that the descendants of the Qingming people are already? Soon Simmet instinctively tried to give orders. I'll be there right away, so the scout team should wait and not get any closer. However, as soon as he was about to open his mouth, Simmet saw a scene where the video communication window with the second-class Tuong suddenly turned blue. Kuhu. FZZZZ. Pashi Prophet Dash. It was brain power. The thunderbolt, which was said to have originated from a distance of more than 2,000 paces, engulfed the scout team's ship. Kawali compatriots. What the? Bakalun, who was listening together, shouted the name of the second-class fighting king who had just been attacked by brain energy. However, the window stained with brain energy made noise for about 5 seconds and then turned off. Simit hastily pressed his bracelet and sent a communication message to all the ships of the scouting team that had gone out to the Great Desert. There were over 50 scout ships in the Great Desert, but none responded immediately. Just when he thought everything had already happened, a new window appeared in front of Simit. Ha ha ha! Compatriots who fight and fight! A large amount of blood was flowing from the head and mouth of the enemy on the other side of the screen. The entire landscape behind the enemy tribe looked completely destroyed. He had managed to receive Simit's communication from a ship that had already been hit by a thunderstorm and crashed. He was the only survivor of the reconnaissance team. They are descendants of the Qingming tribe. They spread brain energy and killed the entire scout team. I will go right away. Compatriots, until then stay hidden and focus only on preserving life. I understand. Gasp! Quaduk dash. Suddenly the survivor's neck was bent into a sickle shape. Someone had stomped on his head. Simit and Bakalun flinched and faced the new face that appeared on the screen. Ah yes. Are you the masters or something like Kinjalo's biological weapons? I heard it from Brother Jean. Are you sure you summoned us? It looks like he put a lot of effort into creating a light heart in his chest. These nasty bugs. Ming Dynasty chill to King Belize. She was looking beyond the screen with a murderous look on her face. After a while, Linpa, the king of death from the Ming Dynasty, also appeared. Master. He seems to have made a lot of technological advancements. He even dared to imitate our Ming Dynasty. Not without fear, and even summon them? Is it because you want to improve the level of completeness? You're crazy. Belize and Linpa misunderstood the Jiakmyong people as Kinjalo masters. That's because the royal families of La Perosa have not yet heard from Jean about the situation after the Battle of the Gods. Therefore, the Ming tribes had no choice but to mistake the Jiakmyong tribes, who looked very similar to them, for the masters they had heard about from Jean. It is impossible to think that the forgotten ancient Ming dynasty has appeared in the world. I couldn't even think that Jean had made the summons. This was because the royal families of La Perosa could not hear Jin's voice during the summoning process and only saw unpleasant demonic energy and red brains seeping into La Perosa out of nowhere. Simit stared at Belize and Rinpa for a while, speechless. In them I could see the images of the fighting kings of the Chongmying tribe in their prime. No, I had an intuition that it was much stronger than that. Just looking at the video communication, the spirit they were giving off was clearly more than that. Judging by the atmosphere, it was not summoned by Jean Runkendel's will. Did an error occur in the subspace called La Perosa due to the demons summoned by Kinjalo? Wow! Simit gritted his teeth as he thought of the demon trio. Don't you dare compare such a crude synthetic creature with the great Ming dynasty Red Ming clan. I will make you pay for killing your compatriots. You can either wait there or run away. Belize and Linpa both shrugged their shoulders at those words. Well, in that case, let's get out of the way for now. There are more important things to do than killing crude synthetic creatures. Of course, that was to meet Jean and inform him of the situation in La Perosa. First of all, the only reason I wiped out the enemy scout fleet was because I thought they were Jin's enemies. Instead, we will come first and kill them all, so keep your head out of the way. You masters. Bang dash. Belize slammed his fist and broke the video communication window. It's ridiculous. It looks like technology in the outside world has gotten ridiculously better, Brother Rinpa. These masters aren't as strong as us, but they're pretty tough, right? Even the master we talked to just now looked really dangerous. I even heard it felt like a genius. Can synthetic creatures also become creative? Is that possible? I'm not sure about that. First, let's find Brother Jean. We need to let people know that we're out there. The Bamul Alliance had sent Jean and Luna in the first group, and Elthiot, Hito, Vanessa, Owl, Jonah, Qual, Valeria in the second group into the Great Desert. As Simit predicted, The group was deliberately divided to understand subspace-related phenomena. However, Jean thought that the situation would not be conducive for Elthiot and Valeria to properly investigate the Great Desert. Even if Team 1 buys time, Group 2 cannot completely avoid detection by the enemy tribe and infiltrate. The enemy tribe had scout ships floating in the Great Desert of Mitra, and the entire desert was still full of red thunder waves. So even with Owl's abilities, there was nothing they could do. However, since Qual himself said that he had hope, he returned to the battlefield even if it was a bit difficult. I hope we can find a big clue this time, as Dr. Qual suggested. It would be perfect if the 4 Netherworld brothers would join us in this situation, Luna said. She and Jean were advancing through the Great Desert, pushing back the waves of red brains. Spatial jump cannot be used due to the red brain wavelength. If they could not destroy the enemy tribe's space-jumping technology, the Bamul Alliance would have to continue searching for the Great Desert in this way. If you expect too much, you will be disappointed. So if there are no clues today, I plan to take a slow approach from now on. Yes, it is a dangerous task since the Jiakmyong tribe is in control of the Great Desert. The demons that Kinjalo summoned are also a bit annoying. Even if the La Perosa liberation device is completed, if it has to be used in the Great Desert, they will hinder it until the end. Since it is impossible to attack, there is no way to stop them if that happens. But somehow it feels good. Anyway, it is true that your brother's brain power was revealed thanks to the appearance of those demons. So let's think positively for now. Jean nodded and Luna carefully watched him. The youngest seems to be distraught because he failed to call the black light 3 times. Once at Taiken just before entering the Great Desert, once near the Great Desert during the move, and once after entering the Great Desert. Before starting this operation, Jean attempted to call the black light a total of 3 times. But it was never successful. Unlike usual, the black portal leading to La Perosa did not open. That was making Jean very distraught. Until now, unless it was a dead world, the summoning had never failed. Soon, Jean changed his expression and smiled at Luna. I understand, sister. But now you've started to resemble Lord Elthiot's speaking style a bit. Tisk. Haha. It was right after Luna imitated Eltiot that suddenly, a blue brain energy began to rise in the center of the Great Desert. The 2 people paused for a few seconds, looking at the giant thunder flag shining softly in the distance, obscured by the red waves. You're the youngest. Isn't that your brother's brain power? Belize and Rinfa. The energy Jean felt just before the end of the first game was clearly the energy of those 2. This is half a brother's. However, what was currently tearing through the center of the Great Desert was clearly the thunder blade of the battle god class. Jean felt his heart pounding and took out the red jade. Mia. Shuri picked up the 2 people and started running through the desert. Because the distance was so far, we had to run for a while. But each time we got closer, Ban's unique spirit became stronger. Could it be that the variable created by Ranka's summoning summoned the brothers from La Perosa? Considering it was a complete summon, it felt like Ban's brain power was weak. If that's the case, there may be some problem with La Prasa. While Shuri was running, Jean felt like he was burning like dry firewood. Luna felt Jin's feelings and was worried about her younger brother, but at the same time, she was relieved that Changxiang's unique demonic power did not seem to exist yet. Maya Ia. Shuri's loud cries spread through the roar of the brain energy exploding. Shuri also understood the situation and was calling out to the Ming dynasty in her own way. Jean also amplified his optical heart and began to emit brain energy. If the Netherworld brothers had been summoned to the Great Desert in any way, their energy would have been red. It was 3 minutes later that Belize and Limpa's answers were heard. The 2 had just finished video communication with Simit and were about to leave the Great Desert. Brother Jean. Oh, it was a long time ago, but it really was the energy of the Jean brothers? Your brother Jean, right? Brother Rinpa, brother Belize. Belize and Rinpa rushed over and hugged Shuri. Jean was recognizable at a glance. It is said that the Tuong brothers did not undergo an incomplete summoning like the Black Light summon, but must have completely escaped La Perosa. What happened to you brothers? Are you hurt anywhere? It hurts. As soon as they came out, they kicked out all the masters that Kinjalo or something had created. There were dozens of ships, but most of them melted into the Band brothers' brain plane and disappeared. We only handled 2 of them ourselves. A master. Those guys with red hearts. Isn't he a famous person? Ah, they are not masters but the ancient Ming dynasty called the Jiakmiang tribe. What ancient Pluto family? First, please tell me how the brothers came to be. I've been fighting against the enemy tribe here since yesterday, and I confirmed that the brain power of the Limpa brothers and the Belize brothers suddenly appeared. So I came back to the Great Desert to check on the phenomenon, but I never thought I would meet the brothers like this. Jean briefly explained the current situation and the fact that the Black Light Call failed. It was clear that the enemy clan would attack soon, so it was not a situation to go into detail. Ah, I see. The reason the Black Light Call failed was probably because a crack appeared in La Perosa. Suddenly the air near the Battle God Hall split open, and red lightning energy, magic aura, and the energy of the brothers began pouring into it like crazy. As Belize said, a crack appeared in La Perosa at the very moment the demons were summoned. From then on, the Pluto clan began to fight off the energy coming through the cracks, but due to the space collapse, the entire La Prasa became unstable and could not use its power properly. The aftermath of the Great Desert flowing into the crack itself was not a big problem. What made the Pluto people suffer was La Perosa's gravity. Because of the dimensional error, La Perosa was pressing down on the Nether Kings as if they had been contracted. Most of the casualties were unable to endure that terrible feeling and fainted. Belize made eye contact with Jean as he explained these details. So the Tushan brothers and the Tuong brothers spread a shield to protect their brothers. Meanwhile, another rift appeared between the 2 of us, and unlike the first one, it seemed like it was about to close. But the Tushan brothers were instinctively convinced that it was a crack leading to royalties. So, the 2 of us came out through the crack. That's right. But the power of the Rinpa brothers and I alone was not enough to widen the rift further. That's why the Tushan brothers used their own power. Master, in the aftermath. No, all of the ships of the enemy tribe have melted. Then the situation for the remaining brothers in La Perosa may not be so good. I guess we can't say it's completely safe, but no one died right before we came out. Brother Ban is personally guarding it, so don't worry too much. From now on, all you have to do is bring in the remaining brothers with royalties. That's right. Tushan brother is strong. You know? Ban personally protects his brothers. Those words instantly put Jean at ease. It seemed like Van would be able to protect his brothers in any abnormal situation. What needs to be done has become clearer. Jean calmed down his overwhelming emotions and looked back at the situation. The crack in La Perosa is clearly related to demons and battle. As Dr. Quall said, a passage was created when the demons were summoned, and the passage was widened in the aftermath of the battle. The main gun of the air fortress. The cracks in La Perosa must have expanded when the enormous mass of brain energy struck the Great Desert. Suddenly, the enormous power of the air fortress's main gun poured into the Great Desert, and the demons absorbed the power, and there was a high possibility that a kind of repulsion occurred between dimensions. So what you can expect right now is reproducing the situation where the enemy's air fortresses drop their main guns, and the demon trio absorbs them. The moment we thought that far, a huge red curtain spread over the heads of the group. The Jiakmiang tribe led the air fortress and made a space leap into the Great Desert. Of course, it was the first time. It feels nice to see the enemy flying fortress slowly coming out of the red portal. Ha ha ha! The time for nutrition has already arrived. Jean Runkendal and Simart. Are the 3 of us that good? If we continue to get stronger like this, we won't be able to handle it, right? Hehe. Well, I guess it's none of my business. Even the 3 lucky demons appeared again. Srivi and Karmash were smiling at the thought of absorbing power in the battle that would begin again. Only Maslin of Sorrow had a gloomy face as usual. Maslin welcomes you. You will become food for Sorrow? No, that creature. Maslin suddenly pointed in Jin's direction and covered his mouth with his hand. Red Jade Tomb. Isn't this the witch's Red Jade Tomb, Shuri? Jean Runkendal, are you now Shuri's master? Meow. Maslin looked at Shuri and Jean alternately and shed thick tears. Ah, you must be Shuri. In that case, Maslin will no longer harm Jean Runkendal. Shuri. A life more suited to sorrow than anything else. Maslin has long admired the beautiful red jade tomb. Shuri. Please let Maslin touch me just once. Mayim Sahalak. Ah, Maslin, this guy is starting again. That red jade cat doesn't like you. Do it yourself, Maslin. Instead, you will have to explain it well to Ranka. Jean and Luna, the royal families, shrugged their shoulders when they saw the trio of demons talking amongst themselves, as if they were rehearsing for a play. Sister Luna, please leave immediately and report the situation to Dr. Quall. I and my brothers will take care of this. Ah, come to think of it, I haven't even said hello to my brother's brother properly yet. Nice to meet you, Luna Runkendal. I've heard a lot about you from Brother Jean. Rinpa, after it's over, let's talk more. Luna. Belize and Rinpa raised the great swords on their backs and took their positions on Jin's left and right. Luna was able to leave to find Group 2 without worrying about that at all. King Kigagagagak dash. The air fortress and fleet began to emit red-hot artillery fire. Good. We become stronger today. Let's absorb Masaloon quickly. Oh Shuri. Srivi and Karmash gave their whole bodies to the falling red brain cannons with greedy eyes. Even then Maslin could not take his eyes off Shuri, and Shuri returned to the red house to avoid his burdensome gaze. Belize let out a heavy sigh and raised his great sword. The sight reminded Jean of the day he fought against Belize in the Battle of Tuong, and for a moment goosebumps appeared on the back of his neck. That day Brother Belize fought with his hands relaxed until the end, but he eventually defeated me, although I also cut off Brother Belize's right arm. As if Belize had read his thoughts, as soon as he finished raising his sword, he looked back at Jean for a moment and smiled. He won the title of J Sword in the battle between the Jean brothers and the King of Fighters, but he was actually a little weaker than me. Now I'm finally in the sky. I'm proud of my brother. While Belize said that a huge blue sword that seemed to cover the entire air fortress soared into the sky, tearing through the red artillery. It felt as if the sand was being swept away by the waves. Even though the main gun output of the air fortresses was not very high, the enemy clans still had no choice but to use their flagships. Isn't this a level that even the Qingming tribe kings of that time could not compare to? How many people are like this? Those two can't be everything. The same was true for Rinpa's sword technique that followed. Her sword energy had a strange acceleration that was immediately noticeable even within the fleet. It spread slowly at first but accelerated explosively when it collided with the red artillery, making it difficult to read its trajectory. Changxiang, cool. It's an honor to have your brother as our brother. Two forked blue swords were striking the red sky, and in the middle of it all a huge golden flash appeared. The King of Heaven's sword Golden Lightning climbed the Kangxiang and tore the newly realized Golden Thunder energy apart from the fleet's protective shield. The air fortress and the fleet's brain aircraft seemed relatively weak. The size of the force alone was naturally overwhelming for the fleet, but the concentrated power of Changxiang and the two fighting kings who were near it was literally defying their weight class. Oh, what is that golden brain flag? It's cool? Me too. Let me know. There was no sign of any nervousness from Jean and his brothers. The red artillery pieces now seemed to have been pushed so close to the sky that it was impossible to even express them as falling. Oh, I came here expecting food from a decent local restaurant, but suddenly I felt like I was being served top-quality dishes. Isn't that so, Karmash Masaloon? That's right, Srivi. If the red brain gun of the Jiakmyong tribe tastes like meat covered in spices, this brain gun tastes like essence made from the soul of an ugly human. Maslin, what can I do if I don't eat quickly? Masaloon was immersed in sadness. Shuri rejected Maslin and disappeared. But this could also be a way of praising sadness. Maslin will deeply sympathize with the loneliness and sadness that Shuri must have experienced in the Black Sea. Whatever that crazy guy is, Srivi and Karmash jumped around in the air filled with brain energy like fish in water. Maslin crouched down and continued to recite Shuri's name, but the brain energy was naturally being absorbed into him. Simit quietly watched the scene from Pivil's bridge for a while. Ha! A deep sigh came from within. In the Bamul Alliance, 2 members of the Mayan dynasty who were presumed to be at the highest level of superhumans were suddenly added, and the demons were laughing and making a fuss, so he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. I don't have a good feeling. It's almost as if some part of the sun god's will is blessing the Bamul Alliance. It didn't seem like it was just a feeling. Ranka Halovice holds a demon summoning ceremony in the Great Desert, and as a result of several coincidences, there is a probability that the hidden kings of subspace will join the Bamul Alliance. Even according to reports from engineers, it was highly likely that the key to that coincidence was the firepower of the aerial fortress that struck the Great Desert. Can we really say something like that is just a coincidence? Simit thought it couldn't be so. He could be said to be a mortal who knew more about the sun god than anyone else in ancient times. He knew that the sun god's will was not one, and that even now that he is said to be dead, those wills remain throughout the world. That was making Simit uncomfortable. They are the ones trying to restore order to the world by reviving the sun god, but they cannot understand why the god spares them. Are you trying to turn me into a blasphemous believer? Sun god Kinjalo. Wow! Simit calmed his anger and opened the video communication window. Dozens of windows appeared showing the Deity kings and the commanders of each ship. The demons are relatively more friendly to the Bamul Alliance than to us, so the Bamul coalition has no qualms about using force. The fatter the demons become, the more beneficial it will be for them. We will focus this battle on defense and first closely analyze the combat power of the descendants of the Qingming tribe. All right. The order to increase the reconnaissance team remains unchanged. Track the Moby Dick that has left the battlefield, and the locations of Elliot and the subspace tracking technicians will appear. To prevent them from getting new information and going back. Yes. We will also focus on subspace tracking during defense. We must find and destroy La Perosa before all the descendants of the Qingming escape. La Perosa. Belize and Rinpa alone were enough to prove how dangerous this unknown subspace is. 77 people. Among them, the remaining fighting kings are 10 and half are fighting gods. Simit didn't know the exact size, but he was certain. It is clear that the moment the entire Ming dynasty of La Perosa escapes safely through royalties, the Red Ming clan will lose their place. The location of La Perosa has been clearly identified due to the just-summoned Netherworld compatriots. However, the enemy's counterattack is too strong to make it destructible using the subspace tracker, and the positions of the cracks that can be hit without much work are constantly changing. Limagas said. He was constantly analyzing La Perosa's wavelength on the Part 50 bridge. Then what is the opinion of the Limagas compatriot? I think it would be a good idea to deploy one more air fortress and continuously bombard the subspace location. If you do that, cracks that randomly occur will inevitably be hit, and the aftermath will be transmitted to the subspace. As the saying goes, it is safe to say that the cracks currently forming at the entrance to La Feroza are completely connected to the royalties. That is why the brain machine used by Ban to widen the passage for Belize and Limpa to escape destroyed the enemy scout team. The power used within La Feroza could harm royalty and vice versa. I get it. Let's deploy Kree. Limagas immediately shook his head. No way, compatriot. Kree, of course, would be able to deal the most damage to La Perosa's rift, but that would weaken the base too much. Above all, the brain machine that annihilated the scout fleet in the first place. That's too dangerous. Ban's brain power. Limagas had been feeling a deep sense of fear ever since he analyzed the remnants collected with party's equipment. Although it didn't seem that impressive in terms of numbers, the structure of the brain machine resembled something Limagas was familiar with. It is almost similar in form to the essence of the sun god used in the Air Fortress Kree and the Sun Sword Tetalon. Ramagas has analyzed the energies of countless mortals and immortals, but he has never seen an energy so similar to the essence of the sun god. It was clear that its power would easily overwhelm their own battle god Simit. It seems there are things that cannot be said if there are many ears to listen. Simart cut off all communication connections except Limagas. Tell me more, Limagas. There is a being within me with a form of power similar to the essence of the sun god. We can only assume that it is a much larger and more massive essence than that used by Kree and Tetalon. It is the owner of such power. Simit's eyes widened. He must be the hero of the Qingming tribe's descendants. Compatriots of commitment, the current battlefield continues to deviate from our predictions. It is also possible for that person to suddenly escape through a crack. So the Limagas compatriots are concerned that Kree will be damaged if that happens? At those words, Limagas looked at Simmet for a moment. It's not a concerned compatriot who committed suicide, I'm sure. My conclusion is that it is impossible to kill a fellow fighter even if he enters the battle with Kree and the entire air fortress. You can never beat him no matter what you do. Limagas was the only one who could make such a direct statement to Simart. In fact, whether in ancient times or now, Simmet had never been in a situation where he could hear such direct remarks. Even the Blue Wind Emperor and the Big Snake in their prime could not do anything against Simmet, who was accompanied by an entire air fortress. Limagas was saying that rule could now be broken. Even if I used the light of extinction? I said that even in the worst-case scenario you shouldn't send out Kree to prevent it. If he appears safely in royalties, it would be better to use a witch. Limagas's judgments were always accurate. In ancient times it was Limagas who first advocated for hiding one's identity and avoiding the Great Seal. Simmet immediately seemed to agree with his opinion. A witch? Is she more dangerous than that strange being? I get it. In that case, the best future for now would be for Chance to stop and for La Perosa's royal families to stop being summoned. That's right. It's not like there's nothing we can be directly involved in, so I'll do my best to prevent it. In some ways, more is now in the hands of our Limagas compatriots than in mine. Be sure to bring good news. Enemy name. The communication window with Limagas turned off. Simmet moved the window illuminating the battlefield forward again and looked at Jean Belize Rinpa and the demons. I thought there would never be an obstacle like this again after the Chongpungpya and the Great Seal of the Big Snake. But I never thought I would face even more powerful enemies so soon. Quang dash. Whoops! 2 great swords struck the lower part of the air fortress riddle. The fighting kings rode the air currents generated by the red-brained cannons into the sky and swung their greatswords without stopping. They flew freely through the air as if they had wings. The hundreds of red brain artillery pieces were unable to intercept them and often got tangled up in the air. Where is the guy who talked to us earlier, and what is he doing? Come out. Are you going to keep hiding in the air fortress? Belize's voice rang loudly throughout the battlefield. It looks like you have no intention of coming out in person this time. Are we trying to carefully monitor the situation as unexpected variables continue to arise? It was a safe decision. But Jean somehow felt that fate was smiling on him. The demons that were summoned in the first place were even more disadvantageous to Simmet, and I didn't expect that the brothers would already meet. Moreover, most of those who have emphasized safe judgment against themselves have ultimately experienced defeat. There are times when you have to take risks even if it means taking risks. In Jin's opinion, Simmet was unable to make such a judgment. If you continue like this, you will eventually fall in front of me. Simmet. Jin leaped high into the sky and swung Sigmund. Golden lightning began to strike along the path of the sword. The king's sword golden blade Pyeong-sik thunderbolt, and each and every single blow carries the majesty of Changseong. As Limpa and Belize's great swords fell from below, and Jin's gold lightning fell from above, the enemy's protective shield continued to be destroyed. The air fortresses were still holding on without any hesitation, but the general fleet, except for the flagship class, had no choice but to take a hit. Ancient Ming Dynasty? These guys aren't even funny. The ships my brothers are on are constantly being shot down next to me, and there is absolutely no one stepping forward to protect them. That's right. It's strange. Belize and Rinpa could not understand the methods of the Jiakmyong people. Perfect top-down, extreme vertical totalitarianism. From the very beginning, the Red Ming tribe had no resemblance to the current Ming dynasty. Because of this, Belize and Linfa were even more angry. They couldn't stand the fact that these cold and mean writers would use the name of the same famous king as themselves. The Simmet and Jiakmyong tribes did not react at all even after hearing their sarcastic voices. We are just analyzing the combat power of the 2 fighting kings as planned. It almost feels like a small flying fortress. As soon as the 2 descendants of the Qingming dynasty appear, Jean Runkendal is conducting a battle in a similar manner as if I were receiving support from an air fortress. The small air fortress Simmet evaluated the two people in that way. The two people seemed to be running wild on the ground and in the air, but if you look closely, they were completely centered around Jean. They never go beyond a certain distance from Jean, and most of the artillery fire that Jean can easily block is mostly blocked by the two of them from the middle. In fact, the Tuangs of the Ming dynasty were very familiar with this type of battle. Until now, when the Tuangs banded together and fought Baba, the first sword of the Tuangs was always at the center, but the standard changed to Jean. Have you found out the location of Chongpengpia? Not yet. The moment Baccarin responded to Simmet's words, another red portal opened above the battlefield. I asked the captain to come out, so he sent out another air fortress. The fourth aerial fortress of the vessel enemy tribe had made a space jump to the Great Desert. This was the moment when all the air fortresses normally operated by the enemy clan except for Uthrock and Tushan's air fortress Kree, which were taken away by Jeepel, were dispatched. From now on, Vessel was planning to attack La Perosa according to Lamagaz's opinion. When Vessel appeared, the red waves that spread across the battlefield like a poisonous dance became even more intense. Linpa and Belize felt a sense of discomfort and began to keep their distance from Jean a little closer. Brothers, I think that Air Fortress appeared with the purpose of attacking La Perosa. La Perosa? If you called us in with the intention of ending things with us, Simmet should have already come out. They have subspace tracking technology. So the intention is probably to destroy or cause damage to the passage leading to La Perosa and royalty. Joy! Tell him to give it a try. I wonder if the Tushan brothers would give in to something like that. Jean also agreed with that. The firepower of one air fortress was not enough to cause any damage to Van. However, Ban was in a situation where he had to protect the civilians, and more than anything, he was worried that the passage could be destroyed. It is difficult for the Belize brothers and the Rinpa brothers to pay attention to the fourth air fortress. However, as the three of us go deeper together, I am worried about Luna's safety. The moment he thought about it, a sharp number crossed Jin's mind. Jean turned his head and looked at the demons who were frantically consuming the power that had spread across the Great Desert. They had absorbed so much power in that short period of time that all three were now feeling quite powerful. Hey, Massillon! Massaloon uncurled his body and made eye contact with Jean. Why do we call Marsaloon? Jean Runkendal. Massillon has no intention of killing you yet. Quit the bullshit. I have a good suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Proposal? What do you think of the relationship between you and Massillon? Now another air fortress has appeared. If you actively try to stop that, I will ask you if you can touch Shuri. Then a twinkling light appeared in Massaloon's eyes, which were as dark as a frozen fish. Massaloon takes Shuri. Okay, if I tell you, they'll probably listen. That much is a favor. But Massillon cannot trust you. Human beings, orphans among orphans, have dirty and treacherous tongues. Jean quickly took out Shuri. Meow. Did you hear Shuri? Myanya. No. Shuri answered like that, but Massillon's ears heard the opposite. Animal language can only be read by people who have interacted with it for a long time. The enemy tribe has stood. Massaloon goes. Jean looked sad, doubting the intelligence of the summoned demons. Either way, Massaloon, who started running forward, could feel the spirit of fighting spirit that overwhelmed Srivina Karmash. The strongest of the three in life was without a doubt Massaloon. Sorrow will curse you. A curse will bring you sorrow. Massaloon's specialty was curses. As he stretched out his hand and chanted a strange spell, the red brain waves in front of him suddenly began to move away like a curtain was lifted. Brother Jean, what is that guy? You were really strong? Curse. If your enemy is a tricky bastard. The place where the red brain wave had been was replaced by purple gooey magic and magic energy. But at first, the Red Mystery Clan thought they could easily avoid it. However, Massillon's curse ignored the shield and showed the power to instantly corrode the fleet within it. Cheekik. The sticky magical power of the curse penetrated the shield like light and hit the fleet right away. The closest ship melted in less than 3 seconds, turning into a black mass and falling to the ground. This is a curse I've never seen before. Is it a curse related to witches? It is several times more dangerous than the curses dealt by the demon gods of the true demon realm. The enemy tribe was able to escape the curse zone spread by Massillon with the loss of 7 ships. But the curse zone was also moving along with them. Massillon, looks like you've finally decided to give it a try. Okay, let's quickly get rid of the enemy tribe and kill the Jean Runkendal. Sribi is just doing that to touch the red jade cat. Oh, I see. Still, for the first time, my friend is showing enthusiasm to accommodate. Srivi and Karmash immediately began supporting Massillon. As the curse was followed by Srivi's blow and Karmash's flame, Vessel began to take evasive maneuvers as soon as he arrived. Demons are still immune to all attacks. No matter how strong the air fortress vessel was, it could not do anything against an enemy that it could not suppress or kill. Of course, the demons could not keep up with Vessel's mobility. Vessel wandered around the battlefield avoiding Massillon's curse zone. Then, once in a while, they took their positions and fired red artillery guns toward the entrance of La Feroza, which was at maximum power. A shock wave so terrible that even Jean and his party had to avoid it hit the entire desert. Even the enemy tribe's regular fleets quickly spread out to avoid the shock wave. Only the same air fortresses can withstand the shock wave without difficulty with just a shield. As expected, those main guns are dangerous. Still, there will be no problem with the half-brothers, but the fact that the passage itself is damaged still bothers me. Group 2 is doing well, right? I was doing well. Group 2 had just joined Luna and was analyzing the entrance to La Perosa. Ugh! That damn shock wave almost broke the device. Qual, who was inside the warrior's shield, took out a fist-sized device from his arms and said, it was a simple subspace tracking device improvised based on parts from Pivel. Although it was not comparable to the device of the enemy clan, it was capable of detecting the presence or absence of cracks in subspace with the assistance of recording magic. What do you think, Dr. Qual? Are you getting any clues about La Perosa? Hito spoke, and Qual nodded. The clue already came from the moment Lord Luna informed us that the Ming Dynasty Tuwangs came out with royalties. Now all that's left is to build a device that fits the passageway created between La Perosa and Ince. Is it difficult? No, production is not difficult. Looking at it myself, widening the passage itself seems to be very easy. The key is to have enough time to use the device. Elliot nodded as if he agreed with that statement. As expected, it's Qual. My thoughts are the same. Only if the device can be maintained for at least 12 hours without damage in this intense battlefield will the descendants of the Qing dynasty be summoned as royalties. That's enough of the analysis. Now let's pass it on to the head of the company and get out of the way. We should go back and build the device right away and discuss how to buy time. Now the key to liberating La Perosa is not technology but time. Of course, finding time wasn't easy. There are always enemy tribes and demons in the Great Desert, so we had to find a way to operate the device stably for a long time against them. Still, compared to before when I had no clue, I felt like there was hope right before my eyes. Jonah, you go and tell the commander the situation. We will retreat immediately. I understand, Owl. Be careful, Jonah. Thank you, Luna. Because one air fortress was added and the demons came out in earnest. The battle was becoming noticeably more intense with each passing second. However, it was not difficult for Jonah to move. Jonah wielded death, cleared away the red waves, and advanced through the great desert. Luna was planning to go back the way she came. Even though the red brain wave and sandstorm intermittently coloring the battlefield obscured his vision, Yona accurately read the path Luna used. Was she in a hurry too? Or is there something unexpectedly clumsy about it? Enemy clan reconnaissance team. While Luna was looking for Group 2, she did not notice that they were behind her. The special cloaking suits they wore had the effect of making them extremely transparent when exposed to red brain waves. Sigh. Death stabbed the floor. Along with the sand, the light heart of a red mystery tribe hidden in the red brain waves was pierced. It looks like she was busy and missed you. I'm gonna kill everyone on my way. So if you want to live, run away from now on. The enemy scouts believed that the concealment of the first member to die was insufficient. But from then on Yona ran through the desert and relentlessly searched for and killed the scouts. Hey idiots! If it weren't for my teacher, I would have killed you in a more painful way. So Jonah found and killed a total of 32 scouts until he joined Jean and his group. Brother Jean, this guy. Limpa was the first to find Yona. Jonah was shocked again, just like he was with Elthiot when he saw Rinpa recognize him right away. Wow, the Ming Dynasty people all seem to have great senses. Jonah Runkendall, right? I heard a lot from Brother Jean. Belize, who had just been thrown to the ground by a red brain cannon, smiled at Yona. Even though the fall was hard enough to create a hole in the ground, Belize didn't even have a single scratch on her body. Hey, nice to meet you too. You guys are so tough. Are you here, sister? What happened to Group 2? Qual says you can leave now. He said that making the Laparosa liberation device is no longer difficult and that all you need to do is find a way to gain time to use the device. Jin's eyes widened. The day when all brothers will come out with royalties is really not far away. All right, you should go out with me. Brother Jean, me and Brother Rinpa will go back and forth between Team 2 and here to provide cover. How far should I go? We have to go to the southern entrance of the Great Desert. From there we can also use the space jump equipment. Thanks to the chaos caused by the 3 demons, retreat was not going to be very difficult. The enemy tribe's air fortress and fleet were constantly circling in the sky, trying to avoid Massillon's curse. Therefore, it was not easy to chase down Jean and his party even though they had overwhelming mobility. Now Massillon is fighting as Jin's side. Those demons are very helpful. We'll have a lot to talk about when we get back, Brother Jean. While leaving the center of the battlefield, Jean and his party focused their attention on the air fortress vessel. Vessel fired his main cannon into the cracks of La Perosa every time Massillon's curse moved away. Brothers don't get hurt. Just wait a moment. Jean left the battlefield remembering the images of his brothers beyond the crack. Top of Jeep story. As Kiliak entered, Ronal and Satron Regal stood up. Only Cadden and Alona sat down and gave him a greeting. Are you here, please? Kiliak had just returned from meeting Joshua Ganesto. It was necessary to seek Ganestoga's opinion about the demons of the Great Desert. As expected, all the demons summoned to the Great Desert are the witch's minions. No, they are not exactly subordinates. They say they are people who have been given permission to reside in the abyss by the witch. Right to reside in the abyss? What is that, Kiliak? It just means that they are beings who do not suffer much harm even if they live in the witch's realm. Anyway, the fact that they are not the witch's minions, does that mean they are not controlled by Ganesto? Kiliak made eye contact with Cadden and nodded. To begin with, a witch does not have separate subordinates or her own troops. And yet, there are just blind people who follow him. Representative characters include the Chaos Shards called the Witch's Daughters and Massillon. Hilurum never gave direct orders to his followers. Therefore, her followers often interpreted her intentions arbitrarily. Well, even if the witches or Ganesto don't control them, there's nothing bad for us right now. Isn't that right, Kiliak, friend? It would have been like that originally. If it's original? A wrinkle appeared between Kiliak's eyebrows. Before meeting Joshua and confirming the new information, the 3 demons were clearly good news for Jeep. As the demons are good at holding back the enemy tribe, Jeeps will have some leeway. La Rosa. Joshua said that due to this demon summoning and battle, a passage was created in the Great Desert that connects La Perosa, the land of the mysterious king, and Ince. Therefore, it is said that 2 of them, called King 2 of the Ming Dynasty, have already been liberated. Let's talk to Ganestoga about those demons. Anyway, from now on I'll have to focus properly on the holy site and the demon stone, unless another variable appears in the Great Desert. Kiliak touched his forehead, recalling what he had said immediately after leading the enemy tribe into the Great Desert. From the moment those words were said, the variable had already occurred. The fighting king of the Ming Dynasty? Kiliak, friend, are you a red Ming tribe or a blue Ming tribe? No, you said that only the descendants of the Qing Ming tribe remain now, right? Chongmying bastards are a bit dangerous. Are you stronger than the remaining Red Myong clan great fighting kings? If you think about the Netherworld King Tuong that Jean Runkendal temporarily summoned in the past, he is probably stronger. But even that cannot be called a problem compared to their commitment. Half of the commitment, the transcendent inaction he showed during the Battle of the Demon Gods, was not an old story from a forgotten legend or an exaggerated myth. The moment he is fully summoned, the distribution of royalties will become unthinkable. Gipel, Kinzalo, Jiakmyong, Ganesto, Sun God Church. Even if all of them combined their strength, it was almost questionable whether they would be able to deal with the Bamel alliance, which included the Ban and the Ming dynasty. Then that means we also have to participate in the battle to conquer the great desert of Mitra. Alona said in an emotionless voice, because it would be best to completely destroy the passage before that person called the battle god and the Ming dynasty come over. Was I wrong? Kiliak. Exactly. Stopping the Ming dynasty has become more urgent than moving the shrine and restoring troops. From the next battle we must also enter the great desert. Friend Kiliak, then what are you proposing to negotiate with the enemy tribe? Anyway, we and them both have the same need to stop the mysterious clan. Hey, Rhaegal, these are the guys who took Draka from us a while ago. Don't you have any pride? Rhaegal shrugged his shoulders as if embarrassed by Cadden's sharp reaction. I was just giving a reasonable opinion. But when I think about it again, pride is pride, but since we also have Alona as a friend anyway, it would be better to take the direction of wiping out all the enemies. Naturally, the best outcome for Xiphil was for the enemy to suffer as much damage as possible until La Perosa's passageway was destroyed. There is no need to negotiate separately with the enemy tribe. In any case, they will respond passively to us from the moment they find out that we are trying to destroy the passage to La Perosa. It is said that the demons summoned now are showing favor to the Bamul alliance, so from the enemy clan's point of view we have that role. In that case, it would be better not to use the air fortress that Alona's friend took from the enemy clan. If you inadvertently hurt their pride, things could get messy. Rhaegal is really annoying. How many more times do I have to explain that I'm not your friend or anything? You'd better stop ignoring what I say. If it weren't for Kiliak, you would have already died 15 times by my hands. Alona said, glaring at Rhaegal. She still felt angry for some reason when she saw Rhaegal. You still harbor hostility toward Rhaegal. Is Seong Seguan still unable to completely control Alona? Kiliak thought. He knew exactly why Alona was particularly fierce towards Rhaegal. That was because Alona had a grudge against Rhaegal before using the Holy Water Crown. During her time with Barradin, Alona suffered a serious injury while protecting the citizens of the Federation from Rhaegal. We always have to keep in mind that Alona Gipel may suddenly escape the control of Seong Seguan. Before that happens, the shrine must be moved and the holy water pipe must be strengthened. There is no reason for Alona, who has escaped the control of Seong Seguan, to remain in her current jeep. In that case, it was clear that she would definitely join the Bamul alliance where Barradin was located. And when the control of the holy water pipe is perfected, only then will it be possible to completely dissolve Alona Xiphil into the demon god stone. Once all of that is completed safely, Xiphil will be able to rewrite the history of the world from then on, from beginning to end. While Kiliak was thinking such things, Alona quietly suppressed the discomfort that started from Rhaegal. Sometimes hostility rises not only towards Rhaegal but also towards Kiliak Xiphil. It's clear there's a reason. When I get the chance, I'll have to ask Toph a question when Kiliak is away. Where on earth did this hostility come from? What should I do when the day comes that I can no longer suppress my hostility? Alona also vaguely felt it. Both Rhaegal and Kiliak may have had some kind of grudge against him in the past. Alona was lost in thought for a while and began to recall a voice she had heard in hell in the past. Lord Alona, don't forget. I will visit you again. Don't forget. Don't forget. It was Barradin Xiphil's voice.